Volume 1. Reason and Revelation. Being and God. To my former students, here and abroad. Preface. For a quarter of a century I have wanted to write a systematic theology. It always has been impossible for me to think theologically in any other than a systematic way. The smallest problem, if taken seriously and radically, drove me to all other problems and to the anticipation of a whole in which they could find their solution. But world history, personal destiny, and special problems kept me from fulfilling the self-chosen task. Somehow the mimeographed propositions which I have used for my lectures became a substitute for the system for my pupils and friends. The present volume deals with the problems contained in the introduction and the first two parts of the propositions. The content of the propositions has been preserved and expanded, while the propositional form has been dissolved and replaced by a continuous text. The scope of a theological system can be almost unlimited, as the scholastic and Protestant Orthodox summi show. Personal, practical limitations, as well as the problem of space, have kept me from moving even in the direction of a summa. It has been impossible to deal with all the traditional problems of a theological system. Those which are not decisive for the structure of the system have had to be omitted, while others are only mentioned because they have been discussed by me in other writings. Furthermore, it has been impossible to make extensive references to the Bible or the classical theologians. The elaboration of the line of thought has consumed all effort and all space. The biblical and ecclesiastical character of the solutions to theological problems presented in this volume will not be difficult to recognize, although it is more implicit than explicit. Finally, it has been impossible to enter into an open discussion with the different representatives of contemporary theology and philosophy, although an underground discussion with them is going on almost every page. My purpose, and I believe it is a justified purpose, has been to present the method and the structure of a theological system written from an apologetic point of view and carried through in a continuous correlation with philosophy. The subject of all sections of this system is the method of correlation and its systematic consequences illustrated in a discussion of the main theological problems. If I have succeeded in proving the apologetic adequacy and the systematic fertility of this method, I shall not regret the limitations of the system. This volume could not have been written without the help of some of my younger friends who really proved that they were friends by the selfless way in which they read and criticized the first and second drafts, from the theological as well as the stylistic point of view. First, I want to mention Professor A.T. Mulligan, Professor of Christian Ethics at the Seminary, Alexandria, Virginia, who offered important material and formal criticisms concerning large sections of the first draft. The main burden, however, was carried by my former assistant, John Dillenberger, of the Department of Religion, Columbia University, and by my present assistant, Cornelius Lahu, who in regular conferences formulated the final text and took care of the entire technical side of the preparation of the manuscript. I also wish to mention my former secretary, the late Mrs. Hilda Frankel, who with great toil transferred my handwritten pages to typewritten copy, making it available to all those who helped me. I am grateful to the publishers, the University of Chicago Press, who waited patiently for several years for the completion of the manuscript. I dedicate this book to my students, here and in Germany, who from year to year have urged me to publish the theological system with which they became acquainted in my lectures. Their desire to have in print what they heard in the classroom was the strongest psych and logical force in overcoming my hesitations, my perfectionism, and my awareness of my limitations. My ardent desire is that they shall find in these pages something of what they expect, a help in answering the questions they are asked by people inside and outside their churches. A help in answering questions, this is exactly the purpose of this theological system. Introduction. A. The point of view 1. Usage and situation. Theology, as a function of the Christian Church, must serve the needs of the Church. A theological system is supposed to satisfy two basic needs: the statement of the truth of the Christian message and the interpretation of this truth for every new generation. Theology moves back and forth between two poles, the eternal truth of its foundation and the temporal situation in which the eternal truth must be received. Not many theological systems have been able to balance these two demands perfectly. Most of them either sacrifice elements of the truth or are not able to speak to the situation. Some of them combine both shortcomings. Afraid of missing the eternal truth, they identify it with some previous theological work, with traditional concepts and solutions, and try to impose these on a new, different situation. They confuse eternal truth with a temporal expression of this truth. This is evident in European theological orthodoxy, which in America is known as fundamentalism. When fundamentalism is combined with an anti-theological bias, as it is, for instance, in its biblicistic evangelical form, the theological truth of yesterday is defended as an unchangeable message against the theological truth of today and tomorrow. Fundamentalism fails to make contact with the present situation, not because it speaks from beyond every situation, but because it speaks from a situation of the past. It elevates something finite and transitory to infinite and eternal validity. In this respect, fundamentalism has demonic traits. It destroys the humble honesty of the search for truth, it splits the conscience of its thoughtful adherents, and it makes them fanatical because they are forced to suppress elements of truth of which they are dimly aware. Fundamentalists in America and Orthodox theologians in Europe can point to the fact that their theology is eagerly received and held by many people just because of the historical or biographical situation in which men find themselves today. The fact is obvious, but the interpretation is wrong. Situation, as one pole of all theological work, does not refer to the psychological or sociological state in which individuals or groups live. It refers to the scientific and artistic, the economic, political, and ethical. 5. 4. Forms in which they express their interpretation of existence. The situation to which theology must speak relevantly is not the situation of the individual as individual and not the situation of the group as group. Theology is neither preaching nor counseling, therefore, the success of a theology when it is applied to preaching or to the care of souls is not necessarily a criterion of its truth. The fact that fundamentalist ideas are eagerly grasped in a period of personal or communal dist integration does not prove their theological validity, just as the success of a liberal theology in periods of personal or communal integration is no certification of its truth. The situation theology must consider is the creative interpretation of existence, an interpretation which is carried on in every period of history under all kinds of psychological and sociological conditions. The situation certainly is not independent of these factors. However, theology deals with the cultural expression they have found in practice as well as in theory and not with these conditioning factors as such. Thus theology is not concerned with the political split between East and West, but it is concerned with the political interpretation of this split. Theology is not concerned with the spread of mental diseases or with our increasing awareness of them, but it is concerned with the psychiatric interpretation of these trends. The situation to which theology must respond is the totality of man's creative self-interpretation in a special period. Fundamentalism and orthodoxy reject this task, and, in doing so, they miss the meaning of theology. Charismatic theology is related to fundamentalism and orthodoxy insofar as it emphasizes the unchangeable truth of the message, charisma, over against the changing demands of the situation. It tries to avoid the shortcomings of fundamentalism by subjecting every theology, including orthodoxy, to the criterion of the Christian message. This message is contained in the Bible, but it is not identical with the Bible. It is expressed in the classical tradition of Christian theology, but it is not identical with any special form of that tradition. Reformation theology and, in our own day, the Neo-Reformation theology of Barth and his school are outstanding examples of charismatic theology. In his day Luther was attacked by orthodox thinkers, and now Barth and his followers are under heavy attack by fundamentalists. This means that it is not entirely fair to call Luther orthodox or Barth neo-orthodox. Luther was in danger of becoming orthodox, and Barth is in danger of becoming so, but this was not their intention. Both made a serious attempt to rediscover the Eterna.L message within the Bible and tradition. 5. Over against a distorted tradition and a mechanically misused Bible. Luther's criticism of the Roman system of mediations and degrees in the name of the decisive biblical categories of judgment and grace, his rediscovery of the Pauline message, and, at the same time, his courageous evaluation of the spiritual value of the biblical books were a genuine charismatic theology. Barth's criticism of the neo-Protestant bourgeois synthesis achieved by liberal theology, his rediscovery of the Christian paradox, and, at the same time, the freedom of his spiritual exegesis of the Epistle to the Romans and his acceptance of radical historical criticism were a genuine charismatic theology. In both cases there was an emphasis on the eternal truth over against the human situation and its demands. In both cases this emphasis had prophetic, shaking, and transforming power. Without such charismatic reactions, theology would lose itself in the relativities of the situation. It would become a situation itself. For instance, the religious nationalism of the so-called German Christians and the religious progressivism of the so-called humanists in America. Yet the situation cannot be excluded from theological work. Luther was unprejudiced enough to use his own nominalist learning and Melanchthon's humanist education for the formulation of theological doctrines. But he was not conscious enough of the problem of the situation to avoid slid a page into orthodox attitudes, thus preparing the way for the period of Protestant orthodoxy. Barth's greatness is that he corrects himself again and again in the light of the situation and that he strenuously tries not to become his own follower. Yet he does not realize that in doing so he ceases to be a merely charismatic theologian. In attempting to derive every statement directly from the ultimate truth, for instance, deriving the duty of making war against Hitler from the resurrection of the Christ *, he falls into using a method which can be called neo-orthodox, a method which has strengthened all trends toward a theology of repristination in Europe. The pole-called situation cannot be neglected in theology without dangerous consequences. Only a courageous participation in the situation, that is, in all the various cultural forms which express modern man's interpretation of his existence, can overcome the present oscillation of charismatic theology between the freedom implied in the genuine charisma and its orthodox fixation. In 7 other words, charismatic theology needs apologetic theology for its completion. 2. Apologetic theology and the charisma. Apologetic theology is answering theology. It answers the questions implied in the situation in the power of the eternal message and with the means provided by the situation whose questions it answers. The term apologetic, which had such a high standing in the early church, has fallen into disrepute because of the methods employed in the abortive attempts to defend Christianity against attacks from modern humanism, naturalism, and historism. An especially weak and disgusting form of apologetics used the argumentern ex ignorantia, that is, it tried to discover gaps in our scientific and historical knowledge in order to find a place for God and his actions within an otherwise completely calculable and immanent world. Whenever our knowledge advanced, another defense position had to be given up, but eager apologetes were not dissuaded by this continuous retreat from finding in the most recent developments of physics and historiography new occasions to establish God's activity in new gaps of scientific knowledge. This undignified procedure has discredited everything which is called apologetics. There is, however, a more profound reason for the distrust of apologetic methods, especially on the part of the charismatic theologians. In order to answer a question, one must have something in common with the person who asks it. Apologetics presupposes common ground, however vague it may be. But charismatic theologians are inclined to deny any common ground with those outside the theological circle. They are afraid that the common ground will destroy the uniqueness of the message. They point to the early Christian apologists who saw a common ground in the acceptance of the Logos. They point to the Alexandrian school which found a common ground in Platonism. They point to Thomas Aquinas' use of Aristotle. Above all, they point to the common ground which apologetic theology believed itself to have found with the philosophy of the Enlightenment, with Romanticism, with Hegelianism and Kantianism, with humanism and naturalism. They try to demonstrate that in each case what was assumed to be common ground actually was the ground of the situation, that theology lost its own ground when it entered the situation. Apologetic theology in all these forms, and that means practically all non-fundamentalist theology since the beginning of the 18th century, is, from the point of view of recent charismatic theologians, a surrender of the charisma, of the immovable truth. If this is an accurate reading of theological history, then the only real theology is charismatic theology. The situation cannot be entered, no answer to the questions implied in it can be given, at least not in terms which are felt to be an answer. The message must be thrown at those in the situation, thrown like a stone. This certainly can be an effective method of preaching under special psychological conditions, for instance, in revivals. It can even be effective if expressed in aggressive theological terms, but it does not fulfill the aim of the theological function of the Church. And, beyond all this, it is impossible. Even charismatic theology must use the conceptual tools of its period. It cannot simply repeat biblical passages. Even when it does, it cannot escape the conceptual situation of the different biblical writers. Since language is the basic and all-pervasive expression of every situation, theology cannot escape the problem of the situation. Charismatic theology must give up its exclusive transcendence and take seriously the attempt of apologetic theology to answer the questions put before it by the contemporary situation. On the other hand, apologetic theology must heed the warning implied in the existence and the claim of charismatic theology. It loses itself if it is not based on the charisma as the substance and criterion of each of its statements. More than 2 centuries of theological work have been determined by the apologetic problem. The Christian message and the modern mind has been the dominating theme since the end of classical orthodoxy. The perennial question has been, can the Christian message be adapted to the modern mind without losing its essential and unique character? Most theologians have believed that it is possible. Some have deemed it impossible either in the name of the Christian message or in the name of the modern mind. No doubt the voices of those who have emphasized the contrast, the diastasis, have been louder and more impressive. Men usually are more powerful in their negations than in their affirmations. But the continuous toil of those who have tried to find a union, a synthesis, has kept theology alive. Without them, traditional Christianity would have become narrow and superstitious, and the general cultural movement would have proceeded without the thorn in the flesh which it needed, namely, an honest theology of cultural high standing. The wholesale condemnations of theology during the last 2 centuries of theology which are fashionable in traditional and neo-orthodox groups are profoundly wrong, as Barth himself has acknowledged. In his Die Protestantische Theologie im 19. Jahrhundert. Yet certainly it is necessary to ask in every special case whether or not the apologetic bias has dissolved the Christian message. And it is further necessary to seek a theological method in which message and situation are related in such a way that neither of them is obliterated. If such a method is found, the 2 centuries-old question of Christianity and the modern mind can be attacked more successfully. The following system is an attempt to use the method of correlation as a way of uniting message and situation. It tries to correlate the questions implied in the situation with the answers implied in the message. It does not derive the answers from the questions as a self-defying apologetic theology does. Nor does it elaborate answers without relating them to the questions as a self-defying charismatic theology does. It correlates questions and answers, situation and message, human existence and divine manifestation. Obviously, such a method is not a tool to be handled at will. It is neither a trick nor a mechanical device. It is itself a theological assertion, and, like all theological assertions, it is made with passion and risk, and ultimately it is not different from the system which is built upon it. System and method belong to each other and are to be judged with each other. It will be a positive judgment if the theologians of the coming generations acknowledge that it has helped them, and non-theological thinkers as well, to understand the Christian message as the answer to the questions implied in their own and in every human situation. B. The nature of systematic theology. I3. The theological circle attempts to elaborate a theology as an empirical inductive or a metaphysical deductive science, or as a combination of both, have given ample evidence that no such an attempt can succeed. In every assumedly scientific theology there is a point where individual experience, traditional valuation, and personal commitment must decide the issue. This point, often hidden to the authors of such theologies, is obvious to those who look at them with other experiences and other commitments. If an inductive approach is employed, one must ask in what direction the writer looks for his material. And if the answer is that he looks in every direction and toward every experience, one must ask what characteristic of RCIID or experience is the empirical basis of his theology. Whatever the answer may be, an a priori of experience and valuation is implied. 9. The same is true of a deductive approach, as developed in classical idealism. The ultimate principles in idealist theology are rational expressions of an ultimate concern. Like all metaphysical ultimates, they are religious ultimates at the same time. A theology derived from them is determined by the hidden theology implied in them. In both the empirical and the metaphysical approaches, as well as in the much more numerous cases of their mixture, it can be observed that the a priori which directs the induction and the deduction is a type of mystical experience. Whether it is being itself, scholastics, or the universal substance, Spinoza, whether it is beyond subjectivity and objectivity, James, or the identity of spirit and nature, Schelling, whether it is universe, Schleiermacher, or cosmic whole, Hawking, whether it is value-creating process, Whitehead, or progressive integration, Wieman, whether it is absolute spirit, Hegel, or cosmic person, Brightman, each of these concepts is based on an immediate experience of something ultimate in value and being of which one can become intuitively aware. Idealism and naturalism differ very little in their starting point when they develop theological concepts. Both are dependent on a point of identity between the experiencing subject and the ultimate which appears in religious experience or in the experience of the world as religious. The theological concepts of both idealists and naturalists are rooted in a mystical a priori, an awareness of something that transcends the cleavage between subject and object. And if in the course of a scientific procedure this a priori is discovered, its discovery is possible only because it was present from the very beginning. This is the circle which no religious philosopher can escape. And it is by no means a vicious one. Every understanding of spiritual things, Geisteswissenschaft, is circular. But the circle within which the theologian works is narrower than that of the philosopher of religion. He adds to the mystical a priori the criterion of the Christian message. While the philosopher of religion tries to remain general and abstract in his concepts, as the concept religion itself indicates, the theologian is consciously and by intention specific and concrete. The difference, of course, is not absolute. Since the experiential basis of every philosophy of religion is partly determined by the cultural tradition to which it belongs, even mysticism is culturally conditioned. It inescapably includes concrete and special elements. The philosopher as philosopher, however, tries to abstract from these elements and to create generally valid concepts concerning religion. The theologian, on the other hand, claims the universal validity of the Christian message in spite of its concrete and special character. He does not justify this claim by abstracting from the concreteness of the message but by stressing its unrepeatable uniqueness. He enters the theological circle with a concrete commitment. He enters it as a member of the Christian Church to perform one of the essential functions of the Church, its theological self-interpretation. The scientific theologian wants to be more than a philosopher of religion. He wants to interpret the Christian message generally with the help of his method. This puts him before two alternatives. He may subsume the Christian message under his concept of religion. Then Christianity is considered to be one example of religious life beside other examples, certainly the highest religion, but not the final one and not unique. Such a theology does not enter the theological circle. It keeps itself within the religious philosophical circle and its indefinite horizons which beckon toward a future which is open for new and perhaps higher examples of religion. The scientific theologian, in spite of his desire to be a theologian, remains a philosopher of religion. Or he becomes really a theologian, an interpreter of his church and its claim to uniqueness and universal validity. Then he enters the theological circle and should admit that he has done so and stop speaking of himself as a scientific theologian in the ordinary sense of scientific. But even the man who has entered the theological circle consciously and openly faces another serious problem. Being inside the circle, he must have made an existential decision, he must be in the situation of faith. But no one can say of himself that he is in the situation of faith. No one can call himself a theologian, even if he is called to be a teacher of theology. Every theologian is committed and alienated, he is always in faith and in doubt, he is inside and outside the theological circle. Sometimes the one side prevails, sometimes the other, and he is never certain which side really prevails. Therefore, one criterion alone can be applied: a person can be a theologian as long as he acknowledges the content of the theological circle as his ultimate concern. Whether this is true does not depend on his intellectual or moral or emotional state, it does not depend on the intensity and certitude of faith, it does not depend on the power of regeneration or the grade of sanctification. Rather, it depends on his being ultimately concerned with the Christian message, even if he is sometimes inclined to attack and to reject it. This understanding of theological existence resolves the conflict between the Orthodox and the Pietist theologians over the Theologia Irregeneratorum, theology of the irregenerate. The Pietists realized that one cannot be a theologian without faith, decision, commitment, without being in the theological circle. But they identified theological existence with an experience of regeneration. The Orthodox protested against this, arguing that no one can be certain of his regeneration and, beyond this, that theology deals with objective materials which can be handled by any thinker inside or outside the theological circle who meets the intellectual preconditions. Today Orthodox and Pietist theologians are allied against the assumedly unbelieving critical theologians, while the heritage of Orthodox objectivism has been taken over by the program, not the achievement, of empirical theology. In view of this age-old struggle, it must be restated that the theologian belongs inside the theological circle, but that the criterion whether or not he is in it is the acceptance of the Christian message as his ultimate concern. The doctrine of the theological circle has a methodological consequence: neither the introduction nor any other part of the theological system is the logical basis for the other parts. Every part is dependent on every other part. The introduction presupposes the Christology and the doctrine of the Church and vice versa. The arrangement is only a matter of expediency. For two formal criteria of every theology, the last remark applies significantly to this introduction, which is an attempt to give criteria for every theological enterprise. The criteria are formal, since they are abstracted from the concrete materials of the theological system. They are, however, derived from the whole of the Christian message. Form and content can be distinguished but not separated. This is the reason why even formalized logic cannot escape the philosophical circle. Form and content do not function as the basis of a deductive system, but they are methodological guardians at the boundary line of theology. We have used the term ultimate concern without explanation. Ultimate concern is the abstract translation of the Great Commandment. The Lord, our God, the Lord is one, and you shall love the Lord your God with all your heart, and with all your soul and with all your mind, and with all your strength too. The religious concern is ultimate, it excludes all other concerns from ultimate significance, it makes them preliminary. The ultimate concern is unconditional, independent of any conditions of character, desire, or circumstance. The unconditional concern is total, no part of ourselves or of our world is excluded from it, there is no place to flee from it. The total concern is infinite, no moment of relaxation and rest is possible in the face of a religious concern which is ultimate, unconditional, total, and infinite. The word concern points to the existential character of religious experience. We cannot speak adequately of the object of religion without simultaneously removing its character as an object. That which is ultimate gives itself only to the attitude of ultimate concern. It is the correlate of an unconditional concern, but not a highest thing called the absolute or the unconditioned, about which we could argue in detached objectivity. It is the object of total surrender, demanding also the surrender of our subjectivity while we look at it. It is a matter of infinite passion and interest, Kierkegaard, making us its object whenever we try to make it our object. For this reason we have avoided terms like tlze ultimate, the unconditioned, the universal, the infinite, and have spoken of ultimate, unconditional, total, infinite concern. Of course, in every concern there is something about which one is concerned, but this something should not appear as a separated object which could be known and handled without concern. This, then, is the first formal criterion of theology. The object of theology is what concerns us ultimately. Only those propositions are theological which deal with their object in so far as it can become a matter of ultimate concern for us. The negative meaning of this proposition is obvious. Theology should never leave the situation of ultimate concern and try to play a role within the arena of preliminary concerns. Theology cannot and should not give judgments about the aesthetic value of an artistic creation, about the scientific value of a physical theory or a historical conjecture, about the best methods of medical healing or social reconstruction, about the solution of political or international conflicts. The theologian as theologian is no expert in any matters of preliminary concern. And, conversely, those who are experts in these matters should not as such claim to be experts in theology. The first formal principle of theology, guarding the boundary line between ultimate concern and preliminary concerns, protects theology as well as the cultural realms on the other side of the line. But this is not its entire meaning. Although it does not indicate the 3 content of the ultimate concern and its relation to the preliminary concerns, it has implications in both respects. There are 3 possible relations of the preliminary concerns to that which concerns us ultimately. The first is mutual indifference, the second is a relation in which a preliminary concern is elevated to ultimacy, and the third is one in which a preliminary concern becomes the vehicle of the ultimate concern without claiming ultimacy for itself. The first relation is predominant in ordinary life with its oscillation between conditional, partial, finite situations and experiences and moments when the question of the ultimate meaning of existence takes hold of us. Such a division, however, contradicts the unconditional, total, and infinite character of the religious concern. It places our ultimate concern beside other concerns and deprives it of its ultimacy. This attitude sidesteps the ultimacy of the biblical commandments and that of the first theological criterion. The second relation is idolatrous in its very nature. Idolatry is the elevation of a preliminary concern to ultimacy. Something essentially conditioned is taken as unconditional, something essentially partial is boosted into universality, and something essentially finite is given infinite significance. The best example is the contemporary idolatry of religious nationalism. The conflict between the finite basis of such a concern and its infinite claim leads to a conflict of ultimates. It radically contradicts the biblical commandments and the first theological criterion. The third relation between the ultimate concern and the preliminary concerns makes the latter bearers and vehicles of the former. That which is a finite concern is not elevated to infinite significance, nor is it put beside the infinite, but in and through it the infinite becomes real. Nothing is excluded from this function. In and through every preliminary concern the ultimate concern can actualize itself. Whenever this happens, the preliminary concern becomes a possible object of theology. But theology deals with it only in so far as it is a medium, a vehicle, pointing beyond itself. Pictures, poems, and music can become objects of theology, not from the point of view of their aesthetic form, but from the point of view of their power of expressing some aspects of that which concerns us intimately, in and through their aesthetic form. Physical or historical or psychological insights can become objects of theology, not from the point of view of their cognitive form, but from the point of view of their power of revealing some aspects of that which concerns us ultimately in and through their cognitive form. Social ideas and actions, legal projects and procedures, political programs and decisions, can become I4. Objects of theology, not from the point of view of their social, legal, and political form, but from the point of view of their power of actualizing some aspects of that which concerns us ultimately in and through their social, legal, and political forms. Personality problems and developments, educational aims and methods, bodily and mental healing, can become objects of theology, not from the point of view of their ethical and technical form, but from the point of view of their power of mediating some aspects of that which concerns us ultimately in and through their ethical and technical form. The question now arises, what is the content of our ultimate concern? What does concern us unconditionally? The answer, obviously, cannot be a special object, not even God, for the first criterion of theology must remain formal and general. If more is to be said about the nature of our ultimate concern, it must be derived from an analysis of the concept ultimate concern. Our ultimate concern is that which determines our being or not being. Only those statements are theological which deal with their object in so far as it can become a matter of being or not being for us. This is the second formal criterion of theology. Nothing can be of ultimate concern for us which does not have the power of threatening and saving our being. The term being in this context does not designate existence in time and space. Existence is continuously threatened and saved by things and events which have no ultimate concern for us. But the term being means the whole of human reality, the structure, the meaning, and the aim of existence. All this is threatened, it can be lost or saved. Man is ultimately concerned about his being and meaning. To be or not to be in this sense is a matter of ultimate, unconditional, total, and infinite concern. Man is infinitely concerned about the infinity to which he belongs, from which he is separated, and for which he is longing. Man is totally concerned about the totality which is his true being and which is disrupted in time and space. Man is unconditionally concerned about that which conditions his being beyond all the conditions in him and around him. Man is ultimately concerned about that which determines his ultimate destiny beyond all preliminary necessities and accidents. The second formal criterion of theology does not point to any special content, symbol, or doctrine. It remains formal and, consequently, open for contents which are able to express that which determines our being or non-being. At the same time it excludes contents which do not have this power from entering the theological realm. Whether it is a God who 5 is a being beside others, even a highest being, or an angel who inhabits a celestial realm, called the realm of spirits, or a man who possesses supernatural powers, even if he is called a God-man, none of these is an object of theology if it fails to withstand the criticism of the second formal criterion of theology, that is, if it is not a matter of being or non-being for us. 5. Theology and Christianity. Theology is the methodical interpretation of the contents of the Christian faith. This is implicit in the preceding statements about the theological circle and about theology as a function of the Christian Church. The question now arises whether there is a theology outside Christianity and, if so, whether or not the idea of theology is fulfilled in Christian theology in a perfect and final way. Indeed, this is what Christian theology claims, but is it more than a claim, a natural expression of the fact that the theologian works within the theological circle? Has it any validity beyond the periphery of the circle? It is the task of apologetic theology to prove that the Christian claim also has validity from the point of view of those outside the theological circle. Apologetic theology must show that trends which are immanent in all religions and cultures move toward the Christian answer. This refers both to doctrines and to the theological interpretation of theology. If taken in the broadest sense of the word, theology, the logos, or the reasoning about theos, God and divine things, is as old as religion. Thinking pervades all the spiritual activities of man. Man would not be spiritual without words, thoughts, concepts. This is especially true in religion, the all-embracing function of man's spiritual life. It was a misunderstanding of Schleiermacher's definition of religion, the feeling of absolute dependence, and a symptom of religious weakness when successors of Schleiermacher located religion in the realm of feeling as one psychological function among others. The banishment of religion into the non-rational corner of subjective emotions in order to have the realms of thought and action free from religious interference was an easy way of escaping the conflicts between religious tradition and modern thought. But this was a death sentence against religion, and religion did not and could not accept it. Every myth contains a theological thought which can be, and often has been, made explicit. Priestly harmonizations of different myths sometimes disclose profound theological insights. Mystical speculations, as in Vedanta Hinduism, unite meditative elevation with theological penetration. Metaphysical speculations, as in classical Greek philosophy, unite rational analysis with theological vision. Ethical, legal, and ritual interpretations of the divine law create another form of theology on the soil of prophetic monotheism. All this is the zero logi, logos of Geos, a rational interpretation of the religious substance of rites, symbols, and myths. Christian theology is no exception. It does the same thing, but it does it in a way which implies the claim that it is the theology. The basis of this claim is the Christian doctrine that the Logos became flesh, that the principle of the divine self-revelation has become manifest in the event Jesus as the Christ. If this message is true, Christian theology has received a foundation which transcends the foundation of any other theology and which itself cannot be transcended. Christian theology has received something which is absolutely concrete and absolutely universal at the same time. No myth, no mystical vision, no metaphysical principle, no sacred law, has the concreteness of a personal life. In comparison with a personal life, everything else is relatively abstract. And none of these relatively abstract foundations of theology has the universality of the Logos, which itself is the principle of universality. In comparison with the Logos, everything else is relatively particular. Christian theology is the theology insofar as it is based on the tension between the absolutely concrete and the absolutely universal. Priestly and prophetic theologies can be very concrete, but they lack universality. Mystical and metaphysical theologies can be very universal, but they lack concreteness. It seems paradoxical if one says that only that which is absolutely concrete can also be absolutely universal and vice versa, but it describes the situation adequately. Something that is merely abstract has a limited universality because it is restricted to the realities from which it is abstracted. Something that is merely particular has a limited concreteness because it must exclude other particular realities in order to maintain itself as concrete. Only that which has the power of representing everything particular is absolutely concrete. And only that which has the power of representing everything abstract is absolutely universal. This leads to a point where the absolutely concrete and the absolutely uni. 7. Versa 1 are identical. And this is the point at which Christian theology emerges, the point which is described as the Logos who has become flesh. The Logos doctrine as the doctrine of the identity of the absolutely concrete with the absolutely universal is not one theological doctrine among others, it is the only possible foundation of a Christian theology which claims to be T/ZE theology. It is not necessary to call the absolutely universal the Logos, other words, derived from other traditions, could replace it. The same is true of the term flesh with its Hellenistic connotations. But it is necessary to accept the vision of early Christianity that if Jesus is called the Christ, he must represent everything particular and must be the point of identity between the absolutely concrete and the absolutely universal. Insofar as he is absolutely concrete, the relation to him can be a completely existential concern. Insofar as he is absolutely universal, the relation to him includes potentially all possible relations and can, therefore, be unconditional and infinite. The biblical reference to the one side is found in the letters of Paul when he speaks of being in Christ. We cannot be in anything particular because of the self-seclusion of the particular against the particular. We can be only in that which is absolutely concrete and absolutely universal at the same time. The biblical reference to the other side also is given in Paul's writings when he speaks of the subjection of the cosmic powers to the Christ. Only that which is absolutely universal and, at the same time, absolutely concrete can conquer cosmic pluralism. It was not a cosmological interest, Harnack, but a matter of life and death for the early church which led to the use of the Stoic Philonic Logos doctrine in order to express the universal meaning of the event Jesus the Christ. In so doing, the Church announced its faith in the victory of the Christ over the demonic natural powers which constitute polytheism and prevent salvation. For this reason the Church fought desperately against the attempt of Arianism to make the Christ into one of the cosmic powers, although the highest, depriving him of both his absolute universality, he is less than God, and his absolute concreteness, he is more than man. The half-God Jesus of Arian theology is neither Versa 1 enough nor concrete enough to be the basis of Christian theology. It is obvious that these arguments do not prove the assertion of faith that in Jesus Christ the Logos has become flesh. But they show that, if this assertion is accepted, Christian theology has a foundation which infinitely transcends the foundations of everything in the history of religion which could be called theology. 6. Theology and philosophy. A question theology claims that it constitutes a special realm of knowledge, that it deals with a special object and employs a special method. This claim places the theologian under the obligation of giving an account of the way in which he relates theology to other forms of knowledge. He must answer two questions: what is the relationship of theology to the special sciences, Wissenschaften, and what is its relationship to philosophy? The first question has been answered implicitly by the preceding statement of the formal criteria of theology. If nothing is an object of theology which does not concern us ultimately, theology is unconcerned about scientific procedures and results and vice versa. Theology has no right and no obligation to prejudice a physical or historical, sociological or psychological inquiry. And no result of such an inquiry can be directly productive or disastrous for theology. The point of contact between scientific research and theology lies in the philosophical element of both, the sciences and theology. Therefore, the question of the relation of theology to the special sciences merges into the question of the relation between theology and philosophy. The difficulty of this question lies partly in the fact that there is no generally accepted definition of philosophy. Every philosophy proposes a definition which agrees with the interest, purpose, and method of the philosopher. Under these circumstances the theologian can only suggest a definition of philosophy which is broad enough to cover most of the important philosophies which have appeared in what usually is called the history of philosophy. The suggestion made here is to call philosophy that cognitive approach to reality in which reality as such is the object. Reality as such, or reality as a whole, is not the whole of reality, it is the structure which makes reality a whole and therefore a potential object of knowledge. Inquiring into the nature of reality as such means inquiring into those structures, categories, and concepts which are presupposed in the cognitive encounter with every realm of reality. From this point of view philosophy is by definition critical. It separates the 19. Multifarious materials of experience from those structures which make experience possible. There is no difference in this respect between constructive idealism and empirical realism. The question regarding the character of the general structures that make experience possible is always the same. It is the philosophical question. The critical definition of philosophy is more modest than those philosophical enterprises which try to present a complete system of reality, including the results of all the special sciences as well as the general structures of prescientific experience. Such an attempt can be made from above or from below. Hegel worked from above when he filled the categorical forms, developed in his logic, with the available material of the scientific knowledge of his time and adjusted the material to the categories. Wundt worked from below when he abstracted general and metaphysical principles from the available scientific material of his time, with the help of which the entire sum of empirical knowledge could be organized. Aristotle worked from both above and below when he carried through metaphysical and scientific studies in interdependence. This also was the ideal of Leibniz when he sketched a universal calculus capable of subjecting all of reality to mathematical analysis and synthesis. But in all these cases the limits of the human mind, the finitude which prevents it from grasping the whole, became visible. No sooner was the system finished than scientific research trespassed its boundaries and disrupted it in all directions. Only the general principles were left, always discussed, questioned, changed, but never destroyed, shining through the centuries, reinterpreted by every generation, inexhaustible, never antiquated or obsolete. These principles are the material of philosophy. This understanding of philosophy is, on the other hand, less modest than the attempt to reduce philosophy to epistemology and ethics, which was the goal of the Neo-Kantian and related schools in the 19th century, and less modest also than the attempt to reduce it to logical calculus, which has been the goal of logical positivism and related schools in the 20th century. Both attempts to avoid the ontological question have been unsuccessful. The later adherents of the Neo-Kantian philosophy recognized that every epistemology contains an implicit ontology. It cannot be otherwise. Since knowing is an act which participates in being or, more precisely, in an ontic relation, every analysis of the act of knowing must refer to an interpretation of being, cf. Nikolai Hartmann. At the same time the problem of values pointed toward an ontological foundation of the validity of value judgments. If values have no fundamentum in cf. Plato's identification of the good with the essential structures, the ideas of being, they float in the air of a transcendent validity, or else they are subjected to pragmatic tests which are arbitrary and accidental unless they introduce an ontology of essences surreptitiously. It is not necessary to discuss the pragmatic naturalistic line of philosophical thought, for, in spite of the anti-metaphysical statements of some of its adherents, it has expressed itself in definite ontological terms such as life, growth, process, experience, being, understood in an all-embracing sense, etc. But it is necessary to compare the ontological definition of philosophy, suggested above, with the radical attempts to reduce philosophy to scientific logic. The question is whether the elimination of almost all traditional philosophical problems by logical positivism is a successful escape from ontology. One's first reaction is the feeling that such an attitude pays too high a price, namely, the price of making philosophy irrelevant. But, beyond this impression, the following argument can be put forward. If the restriction of philosophy to the logic of the sciences is a matter of taste, it need not be taken seriously. If it is based on an analysis of the limits of human knowledge, it is based, like every epistemology, on ontological assumptions. There is always at least one problem about which logical positivism, like all semantic philosophies, must make a decision. What is the relation of signs, symbols, or logical operations to reality? Every answer to this question says something about the structure of being. It is ontological. And a philosophy which is so radically critical of all other philosophies should be sufficiently self-critical to see and to reveal its own ontological assumptions. Philosophy asks the question of reality as a whole, it asks the question of the structure of being. And it answers in terms of categories, structural laws, and universal concepts. It must answer in ontological terms. Ontology is not a speculative fantastic attempt to establish a world behind the world, it is an analysis of those structures of being which we encounter in every meeting with reality. This was also the original meaning of metaphysics, but the preposition meta now has the irremediable connotation of pointing to a duplication of this world by a transcendent realm of beings. Therefore, it is perhaps less misleading to speak of ontology instead of metaphysics. Philosophy necessarily asks the question of reality as a whole, the question of the structure of being. Theology necessarily asks the same. 21. Question: for that which concerns us ultimately must belong to reality as a whole, it must belong to being. Otherwise we could not encounter it, and it could not concern us. Of course, it cannot be one being among others, then it would not concern us infinitely. It must be the ground of our being, that which determines our being or not being, the ultimate and unconditional power of being. But the power of being, its infinite ground or being itself, expresses itself in and through the structure of being. Therefore, we can encounter it, be grasped by it, know it, and act toward it. Theology, when dealing with our ultimate concern, presupposes in every sentence the structure of being, its categories, laws, and concepts. Theology, therefore, cannot escape the question of being any more easily than can philosophy. The attempt of biblicism to avoid non-biblical, ontological terms is doomed to failure as surely as are the corresponding philosophical attempts. The Bible itself always uses the categories and concepts which describe the structure of experience. On every page of every religious or theological text these concepts appear: time, space, cause, thing, subject, nature, movement, freedom, necessity, life, value, knowledge, experience, being and not being. Biblicism may try to preserve their popular meaning, but then it ceases to be theology. It must neglect the fact that a philosophical understanding of these categories has influenced ordinary language for many centuries. It is surprising how casually theological biblicists use a term like history when speaking of Christianity as a historical religion or of God as the Lord of history. They forget that the meaning they connect with the word history has been formed by thousands of years of historiography and philosophy of history. They forget that historical being is one kind of being in addition to others, and that, in order to distinguish it from the word nature, for instance, a general vision of the structure of being is presupposed. They forget that the problem of history is tied up with the problems of time, freedom, accident, purpose, etc., and that each of these concepts has had a development similar to the concept of history. The theologian must take seriously the meaning of the terms he uses. They must be known to him in the whole depth and breadth of their meaning. Therefore, the systematic theologian must be a philosopher in critical understanding even if not in creative power. The structure of being and the categories and concepts describing this structure are an implicit or explicit concern of every philosopher and of every theologian. Neither of them can avoid the ontological question. Attempts from both sides to avoid it have proved abortive. If this is the 22 situation, the question becomes the more urgent: what is the relation between the ontological question asked by the philosopher and the ontological question asked by the theologian? 7. Theology and philosophy, an answer. Philosophy and theology ask the question of being. But they ask it from different perspectives. Philosophy deals with the structure of being in itself, theology deals with the meaning of being for us. From this difference convergent and divergent trends emerge in the relation of theology and philosophy. The first point of divergence is a difference in the cognitive attitude of the philosopher and the theologian. Although driven by the philosophical errors, the philosopher tries to maintain a detached objectivity toward being and its structures. He tries to exclude the personal, social, and historical conditions which might distort an objective vision of reality. His passion is the passion for a truth which is open to general approach, subject to general criticism, changeable in accordance with every new insight, open and communicable. In all these respects he feels no different from the scientist, historian, psychologist, etc. He collaborates with them. The material for his critical analysis is largely supplied by empirical research. Just as all sciences have their origin in philosophy, so they contribute in turn to philosophy by giving to the philosopher new and exactly defined material far beyond anything he could get from a prescientific approach to reality. Of course, the philosopher, as a philosopher, neither criticizes nor augments the knowledge provided by the sciences. This knowledge forms the basis of his description of the categories, structural laws, and concepts which constitute the structure of being. In this respect the philosopher is as dependent on the scientist as he is dependent on his own prescientific observation of reality, often more dependent. This relation to the sciences, in the broad sense of Wissenschaften, strengthens the detached, objective attitude of the philosopher. Even in the intuitive synthetic side of his procedure he tries to exclude influences which are not purely determined by his object. The theologian, quite differently, is not detached from his object but is involved in it. He looks at his object, which transcends the character of being an object, with passion, fear, and love. This is not the 6S of 23. The philosopher or his passion for objective truth, it is the love which accepts saving, and therefore personal, truth. The basic attitude of the theologian is commitment to the content he expounds. Detachment would be a denial of the very nature of this content. The attitude of the theologian is existential. He is involved with the whole of his existence, with his finitude and his anxiety, with his self-contradictions and his despair, with the healing forces in him and in his social situation. Every theological statement derives its seriousness from these elements of existence. The theologian, in short, is determined by his faith. Every theology presupposes that the theologian is in the theological circle. This contradicts the open, infinite, and changeable character of philosophical truth. It also differs from the way in which the philosopher is dependent on scientific research. The theologian has no direct relation to the scientist, including the historian, sociologist, psychologist. He deals with him only insofar as philosophical implications are at stake. If he abandons the existential attitude, as some of the empirical theologians have done, he is driven to statements the reality of which will not be acknowledged by anybody who does not share the existential presuppositions of the assumedly empirical theologian. Theology is necessarily existential, and no theology can escape the theological circle. The second point of divergence between the theologian and the philosopher is the difference in their sources. The philosopher looks at the whole of reality to discover within it the structure of reality as a whole. He tries to penetrate into the structures of being by means of the power of his cognitive function and its structures. He assumes, and science continuously confirms this assumption, that there is an identity, or at least an analogy, between objective and subjective reason, between the logos of reality as a whole and the logos working in him. Therefore, this logos is common, every reasonable being participates in it, uses it in asking questions and criticizing the answers received. There is no particular place to discover the structure of being, there is no particular place to stand to discover the categories of experience. The place to look is all places, the place to stand is no place at all, it is pure reason. The theologian, on the other hand, must look where that which concerns him ultimately is manifest, and he must stand where its manifestation reaches and grasps him. The source of his knowledge is not the universal logos but the logos who became flesh, that is, the logos manifesting itself in a particular historical event. And the medium through which he receives the manifestation of the logos is not common. 24. Rationality but the Church, its traditions, and its present reality. He speaks in the Church about the foundation of the Church. And he speaks because he is grasped by the power of this foundation and by the community built upon it. The concrete logos which he sees is received through believing commitment and not, like the universal logos at which the philosopher looks, through rational detachment. The third point of divergence between philosophy and theology is the difference in their content. Even when they speak about the same object, they speak about something different. The philosopher deals with the categories of being in relation to the material which is structured by them. He deals with causality as it appears in physics or psychology, he analyzes biological or historical time, he discusses astronomical as well as microcosmic space. He describes the epistemological subject and the relation of person and community. He presents the characteristics of life and spirit in their dependence on, and independence of, each other. He defines nature and history in their mutual limits and tries to penetrate into ontology and logic of being and non-being. Innumerable other examples could be given. They all reflect the cosmological structure of the philosophical assertions. The theologian, on the other hand, relates the same categories and concepts to the quest for a new being. His assertions have a soteriological character. He discusses causality in relation to a prima causa, the ground of the whole series of causes and effects. He deals with time in relation to eternity, with space in relation to man's existential homelessness. He speaks of the self-estrangement of the subject, about the spiritual center of personal life, and about community as a possible embodiment of the new being. He relates the structures of life to the creative ground of life and the structures of spirit to the divine spirit. He speaks of the participation of nature in the history of salvation, about the victory of being over non-being. Here also the examples could be increased indefinitely. They show the sharp divergence of theology from philosophy with respect to their content. The divergence between philosophy and theology is counterbalanced by an equally obvious convergence. From both sides converging trends are at work. The philosopher, like the theologian, exists, and he cannot jump over the concreteness of his existence and his implicit theology. He is conditioned by his psychological, sociological, and historical situation. And, like every human being, he exists in the power of an ultimate concern, whether or not he is fully conscious of it, whether or not he admits it to himself and to others. There is no reason why even the most scientific philosopher should not admit it, for without an ultimate concern his philosophy would be lacking in passion, seriousness, and creativity. Wherever we look in the history of philosophy, we find ideas and systems which claim to be ultimately relevant for human existence. Occasionally the philosophy of religion openly expresses the ultimate concern behind a system. More often it is the character of the ontological principles, or a special section of a system, such as epistemology, philosophy of nature, politics and ethics, philosophy of history, etc., which is most revealing for the discovery of the ultimate concern and the hidden theology within it. Every creative philosopher is a hidden theologian, sometimes even a declared theologian. He is a theologian in the degree to which his existential situation and his ultimate concern shape his philosophical vision. He is a theologian in the degree to which his intuition of the universal logos of the structure of reality as a whole is formed by a particular logos which appears to him on his particular place and reveals to him the meaning of the whole. And he is a theologian in the degree to which the particular logos is a matter of active commitment within a special community. There is hardly a historically significant philosopher who does not show these marks of a theologian. But the philosopher does not intend to be a theologian. He wants to serve the universal logos. He tries to turn away from his existential situation, including his ultimate concern, toward a place above all particular places, toward pure reality. The conflict between the intention of becoming universal and the destiny of remaining particular characterizes every philosophical existence. It is its burden and its greatness. The theologian carries an analogous burden. Instead of turning away from his existential situation, including his ultimate concern, he turns toward it. He turns toward it, not in order to make a confession of it, but in order to make clear the universal validity, the logos structure, of what concerns him ultimately. And he can do this only in an attitude of detachment from his existential situation and in obedience to the universal togas. This obligates him to be critical of every special expression of his ultimate concern. He cannot affirm any tradition and any authority except through a no and a yes. And it is always possible that he may not be able to go all the way from the no to the yes. He cannot join the chorus of those who live in unbroken assertions. He must take the risk of being driven beyond the boundary line of the theological circle. Therefore, the pious and powerful in the church are suspicious of him, although they live in dependence upon the work of the former. 26. Theologians who were in the same situation. Theology, since it serves not only the concrete but also the universal logos, can become a stumbling block for the ahd demonic temptation for the theologian. The detachment required in honest theological work can destroy the necessary involvement of faith. This tension is the burden and the greatness of every theological work. The duality of divergence and convergence in the relation between theology and philosophy leads to the double question: is there a necessary conflict between the two, and is there a possible synthesis between them? Both questions must be answered negatively. Neither is a conflict between theology and philosophy necessary, nor is a synthesis between them possible. A conflict presupposes a common basis on which to fight. But there is no common basis between theology and philosophy. If the theologian and the philosopher fight, they do so either on a philosophical or on a theological basis. The philosophical basis is the ontological analysis of the structure of being. If the theologian needs this analysis, either he must take it from a philosopher or he must himself become a philosopher. Usually he does both. If he enters the philosophical arena, conflicts as well as alliances with other philosophers are unavoidable. But all this happens on the philosophical level. The theologian has no right whatsoever to argue for a philosophical opinion in the name of his ultimate concern or on the basis of the theological circle. He is obliged to argue for a philosophical decision in the name of the universal logos and from the place which is no place, pure reason. It is a disgrace for the theologian and intolerable for the philosopher if in a philosophical discussion the theologian suddenly claims an authority other than pure reason. Conflicts on the philosophical level are conflicts between two philosophers, one of whom happens to be a theologian, but they are not conflicts between theology and philosophy. Often, however, the conflict is fought on the theological level. The hidden theologian in the philosopher fights with the professed theologian. This situation is more frequent than most philosophers realize. Since they have developed their concepts with the honest intention of obeying the universal logos, they are reluctant to recognize the existentially conditioned elements in their systems. They feel that such elements, while they give color and direction to their creative work, diminish its truth value. In such a situation the theologian must break the resistance of the philosopher against a theological analysis of his ideas. 27. He can do this by pointing to the history of philosophy, which discloses that in every significant philosopher existential passion, ultimate concern, and rational power, obedience to the universal logos, are united and that the truth value of a philosophy is dependent on the amalgamation of these two elements in every concept. The insight into this situation is, at the same time, an insight into the fact that two philosophers, one of whom happens to be a theologian, can fight with each other and that two theologians, one of whom happens to be a philosopher, can fight with each other, but there is no possible conflict between theology and philosophy because there is no common basis for such a conflict. The philosopher may or may not convince the philosopher-theologian. And the theologian may or may not convert the theologian-philosopher. In no case does the theologian as such stand against the philosopher as such and vice versa. Thus there is no conflict between theology and philosophy, and there is no synthesis either for exactly the same reason which ensures that there will be no conflict. A common basis is lacking. The idea of a synthesis between theology and philosophy has led to the dream of a Christian philosophy. The term is ambiguous. It can mean a philosophy whose existential basis is historical Christianity. In this sense all modern philosophy is Christian, even if it is humanistic, atheistic, and intentionally anti-Christian. No philosopher living within Western Christian culture can deny his dependence on it, as no Greek philosopher could have hidden his dependence on an Apollonian Dionysian Cahur, even if he was a radical critic of the gods of Homer. The modern vision of reality and its philosophical analysis is different from that of pre-Christian times, whether one is or is not existentially determined by the God of Mount Zion and the Christ of Mount Golgotha. Reality is encountered differently, experience has different dimensions and directions than in the cultural climate of Greece. No one is able to jump out of this magic circle. Nietzsche, who tried to do so, announced the coming of the Antichrist. But the Antichrist is dependent on the Christ against whom he arises. The early Greeks, for whose culture Nietzsche was longing, did not have to fight the Christ. Indeed, they unconsciously prepared his coming by elaborating the questions to which he gave the answer and the categories in which the answer could be expressed. Modern philosophy is not pagan. Atheism and anti-Christianity are not pagan. They are anti-Christian in Christian terms. The scars of the Christian tradition cannot be erased, they are aklhaakrintal spilis. Even the pagan. 28. Ism of Nazism was not really a relapse to paganism, just as bestiality is not a relapse to the beast. But the term Christian philosophy is often meant in a different sense. It is used to denote a philosophy which does not look at the universal logos but at the assumed or actual demands of a Christian theology. This can be done in two ways: either the church authorities or its theological interpreters nominate one of the past philosophers to be their philosophical saint, or they demand that contemporary philosophers should develop a philosophy under special conditions and with a special aim. In both cases the philosophical Arius is killed. If Thomas Aquinas is officially named Tietze philosopher of the Roman Catholic Church, he has ceased to be for Catholic philosophers a genuine partner in the philosophical dialogue which goes on through the centuries. And if present-day Protestant philosophers are asked to accept the idea of personality as their highest ontological principle because it is the principle most congenial to the spirit of the Reformation, the work of these philosophers is mutilated. There is nothing in heaven and earth, or beyond them, to which the philosopher must subject himself except the universal logos of being as it gives itself to him in experience. Therefore, the idea of a Christian philosophy in the narrower sense of a philosophy which is intentionally Christian must be rejected. The fact that every modern philosophy has grown on Christian soil and shows traces of the Christian culture in which it lives has nothing to do with the self-contradicting ideal of a Christian philosophy. Christianity does not need a Christian philosophy in the narrower sense of the word. The Christian claim that the Logos who has become concrete in Jesus as the Christ is at the same time the universal Logos includes the claim that wherever the Logos is at work it agrees with the Christian message. No philosophy which is obedient to the universal Logos can contradict the concrete Logos, the Logos who became flesh. See the organization of theology. Theology is the methodical explanation of the contents of the Christian faith. This definition is valid for all theological disciplines. Therefore, it is unfortunate if the name theology is reserved for systematic theology. Exegesis and homiletics are as theological as systematics. And systematics can fail to be theological as readily as can the others. The criterion of every theological discipline is whether or not it deals with the Christian message as a matter of ultimate concern. 9. The tension between the universal and the concrete poles in the Christian faith leads to the division of theological work into historical and constructive groups of disciplines. This is foreshadowed in the division of the New Testament into Gospels, including the Acts of the Apostles, and Epistles. It is significant, however, that in the fourth Gospel there is a complete amalgamation of the historical and the constructive elements. This points to the fact that in the Christian message history is theological and theology is historical. Nevertheless, reasons of expediency make a division into historical and constructive disciplines unavoidable, since each of them has a different non-theological side. Historical theology includes historical research, systematic theology includes philosophical discussion. The historian and the philosopher, both of them members of the theological faculty, must unite in the theological task of interpreting the Christian message, each with his special cognitive tools. But more is involved in their cooperation. In every moment of his work the historical theologian presupposes a systematic point of view, otherwise he would be a historian of religion, not a historical theologian. This mutual immanence of the historical and the constructive elements is a decisive mark of Christian theology. Historical theology can be subdivided into the biblical disciplines, church history, and the history of religion and culture. Biblicistic theologians are inclined to admit only the former group to full theological standing and to exclude the third group completely. Even Barth considers church history only as Hilfswissenschaft, a supporting science. This, of course, is a systematic theological assertion, and, seen in the light of the critical principles, a misguided one, for all three groups combine a non-theological with a theological element. There is much non-theological research in the biblical disciplines. There can be a radically theological interpretation of the history of religion and culture from the point of view of our ultimate concern, and both assertions are true of church history. In spite of the basic significance of the biblical disciplines, it is not justifiable to exclude the two other groups from a full theological standing. This is confirmed by the fact that the three groups are largely interdependent. In some respects, the biblical literature is a section not only of church history but also of the history of religion and culture. The influence of non-biblical religions and cultures on Bible and church history is too obvious to be denied, cf., for instance, the intertestamental period. The criterion whether or not a discipline is theological is not 30. Its assumedly supernatural origin but its significance for the interpretation of our ultimate concern. Systematic theology is more difficult to organize than historical theology. Questions of truth and questions of expediency must be answered before adequate organization is possible. The first problem is created by the fact that the section on natural theology in the classical tradition has been replaced, definitely, since Schleiermacher, by a general and autonomous philosophy of religion. But while natural theology was, so to speak, a preamble to the theology of revelation, developed in view of the latter and under its control, philosophy of religion is an independent philosophical discipline. Or, more exactly, philosophy of religion is a dependent part of a philosophical whole and in no sense a theological discipline. Schleiermacher was aware of this situation, and he spoke of propositions borrowed by theology from ethics, ethics meaning to him philosophy of culture. But Schleiermacher did not answer the question of the relation of this borrowed philosophical truth to theological truth. If philosophical truth lies outside the theological circle, how can it determine the theological method? And if it lies within the theological circle, it is not autonomous and theology need not borrow it. This problem has worried all those modern theologians who have neither adhered to the traditional pre-critical natural theology, as Catholics and Orthodox Protestants have done, nor dismissed natural theology as well as philosophy of religion by exclusively maintaining a theology of revelation, as the neo-Orthodox theologians have done. The solution which underlies the present system, and which is fully explained only by means of the whole system, accepts the philosophical and theological criticism of natural theology in its traditional sense. It also accepts the neo-Orthodox criticism of a general philosophy of religion as the basis of systematic theology. At the same time, it tries to do justice to the theological motives behind natural theology and philosophy of religion. It takes the philosophical element into the structure of the system itself, using it as the material out of which questions are developed. The questions are answered by the theological concepts. The problem, natural theology or philosophy of religion, is answered by a third way, the method of correlation, see below, p. 59. For the organization of systematic theology, this means that no special discipline called philosophy of religion belongs to the realm of systematic theology. This decision does not mean, however, that the problems currently included in what is called philosophy of religion must be refused consideration in the theological curriculum. A second problem of the organization of systematic theology is the position of apologetics. Modern theologians usually have identified it with philosophy of religion, while in traditional theology the section on natural theology contained much apologetic material. The exclusion of these two methods makes another solution necessary. One contribution to a solution has been given in the second section of this system, apologetic theology and the kerygma. It points to the fact that systematic theology is unwearing theology. It must answer the questions implied in the general human and the special historical situation. Apologetics, therefore, is an omnipresent element and not a special section of systematic theology. The method of correlation applied in the present system gives pointed expression to the decisive character of the apologetic element in systematic theology. This solution is also valid for the ethical element in systematic theology. It was not until the later Orthodox period that, under the influence of modern philosophy, ethics was separated from dogmatics. The positive result was a much richer development of theological ethics. The negative result was an unsolved conflict with philosophical ethics. Today, in spite of the fact that some theological faculties have well-developed departments of Christian ethics, a trend toward taking theological ethics back into the unity of the system can be seen. This trend has been supported by the neo-orthodox movement's rejection of an independent theological ethic. A theology which, like the present system, emphasizes the existential character of theology must follow this trend all the way to its very end. The ethical element is a necessary and often predominant element in every theological statement. Even such formal statements as the critical principles point to the decision of the ethical individual about his being or non-being. The doctrines of finitude and existence, or of anxiety and guilt, are equally ontological and ethical in character, and in the sections on the Church and the Christian the ethical element, social and personal, is predominant. These are only examples which show that an existential theology implies ethics in such a way that no special section for ethical theology is needed. Reasons of expediency may, nevertheless, justify the preservation of departments of Christian ethics. The third and most significant element in systematic theology is the 32. Dogmatic element. For a long period it supplied the name for the whole of systematic theology. Dogmatics is the statement of the doctrinal tradition for our present situation. The word dogmatics emphasizes the importance of the formulated and officially acknowledged dogma for the work of the systematic theologian. And in this sense the terminology is justified, for the theologian exercises a function of the Church within the Church and for the Church. And the Church is based on a foundation whose protective formulation is given in the creeds. The word dogma itself originally expressed this function. In the later Greek philosophical communities it designated the special doctrines accepted as the tradition of a special school. Dogmata were distinctive philosophical doctrines. In this sense the Christian community had its dogmata too. But the word received another meaning in the history of Christian thought. The function of the creeds as a protection against destructive heresies made their acceptance a matter of life and death for Christianity. The heretic was considered a demonic enemy of the message of Christ. With the complete union of church and state after Constantine, the doctrinal laws of the church also became civil laws of the state, and the heretic was considered a criminal. The destructive consequences of this situation, the demonic activities of states and churches, Catholic as well as Protestant, against theological honesty and scientific autonomy have discredited the words dogma and dogmatics to such a degree that it is hardly possible to re-establish their genuine meaning. This does not reduce the significance of the formulated dogmata for systematic theology, but it makes use of the term dogmatics impossible. Systematic theology, embracing apologetics, dogmatics, and ethics, seems to be the most adequate term. The organization of theological work is not complete without the inclusion of what is usually called practical theology. Although Schleiermacher praised it as the crown of theology, it is not a third part in addition to the historical and the systematic parts. It is the technical theory through which these two parts are applied to the life of the Church. A technical theory describes the adequate means for a given end. The given end of practical theology is the life of the Church. While the doctrine of the Church about its nature and its functions is a matter of systematic theology, practical theology deals with the institutions through which the nature of the Church is actualized and its functions are performed. It does not deal with them from the historical point of view, telling what has been and is still going on in the Church, but it looks at 33. Them from the technical point of view, asking how to act most effectively. If the practical theologian makes a study of the history of the Protestant hymn, he works in the realm of historical theology. And if he writes an essay on the aesthetic function of the Church, he works in the realm of systematic theology. But if he uses the material and the principles gained through his historical or systematic studies in order to make suggestions for the use of hymns or for the design of church buildings, he works in the realm of practical rheology. It is the technical point of view that distinguishes practical from theoretical theology. As occurs in every cognitive approach to reality, a bifurcation between pure and applied knowledge takes place in theology. And since for modern feeling in contrast to ancient feeling, pure sciences have no higher dignity than technical sciences, practical theology has no less theological standing than theoretical theology. And finally, just as there is a continuous exchange of knowledge between the pure and the technical approaches in all scientific realms, so practical and theoretical theology are interdependent. This also follows from the existential character of theology, for in the state of ultimate concern the difference between theory and practice vanishes. The organization of practical theology is implicit in the doctrine of the functions of the Church. Each function is a necessary consequence of the nature of the Church and therefore an end for which institutional means exist, however poorly developed they may be. Each function needs a practical discipline to interpret, to criticize, and to transform the existing institutions and to suggest new ones if necessary. Theology itself is such a function, and its institutional realization within the life of the Church is one of the many concerns of practical theology. Like historical and systematic theology, practical theology has a non-theological side. In order to discuss the institutional expressions of the life of the Church, the practical theologian must use, 1. Our present knowledge of the general psychological and sociological structures of man and society, 2. A practical and theoretical understanding of the psychological and sociological situation of special groups, and 3. A knowledge of the cultural achievements and problems within the realms of his special interest, education, arts, music, medicine, politics, economics, social work, public communication, etc. In this way, practical theology can become a bridge between the Christian message and the human situation, generally and specially. It can put new questions before the systematic theologian, questions arising out of the cultural life. 34. Of the period, and it can induce the historical theologian to make new researches from points of view which come out of the actual needs of his contemporaries. It can preserve the Church from traditionalism and dogmatism, and it can induce society to take the Church seriously. But it can do all this only if, in unity with historical and systematic theology, it is driven by the ultimate concern which is concrete and universal at the same time. D. The method and structure of systematic theology. 8. The sources of systematic theology. Every methodological reflection is abstracted from the cognitive work in which one actually engages. Methodological awareness always follows the application of a method, it never precedes it. This fact has often been forgotten in recent discussions on the use of the empirical method in theology. The adherents of this method made it a kind of fetish, hoping that it would work in every cognitive approach to every subject. Actually, they had found the basic structure of their theology before they reflected on the method to be used. And the method they described could be called empirical only with great difficulty and artificiality. The following methodological considerations describe the method actually used in the present system. Since the method is derived from a preceding understanding of the subject of theology, the Christian message, it anticipates the decisive assertions of the system. This is an unavoidable circle. Whether the method of correlation, the name I suggest without special emphasis, is empirical, constructive, or something else is unimportant as long as it proves adequate to its subject. If the task of systematic theology is to explain the contents of the Christian faith, three questions immediately arise. What are the sources of systematic theology? What is the medium of their reception? What is the norm determining the use of the sources? The first answer to these questions might be the Bible. The Bible is the original document about the events on which Christianity is based. Although this cannot be denied, the answer is insufficient. In dealing with the question of the sources of systematic theology, we must reject the assertion of neo-orthodox biblicism that the Bible is the only source. The biblical message cannot be understood and could not have been received had there been no preparation for it in human religion and culture. And the biblical message would not have become a message for anyone, including the 35. Theologian himself, without the experiencing participation of the Church and of every Christian. If the Word of God or the act of revelation is called the source of systematic theology, it must be emphasized that the Word of God is not limited to the words of a book and that the act of revelation is not the inspiring of a book of revelations, even if the book is the document of the final Word of God, the fulfillment and criterion of all revelations. The biblical message embraces more, and less, than the biblical books. Systematic theology, therefore, has additional sources beyond the Bible. The Bible, however, is the basic source of systematic theology because it is the original document about the events on which the Christian Church is founded. If we use the word document for the Bible, we must exclude legal connotations. The Bible is not a legally conceived, formulated, and sealed record about a divine deed on the basis of which claims can be decided. The documentary character of the Bible is identical with the fact that it contains the original witness of those who participated in the revealing events. Their participation was their response to the happenings which became revealing events through this response. The inspiration of the biblical writers is their receptive and creative response to potentially revelatory facts. The inspiration of the writers of the New Testament is their acceptance of Jesus as the Christ, and with him, of the new being, of which they became witnesses. Since there is no revelation unless there is someone who receives it as revelation, the act of reception is a part of the event itself. The Bible is both original event and original document, it witnesses to that of which it is a part. The biblical material as a source of systematic theology is presented in a methodological way by the historical theologian. Biblical theology, in cooperation with the other disciplines of historical theology, opens the Bible as the basic source of systematic theology. But how it does this is by no means obvious. The biblical theologian, to the degree to which he is a theologian, which includes a systematic point of view, does not present pure facts to us, he gives us theologically interpreted facts. His exegesis is pneumatic, spiritual, or, as we would call it today, existential. He speaks of the results of his philosophical and detached interpretation as matters of ultimate concern to him. He unites philology and devotion in dealing with the biblical texts. It is not easy to do this with fairness to both points of view. A comparison of any recent scientific commentary on Romans, example ch. or Sandy and Headlam. 34. With Barth's pneumatic existential interpretation of it lays bare the unbridged gap between both methods. All theologians, and especially the students of systematic theology, suffer because of this situation. Systematic theology needs a biblical theology which is historical critical without any restrictions and, at the same time, devotional interpretative, taking account of the fact that it deals with matters of ultimate concern. It is possible to fulfill this demand, for that which concerns us ultimately is not linked with any special conclusion of historical and philological research. A theology which is dependent on predetermined results of the historical approach is bound to something conditional which claims to be unconditional, that is, with something demonic. And the demonic character of any demand imposed on the historian for definite results becomes visible in the fact that it destroys his honesty. Being ultimately concerned about what is really ultimate liberates the theologian from all sacred dishonesty. It makes conservative as well as revolutionary historical criticism open to him. Only such free historical work, united with the attitude of ultimate concern, can open the Bible to the systematic theologian as his basic source. The genesis of the Bible is an event in church history, an event in a comparatively late stage of early church history. The systematic theologian, therefore, in using the Bible as a source, implicitly uses church history as a source. He must do this explicitly. Systematic theology has a direct and definite relation to church history. On this point there is a real difference between the Catholic and the Protestant attitude, and no systematic theologian can escape a decision about it. The decision is easy for those who are bound by the authority of the Roman Church. It is also easy for those who believe that Protestantism means a radical biblicism and who assume that radical biblicism is a possible theological position. But most theologians in the non-Roman churches are not willing to accept this alternative. It is obvious to them that the radical biblicistic attitude is a self-deception. No one is able to leap over 2,000 years of church history and become contemporaneous with the writers of the New Testament, except in the spiritual sense of accepting Jesus as the Christ. Every person who encounters a biblical text is guided in his religious understanding of it by the understanding of all previous generations. Even the reformers were dependent on the Roman tradition against which they protested. They directed special elements of the ecclesiastical tradition against others in order to fight the distortion which had affected the whole tradition, but they did not and could not jump 37. Out of the tradition into the situation of Matthew and Paul. The reformers were aware of this situation, and their orthodox systematizers were still aware of it. Evangelical biblicism, both past and present, is unaware of it and produces a biblical theology which actually is dependent on definite dogmatic developments of the post-Reformation period. Through historical scholarship, the difference between the dogmatic teaching of most American evangelistic churches and the original meaning of the biblical texts can easily be shown. Church history cannot be evaded, therefore, it is a religious as well as a scholarly necessity that the relationship of systematic theology to the ecclesiastical tradition be stated frankly and pointedly. Another approach which is not acceptable to most non-Roman theologians is the subjection of systematic theology to the decisions of councils and popes. Roman Catholic dogmatics uses those doctrinal traditions which have gained legal standing, de fide, as the real source of systematic theology. It presupposes dogmatically, with or without a posteriori proofs, that those doctrines whose validity is guaranteed by canon law agree essentially with the biblical message. The work of the systematic theologian is an exact and, at the same time, polemic interpretation of the statements de fide. This is the reason for the dogmatic sterility of Roman Catholic theology, in contrast to its liturgical and ethical creativity and the great scholarship it develops in areas of church history which are free from dogmatic prohibitions. It is important for the ecumenical character of systematic theology that Greek Orthodox theologians, although they accept the authority of tradition, deny the legalization of tradition by papal authority. This gives the Greek Orthodox theologian creative possibilities from which Roman theologians are excluded. Protestant theology protests in the name of the Protestant principle, see Part V, Sector 2, against the identification of our ultimate concern with any creation of the Church, including the biblical writings insofar as their witness to what is really ultimate concern is also a conditioned expression of their own spirituality. Therefore, it is able to use all the materials provided by church history. It can make use of Greek and Roman and German and modern concepts in interpreting the biblical message. It can make use of the decisions of sectarian protests against official theology, but it is not bound to any of these concepts and decisions. A special problem arises from the fact that no one is actually able to handle all these materials, because the denominational structures operate as an unconscious and conscious principle of selection. This cannot be 39. Avoided, and it has a creative side. The ecclesiastical and theological climate in which the theologian grows up or for which he has later made a personal decision produces understanding through familiarity. Without such familiarity, no existential use of the church historical material is possible. The systematic theologian encounters in the concrete life of his denomination, in its liturgy and hymns, its sermons and sacraments, that which concerns him ultimately, the new being in Jesus as the Christ. Therefore, the denominational tradition is a decisive source for the systematic theologian, however ecumenically he may use it. The biblical source is made available to the systematic theologian through a critical and ultimately concerned biblical theology. In the same way, church history is made available to the systematic theologian through a historically critical and ultimately concerned history of Christian thought, formerly called history of dogma. The traditional term dogmatics implies a concern which the more recent term does not express. The history of Christian thought can mean a detached description of the ideas of theological thinkers through the centuries. Some of the critical histories of Christian thought are not far removed from such an attitude. The historical theologian must show that in all periods Christian thought has dealt with matters of ultimate concern and that therefore it is itself a matter of ultimate concern. Systematic theology needs a history of Christian thought written from a point of view which is radically critical and, at the same time, existentially concerned. A broader source of systematic theology than all those mentioned so far is the material presented by the history of religion and culture. Its impact on the systematic theologian begins with the language he uses and the cultural education he has received. His spiritual life is shaped by his social and individual encounter with reality. This is expressed in the language, poetry, philosophy, religion, etc., of the cultural tradition in which he has grown up and from which he takes some content in every moment of his life, in his theological work and also outside it. Beyond this immediate and unavoidable contact with his culture and religion, the systematic theologian deals with them directly in many ways. He uses culture and religion intentionally as his means of expression, he points to them for confirmation of his statements, he fights against them as contradictions of the Christian message, and, above all, he formulates the existential questions implied in them, to which his theology intends to be the answer. This continuous and never-ending use of cultural and religious contents as a source of systematic theology raises the question, how are these contents made available for use in a way parallel to the method by which the biblical theologian makes the biblical materials available and the historian of Christian thought makes the doctrinal materials available? There is no established answer to this question, since neither a theological history of religion nor a theological history of culture has been theoretically conceived and practically established. A theological history of religion should interpret theologically the material produced by the investigation and analysis of the pre-religious and religious life of mankind. It should elaborate the motives and types of religious expression, showing how they follow from the nature of the religious concern and therefore necessarily appear in all religions, including Christianity insofar as it is a religion. A theological history of religion also should point out demonic distortions and new tendencies in the religions of the world, pointing to the Christian solution and preparing the way for the acceptance of the Christian message by the adherents of non-Christian religions. One could say that a theological history of religion should be carried through in the light of the missionary principle that the new being in Jesus as the Christ is the answer to the question asked implicitly and explicitly by the religions of mankind. Some materials taken from a theological history of religion appear in the present theological system. A theological history of culture cannot be a continuous historical report, this is also true of the theological history of religion. It can only be what I like to call a theology of culture, which is the attempt to analyze the theology behind all cultural expressions, to discover the ultimate concern in the ground of a philosophy, a political system, an artistic style, a set of ethical or social principles. This task is analytic rather than synthetic, historical rather than systematic. It is a preparation for the work of the systematic theologian. At the present time a theology of culture is continuously being constructed from the non-theological and, less vigorously, from the theological side. It has become an important part of the many critical analyses of the present world situation, of the cultural decline of the West, of developments in special realms. Theological analysis has been carried on in connection with the history of 40. Modern thought, art, science, social movements, called in German Geistesgeschichte, the history of spiritual life. It should, however, be worked out in a more organized way by theologians. It should be taught as the theology of culture in all institutions of theological learning, for instance, as theological history of philosophy, the arts, etc. Concerning the method of such a theological analysis of culture the following might be said. The key to the theological understanding of a cultural creation is its style. Style is a term derived from the realm of the arts, but it can be applied to all realms of culture. There is a style of thought, of politics, of social life, etc. The style of a period expresses itself in its cultural forms, in its choice of objects, in the attitudes of its creative personalities, in its institutions and customs. It is an art as much as a science to read styles, and it requires religious intuition, on the basis of an ultimate concern, to look into the depth of a style, to penetrate to the level where an ultimate concern exercises its driving power. This, however, is what is demanded of the theological historian of culture, and in performing this function he opens up a creative source for systematic theology. This survey of the sources of systematic theology has shown their almost unlimited richness, Bible, church history, history of religion and culture. It has further shown that there are degrees of importance in this immense source material, corresponding with its more direct or more indirect relationship to the central event on which the Christian faith is based, the appearance of the new being in Jesus as the Christ. But two decisive questions have neither been asked nor answered: the question of the medium through which this material is received by the systematic theologian, and the question of the norm to be used by him in evaluating the sources. 9. Experience and systematic theology. The sources of systematic theology can be sources only for one who participates in them, that is, through experience. Experience is the medium through which the sources speak to us, through which we can receive them. The question of experience, therefore, has been a central question whenever the nature and method of theology have been discussed. The theologians of the early Franciscan school were well aware of what today is called an existential relation to truth. For them, theology was practical knowledge, based on a participation of the knowing subject in the spiritual realities, a touching and tasting, haptus and gustus, of that with which he deals. Alexander of Hales and Bonavent Fortura were strictly experiential theologians. They dedicated much labor to an analysis of the nature of the especially religious experience as distinct from other forms of experience. Behind their endeavors stood the mystical Augustinian principle of the immediate awareness of being itself, which is, at the same time, truth itself, urs ipsum veterum ipsum. While the predominant theology under the guidance of Thomas Aquinas and Duns Scotus replaced the mystical immediacy of the early Franciscans with analytical detachment, the Augustinian Franciscan tradition never lost its power. The principle of experience was preserved by sectarian movements, largely dependent on the enthusiasm of the Franciscan radicals, in the pre-Reformation and Reformation periods. An evangelical enthusiast like Thomas Muenzer had almost all the characteristic traits of what is called today existential experience, including the elements of anxiety and despair, the boundary situation, the experience of meaninglessness, and, on the other hand, he had the ecstatic experience of a spiritual power driving and guiding him in the practical decisions of his personal and social life. Although the victory of ecclesiastical or biblical authority in all continental churches and the rise of classical orthodoxy suppressed the principle of experience, it never eradicated it. The principle of experience reappeared in full strength in continental Pietism and Anglo-American independentism, Methodism, and Evangelicaism. In these forms it survived the period of the Enlightenment and found classical theological expression in Schleiermacher's theological method. No present-day theology should avoid a discussion of Schleiermacher's experiential method, whether in agreement or disagreement. One of the causes for the disquieting effect of neo-orthodox theology was that it detached itself completely from Schleiermacher's method, consequently denying the theological development of the last 200 years, 100 before and 100 after Schleiermacher. The crucial question of theology today is whether or not, or to what degree, this denial is justified. Certainly it would not be justified if it were based only on a mistaken interpretation of Schleiermacher. But more than this is involved in the neo-orthodox judgment. A psychological interpretation of Schleiermacher's famous definition of religion is mistaken and even unfair, inasmuch as it can easily be avoided. When he defined religion as the feeling of absolute dependence, feeling meant the immediate awareness of something unconditional in the sense of the Augustinian Franciscan tradition. This tradition was mediated to him religiously by 42. His Moravian education, philosophically by Spinoza and Schelling. Feeling, in this tradition, referred not to a psychological function but to the awareness of that which transcends intellect and will, subject and object. Dependence, in Schleiermacher's definition, was, on the Christian level, teleological dependence, a dependence which has moral character, which includes freedom and excludes a pantheistic and deterministic interpretation of the experience of the unconditional. Schleiermacher's feeling of absolute dependence was rather near to what is called in the present system ultimate concern about the ground and meaning of our being. Understood in this way, it lies beyond much of the usual criticism directed against it. On the other hand, Criticism must be directed against Schleiermacher's method in his Glaubenslehre, the Christian faith. He tried to derive all contents of the Christian faith from what he called the religious consciousness of the Christian. In a similar way his followers, notably the Lutheran school of Erlangen, which included the theologians Hoffmann and Frank, tried to establish an entire system of theology by deriving the contents from the experience of the regenerated Christian. This was an illusion, as Frank's system clearly proves. The event on which Christianity is based, he called it Jesus of Nazareth, is not derived from experience, it is given in history. Experience is not the source from which the contents of systematic theology are taken but the medium through which they are existentially received. Her form of experiential theology, not exposed to the same criticism, has grown out of the evangelical tradition of American Christianity. It is distinguished from the continental theology of experience by its alliance with philosophical empiricism and pragmatism. It tries to create an empirical theology on the basis of mere experience in line with the philosophical empiricists. For the method of systematic theology, everything depends on the sense in which the term experience is used. A careful analysis of present philosophical and theological discussion shows that it is used in three ways: in an ontological, a scientific, and a mystical sense. The ontological sense of experience is a consequence of philosophical positivism. The positively given is, according to this theory, the only reality of which we can meaningfully speak. And positively given means given in experience. Reality is identical with experience. Pragmatism, as developed Bwyr Ram James and partly by John Dewey, reveals the philo-43-sophical motive behind this elevation of experience to the highest ontological rank. The motive is to deny the split between an ontological subject and ontological objects, for, once established, this split cannot be overcome, the possibility of knowledge cannot be explained, and the unity of life and its processes remains a mystery. The dynamic naturalism of recent philosophy involves the ontological concept of experience, whether this naturalism is more realistic or more idealistic or more mystical in its emphasis. If experience in this sense is used as the source of systematic theology, nothing can appear in the theological system which transcends the whole of experience. A divine being in the traditional sense is excluded from such a theology. Since, on the other hand, the whole of experience cannot be of ultimate concern, a special experience or a special quality of the whole experience must be the source of systematic theology. For instance, the value-producing processes, Whitehead, or the uniting processes, Wieman, or the character of wholeness, Hawking, can be called the especially religious experience. But if this is done, one must have a concept of what a religious experience is. Otherwise one would not recognize it within the whole of experience. This means that there must be another kind of experience, an immediate participation in religious reality, preceding any theological analysis of reality as a whole. And this is the actual situation. The empirical theologians who use the ontological concept of experience do not derive their theology from this experience. They derive it from their participation in a concrete religious reality, from their religious experience in the mystical sense of experience. And they try to discover the corresponding elements within the whole of experience. They seek a cosmological confirmation of their personal religious life. In spite of its circular arguing, empirical theology of this type has made a definite contribution to systematic theology. It has shown that the religious objects are not objects among others but that they are expressions of a quality or dimension of our general experience. In this, American empirical theology agrees with continental phenomenological theology, example Rudolf Otto and Max Scheler. Whenever the question is asked, what does the holy mean, rather than the question, does God exist, we are in the line of thought in which pragmatism and phenomenology agree. Point 12. The second sense in which experience is used is derived from the experimentally tested experience of science. Experience in this sense constitutes an articulated world. It does not designate the given as such but the given in its recognizable structure. It combines rational and perceptive elements and is the result of a never-finished process of experimenting and testing. Some of the empirical theologians tried to apply the method of scientific experience to theology, but they never succeeded and could not succeed for two reasons. First, the object of theology, namely, our ultimate concern and its concrete expressions, is not an object within the whole of scientific experience. It cannot be discovered by detached observation or by conclusions derived from such observation. It can be found only in acts of surrender and participation. Second, it cannot be tested by scientific methods of verification. In these methods the testing subject keeps himself outside the test situation. And if this is partially impossible, as, for example, in microphysics, he includes the effects of this fact in his calculations. The object of theology can be verified only by a participation in which the testing theologian risks himself in the ultimate sense of to be or not to be. This test is never finished, not even in a complete life of experience. An element of risk remains and makes an experimental verification in time and space impossible. This is confirmed by the results of scientific experiential theology. If an epistemological analysis of experience leads to embracing concepts like cosmic person, Brightman, or cosmic mind, Budin, or creative process, Wieman, these concepts are neither scientific nor theological. They are not scientific but ontological. They do not describe a being beside other beings, they point to a quality of being itself. This is not accomplished by scientific experience but by a vision in which scientific and non-scientific elements are united. On the other hand, these concepts are not theological. Certainly they can and must be used by systematic theology. But the cosmic person and the creative process are not in themselves matters of ultimate concern. They are philosophical possibilities with the tentative character of such. They are not religious necessities. They are theoretical, not existential. If, however, they claim religious significance, a genuine possibility of all ontological concepts, their scientific function is dropped, and they must be discussed in theological terms as symbolic expressions of our ultimate concern. In no case can scientific experience as such produce a foundation and source of systematic theology. Mystical experience, or experience by participation, is the real problem. 45. Of experiential theology. It is secretly presupposed by the ontological as well as by the scientific concept of experience. Without an experience of participation, neither the whole of experience nor articulated experience would reveal anything about our ultimate concern. But the question is, what does experience by participation reveal? For the Reformers, experience was not a source of revelation. The Divine Spirit testifies in us to the biblical message. No new revelations are given by the Spirit. Nothing new is mediated by the experience of the spiritual power in us. Evangelical enthusiasm, on the other hand, derived new revelations from the presence of the Spirit. The experience of the man who has the Spirit is the source of religious truth and therefore of systematic theology. The letter of the Bible and the doctrines of the Church remain letter and law if the Spirit does not interpret them in the individual Christian. Experience as the inspiring presence of the Spirit is the ultimate source of theology. The enthusiasts of the Reformation period did not envisage spiritual experiences transcending the Christian message. Even if, following Joachim de Fiore, they hoped for a third period in the history of revelation, the period of the Spirit, they did not describe it as a post-Christian period. The Spirit is the Spirit of the Son who rules the second period and of the Father who rules the first period. The third period is a transformation of the second without a change in substance. This still was the attitude of Schleiermacher, but it has not been that of recent experiential theology. The encounter with great non-Christian religions, the evolutionary scheme of thought, the openness for the new which characterizes the pragmatic method, have had the consequence that experience has become not only the main source of systematic theology but an inexhaustible source out of which new truths can be taken continually. Being open for new experiences which might even pass beyond the confines of Christian experience is now the proper attitude of the theologian. He is not bound to a circle the center of which is the event of Jesus as the Christ. Of course, as a theologian, he also works in a circle, but in a circle whose periphery is extendable and whose center is changeable. Open experience is the source of systematic theology. Against this conception, neo-orthodoxy turns back to the Reformers, and evangelical biblicism turns back to the Reformation sects. Both deny that a religious experience which goes beyond the Christian circle can be a source of systematic theology, and neo-orthodoxy denies that experience can become a source of systematic theology at all. 46. If experience is called the medium through which the objective sources are received, this excludes the reliance of the theologian on a possibly post-Christian experience. But it also denies the assertion that experience is a theological source. And, finally, it denies the belief in experiences which, although remaining in the Christian circle, add some new material to the other sources. Christian theology is based on the unique event Jesus the Christ, and in spite of the infinite meaning of this event, it remains this event and, as such, the criterion of every religious experience. This event is given to experience and not derived from it. Therefore, experience receives and does not produce. Its productive power is restricted to the transformation of what is given to it. But this transformation is not intended. The act of reception intends to receive and only to receive. If transformation is intended, the reception becomes falsification. The systematic theologian is bound to the Christian message which he must derive from other sources than his experience under the criterion of the norm, see next section. This excludes any intentional subjectivity, yet it gives to the subjectivity of the theologian that influence which a medium has on what is mediated through it. The medium colors the presentation and determines the interpretation of what it receives. Two extremes must be avoided in this procedure: the influence of the medium, the experience of the theologian, should not be so small that the result is a repetition instead of a transformation, and it should not be so large that the result is a new production instead of a transformation. While the first failure was predominant in several former periods of the history of Christian thought, the second failure has become more conspicuous in the modern period. The ultimate reason for this change is a change in the theological doctrine of man. Man's religious experience could become an independent source of systematic theology only if man were united with the source of all religious experience, the spiritual power in him. Only if his spirit and the divine spirit in him were one could his experience have revealing character. This unity is implied in the modern doctrine of man. But, as the Reformers realistically stressed against the enthusiasts, this unity is not a fact. Even the saint must listen to what the Spirit says to his spirit, because the saint is also a sinner. There may be revelation through him, as there was through prophets and apostles. But this revelation comes against him and to him and not from him. Insight into the human situation destroys every theology which makes experience an independent source instead of a dependent medium of systematic theology. 47. 10. The norm of systematic theology. The discussion of the sources and of the medium of systematic theology has left a decisive question unanswered: the question of the criterion to which the sources as well as the mediating experience must be subjected. The necessity of such a criterion is obvious in view of the breadth and variety of the material and in view of the indefiniteness of the mediating function of experience. Sources and medium can produce a theological system only if their use is guided by a norm. The question of the norm of Christian doctrine arose very early in the history of the Church. It received a material and a formal answer. On the material side, the Church created a creed which, with the baptismal confession to Jesus as the Christ at its center, was supposed to contain the doctrinal norm. On the formal side, the Church established a hierarchy of authorities: bishops, councils, the Pope, who were supposed to safeguard the norm against heretical distortions. In the Catholic churches, Roman, Greek, Anglican, the second answer became so predominant that the need for a material norm disappeared. Here Christian doctrine is what the Church declares it to be through its official authorities. This is the reason for the lack of an organizing principle even in the otherwise radically organized scholastic systems. It is the reason for the final identification of the tradition with papal decisions, Council of Trent. And it is the reason why the Bible has had such little influence on the later dogmatic development of the Greek and Roman churches. The question of the norm again became crucial in Protestantism as soon as the ecclesiastical authorities lost their standing. A formal norm and a material norm were established, not by intentional choice, but, as in the beginnings of Christianity, by the demands of the situation. Luther broke through the Roman system in the power of the material norm which, following Paul, he called justification through faith and with the authority of the biblical, especially the Pauline, message. Justification and Bible in mutual interdependence were the norms of the Lutheran Reformation. In Calvinism, justification was more and more replaced by predestination, and the mutuality of the material and the formal norms was weakened by a more literalistic understanding of biblical authority. But the problem and the line of solution were the same. If we look at the whole of church history in the light of the explicit statement of the material norm by the Reformers, we find analogous norms implicit in all periods. While the norm for the early Greek church, 48, was the liberation of finite man from death and error by the incarnation of immortal life and eternal truth, for the Roman Church it was salvation from guilt and disruption by the actual and sacramental sacrifice of the God-man. For modern Protestantism it was the picture of the synoptic Jesus, representing the personal and social ideal of human existence, and for recent Protestantism it has been the prophetic message of the kingdom of God in the Old and New Testaments. These symbols were the unconscious or conscious criteria for the way in which systematic theology dealt with its sources and judged the mediating experience of the theologian. The growth of these norms is a historical process which, in spite of many conscious decisions, is on the whole unconscious. It happens in and through the encounter of the Church with the Christian message. This encounter is different in each generation, and its difference becomes visible in the successive periods of church history. The norm grows, it is not produced intentionally, its appearance is not the work of theological reflection but of the spiritual life of the Church, for the Church is the home of systematic theology. Here alone do the sources and the norms of theology have actual existence. At this place alone can experience occur as the medium of systematic theology. The lonely reader of the Bible is by no means outside the Church. He has received the Bible, collected and preserved by the Church through the centuries, he has received the book through the activity of the Church or some of its members, he has received it as interpreted by the Church even if this interpretation comes to him simply by way of the accepted translation into his own language. The experience of the systematic theologian is shaped by the sources which are mediated through it. And the most concrete and nearest of these formative sources is the Church in which he lives and its collective experience. This is his place of work as a systematic theologian. It is, of course, his place even if he lives and works in protest against it. Protest is a form of communion. The norm used as criterion in the present system can be stated only one, with reservations. In order to be a genuine norm, it must not be a private opinion of the theologian but the expression of an encounter of the Church with the Christian message. Whether this is the case cannot be known at the present time. 2. The norm of systematic theology is not identical with the critical principle for all theology. The latter is negative and protective, the norm must be positive and constructive. The critical principle is abstract, the 49. Norm must be concrete. The critical principle has been formulated under the pressure of the apologetic situation, in order to prevent mutual interference between theology and other forms of knowledge. The norm must be formulated under the pressure of the dogmatic situation in modern Protestantism, which is characterized by the lack of a formal authority and the quest for a material principle. The norms of systematic theology which have been effective in church history did not exclude each other in content, they excluded each other in emphasis. The norm to be stated below is different in emphasis from that of the Reformers and from that of modern liberal theology, but it claims to preserve the same substance and to bring it out in a form more adequate to the present situation and to the biblical source. It is not an exaggeration to say that today man experiences his present situation in terms of disruption, conflict, self-destruction, meaninglessness, and despair in all realms of life. This experience is expressed in the arts and in literature, conceptualized in existential philosophy, actualized in political cleavages of all kinds, and analyzed in the psychology of the unconscious. It has given theology a new understanding of the demonic tragic structures of individual and social life. The question arising out of this experience is not, as in the Reformation, the question of a merciful God and the forgiveness of sins, nor is it, as in the early Greek Church, the question of finitude, of death and error, nor is it the question of the personal religious life or of the Christianization of culture and society. It is the question of a reality in which the self-estrangement of our existence is overcome, a reality of reconciliation and reunion, of creativity, meaning, and hope. We shall call such a reality the new being, a term whose presuppositions and implications can be explained only through the whole system. It is based on what Paul calls the new creation and refers to its power of overcoming the demonic cleavages of the old reality in soul, society, and universe. If the Christian message is understood as the message of the new being, an answer is given to the question implied in our present situation and in every human situation. But this answer is not sufficient. It leads immediately to the further question, where is this new being manifest? Systematic theology answers this question by saying, in Jesus the Christ. This answer also has presuppositions and implications which it is the main purpose of the whole system to develop. Only this must be said here that this formula accepts the ancient Christian baptismal confession of Jesus as the Christ. He who is the Christ is he who brings the new eon, the new reality. And 50. It is the man Jesus who in a paradoxical assertion is called the Christ. Without this paradox the new being would be an ideal, not a reality, and consequently not an answer to the question implied in our human situation. The material norm of systematic theology, used in the present system and considered the most adequate to the present apologetic situation, is the new being in Jesus as the Christ. If this is combined with the critical principle of all theology, one can say that the material norm of systematic theology today is the new being in Jesus as the Christ as our ultimate concern. This norm is the criterion for the use of all the sources of systematic theology. The most important question is how this norm is related to the basic source, the Bible. If the Bible itself is called the norm of systematic theology, nothing concrete is said, for the Bible is a collection of religious literature written, collected, and edited through the centuries. Luther was aware of this situation in a way which elevates him above most Protestant theologians. He gave a material norm according to which the biblical books should be interpreted and evaluated, namely, the message of Christ or of justification through faith. In the light of this norm he interpreted and judged all the biblical books. Their normative value is identical with the degree to which they express the norm, although, on the other hand, the norm is derived from them. The Bible can be called the norm of systematic theology only because the norm is derived from the Bible. But it is derived from it in an encounter of the Church with the biblical message. The norm derived from the Bible is, at the same time, the criterion for the use of the Bible by systematic theology. Practically, this always has been the attitude of theology. The Old Testament was never directly normative. It was measured by the New Testament, and the New Testament was never equally influential in all its parts. Paul's influence almost disappeared in the post-apostolic period. John took his place. The more the gospel was understood as the new law, the more the Catholic letters and the corresponding synoptic passages became decisive. Pauline reactions occurred again and again, in a conservative way in Augustine and in a revolutionary way in the Reformers. The predominance of the synoptic gospels over against Paul and John characterizes modern Protestantism, and in recent times the Old Testament in a prophetic interpretation has overshadowed even the New Testament. The Bible as such never has been the norm of systematic theology. The norm has been a principle derived from the Bible in an encounter between Bible and Church. This gives a point of view for the question of the canonicity of the biblical books. The Church closed the canon rather late, and there is no agreement among the Christian churches about the number of books belonging to the biblical canon. When the Roman Church accepted and the Protestant churches rejected the Old Testament Apocrypha as canonical books, the reason for both judgments was their respective norms of systematic theology. Luther even wanted to exclude more than the Apocrypha. This situation shows that there is an element of indefiniteness in the composition of the biblical canon. This confirms very strongly the distinction between the theological norm and the Bible as the basic source from which the norm is derived. The norm decides the canonicity of books. It posits some of them on the boundary line, antilegomena in the early church. It is the Spirit which has created the canon, and, like all things spiritual, the canon cannot be fixed legally in a definite way. The partial openness of the canon is a safeguard of the spirituality of the Christian Church. This relation of the Bible as the basic source of systematic theology to the norm derived from it suggests a new approach to the question of the normative character of church history. A way must be found which lies between the Roman Catholic practice of making ecclesiastical decisions not only a source but also the actual norm of systematic theology and the radical Protestant practice of depriving church history not only of its normative character but also of its function as a source. The latter already has been discussed. The normative character of church history is implied in the fact that the norm, although derived from the Bible, is produced in an encounter between the church and the biblical message. Every period of church history, this is the implication, unconsciously or consciously contributes through its special situation to the establishment of a theological norm. Beyond this, however, church decisions have no directly normative character. The systematic theologian cannot claim validity for the norm he uses by pointing to church fathers, councils, creeds, etc. The possibility that all these have fallen into error must be maintained by Protestant theology as radically as Rome maintains the opposite in its doctrine of papal infallibility. The indirectly normative character of ecclesiastical decisions consists in their function as signposts, pointing to dangers for the Christian message which once have been overcome by such decisions. They offer a very serious warning and a constructive help to the theologian. But they do not determine authoritatively the direction of his work. He applies his norm to the church historical material, irrespective of whether it has been affirmed by the most important or the least important authorities. Even more indirect is the contribution of the history of religion and culture to the norm of systematic theology. An influence of religion and culture on the norm of systematic theology is noticeable only insofar as the encounter of the Church with the biblical message is partly conditioned by the religious and cultural situation in which the Church lives. There is no reason to deny or to reject such an influence. Systematic theology is not the message itself, and, while the message itself is beyond our grasp and never at our disposal, though it might grasp us and dispose of us, its theological interpretation is an act of the Church and of individuals within the Church. It is, therefore, religiously and culturally conditioned, and even its norm and criterion cannot claim independence of man's existential situation. The attempts of Biblicism and orthodoxy to create an unconditioned theology contradict the correct and indispensable first principle of the neo-orthodox movement that God is in heaven and man is on earth, even if man is a systematic theologian. And being on earth not only means having personal shortcomings, it also means being historically conditioned. The attempt of neo-orthodox theologians to escape this mark of finitude is a symptom of that religious arrogance against which these very same theologians are fighting. Since the norm of systematic theology is the result of an encounter of the Church with the biblical message, it can be called a product of the collective experience of the Church. But such an expression is dangerously ambiguous. It could be understood to mean that the collective experience produces the content of the norm. However, the content of the norm is the biblical message. Collective as well as individual experiences are the mediums through which the message is received, colored, and interpreted. The norm grows within the medium of experience. But it is, at the same time, the criterion of any experience. The norm judges the medium in which it grows, it judges the weak, interrupted, distorted character of all religious experience, although it is only through this feeble medium that a norm can come into existence at all. 53. 11. The rational character of systematic theology. The questions of the source, the medium, and the norm of systematic theology are related to its concrete historical foundation. But systematic theology is not a historical discipline, as Schleiermacher wrongly asserted. It is a constructive task. It does not tell us what people have thought the Christian message to be in the past, rather it tries to give us an interpretation of the Christian message which is relevant to the present situation. This raises the question, to what extent does systematic theology have a rational character? Certainly reason must be used constructively in building a theological system. Nevertheless, there have been and still are many doubts and controversies concerning the role of reason in systematic theology. The first problem is an adequate definition of rational in the present context. Providing such a definition would, however, involve an extensive discussion of reason in its various structures and functions. Part I, Secretary I. Since such a discussion is impossible in this introduction, we must make the following anticipatory statements. There is a kind of cognition implied in faith which is qualitatively different from the cognition involved in the technical, scholarly work of the theologian. It has a completely existential, self-determining, and self-surrendering character and belongs to the faith of even the intellectually most primitive believer. Whoever participates in the new being participates also in its truth. The theologian, in addition, is supposed not only to participate in the new being but also to express its truth in a methodical way. We shall call the organ with which we receive the contents of faith self-transcending, or ecstatic, reason, and we shall call the organ of the theological scholar technical, or formal, reason. In both cases reason is not a source of theology. It does not produce its contents. Ecstatic reason is reason grasped by an ultimate concern. Reason is overpowered, invaded, shaken by the ultimate concern. Reason does not produce an object of ultimate concern by logical procedures, as a mistaken theology tried to do in its arguments for the existence of God. The contents of faith grasp reason. Nor does the technical or formal reason of the theologian produce its content, as has been shown in the discussion of his sources and his medium. But the situation is not so simple as it would be if the act of reception were merely a formal act without any influence on what is received. This is not the case. Content and form, giving and receiving, have a more dialectical relationship than the words seem to connote. At this point a difficulty arises. The difficulty is obvious in the formulation of the theological norm. This formulation is a matter of personal and communal religious experience and, at the same time, a matter of the methodological judgment of the theologian. It is simultaneously received by ecstatic reason and conceived through technical reason. Traditional and neo-orthodox theologies do not differ at this point. The ambiguity cannot be avoided so long as there is theology, and it is one of the factors which make theology a questionable enterprise. The problem could be solved only if man's formal reason were in complete harmony with his ecstatic reason, if man were living in a complete theonomy, that is, in the fullness of the kingdom of God. One of the basic Christian truths to which theology must witness is that theology itself, like every human activity, is subject to the contradictions of man's existential situation. Although the problem of the rational character of systematic theology finally must remain unsolved, some directing principles can be stated. The first principle determining the rational character of systematic theology is a semantic one. There are words which are used in philosophical, scientific, and popular language. If the theologian uses these words, he often can assume that the content indicates the realm of discourse within which the term stands. But this is not always the case. There are terms which for centuries have been adopted by theology, although, at the same time, they have retained religious, philosophical, and other meanings. In this situation the theologian must apply semantic rationality. The glory of scholasticism was that it had become a semantic clearinghouse for theology as well as for philosophy. and it is almost always a shortcoming and sometimes the shame of modern theology that its concepts remain unclarified and ambiguous. It may be added, however, that the chaotic state of the philosophical and the scientific terminologies makes the situation more or less inevitable. The principle of semantic rationality must not be confused with the attempt to construct a pan-mathematical formalism. In the realm of spiritual life, words cannot be reduced to mathematical signs, nor can sentences be reduced to mathematical equations. The power of words denoting spiritual realities lies in their connotations. The removal of these connotations leaves dead bones which have no meaning in any realm. In such instances the logical positivists are right in rejecting them. When theology employs a term like spirit, connotations are present. 55. Which point to philosophical and psychological concepts of spirit, to the magic worldview in which breath and spirit are identical, to the mystic ascetic experience of spirit in opposition to matter or flesh, to the religious experience of the divine power grasping the human mind. The principle of semantic rationality does not demand that these connotations should be excluded, but that the main emphasis should be elaborated by relating it to the connotations. Thus spirit, for example, must be related to spirit, with a lowercase s, the primitive magic sense must be excluded, the mystical connotations must be discussed in relation to the personalistic connotations, etc. Another example is the term new being. Being carries connotations of a metaphysical and logical character, it has mystical implications when used in relation to God as being itself. New in connection with being has connotations of creativity, regeneration, eschatology. These elements of meaning always are present when a term like new being appears. The principle of semantic rationality involves the demand that all connotations of a word should consciously be related to each other and centered around a controlling meaning. If the word history is used, the different levels of the scientific meaning of history are more in the foreground than in the two preceding examples. But the specific modern emphasis on history as progressive, the specific prophetic emphasis on God as acting through history, and the specific Christian emphasis on the historical character of revelation are united with the scientific meanings whenever history is discussed in a theological context. These examples illustrate the immense importance of the principle of semantic rationality for the systematic theologian. They also suggest how difficult it is to apply this principle, a difficulty which is rooted in the fact that every significant theological term cuts through several levels of meaning and that all of them contribute to the theological meaning. The semantic situation makes it evident that the language of the theologian cannot be a sacred or revealed language. He cannot restrict himself to the biblical terminology or to the language of classical theology. He could not avoid philosophical concepts even if he used only biblical words, and even less could he avoid them if he used only the words of the Reformers. Therefore, he should use philosophical and scientific terms whenever he deems them helpful for his task of explaining the contents. J.F. The Christian faith. The two things he must watch in doing so are semantic clarity and existential purity. He must avoid conceptual ambiguity and a possible distortion of the Christian message by the intrusion 56. Of anti-Christian ideas in the cloak of a philosophical, scientific, or poetic terminology. The second principle determining the rational character of theology is logical rationality. This principle refers first of all to the structures which determine any meaningful discourse and which are formulated in the discipline of logic. Theology is as dependent on formal logic as any other science. This must be maintained against both philosophical and theological protests. The philosophical protest against the all-controlling position of formal logic has been made in the name of dialectical thinking. In dialectics, yes and no, affirmation and negation, demand each other. But in formal logic they exclude each other. However, there is no real conflict between dialectics and formal logic. Dialectics follows the movement of thought or the movement of reality through yes and no, but it describes it in logically correct terms. The same concept always is used in the same sense, and, if the meaning of the concept changes, the dialectician describes in a logically correct way the intrinsic necessity which drives the old into the new. Formal logic is not contradicted when Hegel describes the identity of being and non-being by showing the absolute emptiness of pure being in reflective thought. Nor is formal logic contradicted when, in the dogma of the Trinity, the divine life is described as a trinity within a unity. The doctrine of the Trinity does not affirm the logical nonsense that 3 is 1 and 1 is 3, it describes in dialectical terms the inner movement of the divine life as an eternal separation from itself and return to itself. Theology is not expected to accept a senseless combination of words, that is, genuine logical contradictions. Dialectical thinking is not in conflict with the structure of thinking. It transforms the static ontology behind the logical system of Aristotle and his followers into a dynamic ontology, largely under the influence of voluntaristic and historical motives rooted in the Christian interpretation of existence. This change in ontology opens new vistas for the task of logic in describing and interpreting the structure of thought. It posits in a new way the question of the relation of the structure of thought to the structure of being. Theological dialectics does not violate the principle of logical rationality. The same is true of the paradoxical statements in religion and theology. When Paul points to his situation as an apostle and to that of Christians generally in a series of paradoxa, 2 Corinthians, he does not intend to say something illogical, he intends to give the adequate, under 57. Standable, and therefore logical expression of the infinite tensions of Christian existence. When he speaks about the paradox of the justification of the sinner, in Luther's formula, simul peccator et iustus, and when John speaks about the Logos becoming flesh, later expressed in the paradoxa of the Creed of Chalcedon, neither of them wishes to indulge in logical contradictions. L6 They want to express the conviction that God's acting transcends all possible human expectations and all necessary human preparations. It transcends, but it does not destroy, finite reason, for God acts through the Logos, which is the transcendent and transcending source of the Logos structure of thought and being. God does not annihilate the expressions of his own Logos. The term paradox should be defined carefully, and paradoxical language should be used with discrimination. Paradoxical means against the opinion, namely, the opinion of finite reason. Paradox points to the fact that in God's acting finite reason is superseded but not annihilated. It expresses this fact in terms which are not logically contradictory but which are supposed to point beyond the realm in which finite reason is applicable. This is indicated by the ecstatic state in which all biblical and classical theological paradoxa appear. The confusion begins when these paradoxa are brought down to the level of genuine logical contradictions and people are asked to sacrifice reason in order to accept senseless combinations of words as divine wisdom. But Christianity does not demand such intellectual good works from anyone, just as it does not ask artificial works of practical asceticism. There is, in the last analysis, only one genuine paradox in the Christian message: the appearance of that which conquers existence under the conditions of existence. Incarnation, redemption, justification, etc., are implied in this paradoxical event. It is not a logical contradiction which makes it a paradox but the fact that it transcends all human expectations and possibilities. It breaks into the context of experience or reality, but it cannot be derived from it. The acceptance of this paradox is not the acceptance of the absurd, but it is the state of being grasped by the power of that which breaks into our experience from above it. Paradox in religion and theology does not conflict with the principle of logical rationality. Paradox has its logical place. The third principle determining the rational character of systematic theology is the principle of methodological rationality. It implies that theology follows a method, that is, a definite way of deriving and stating its propositions. The character of this method is dependent on many non-rational factors, see chapter I, but, once it has been established, it must be carried through rationally and consistently. The final expression of consistency in applying methodological rationality is the theological system. If the title systematic theology has any justification, the systematic theologian should not be afraid of the system. It is the function of the systematic form to guarantee the consistency of cognitive assertions in all realms of methodological knowledge. In this sense, some of the most passionate foes of the system are most systematic in the totality of their utterances. And it often happens that those who attack the systematic form are very impatient when they discover an inconsistency in someone else's thought. On the other hand, it is easy to discover gaps in the most balanced system, because life continuously breaks through the systematic shell. One could say that in each system an experienced fragment of life and vision is drawn out constructively, even to cover areas where life and vision are missing. And, conversely, one could say that in each fragment a system is implied which is not yet explicated. Hegel's imposing system was built on his early fragmentary paragraphs on the dialectics of life, including the dialectics of religion and the state. The blood of his system, as well as its immense historical consequences, were rooted in this fragmentary vision of existence. The lines he later drew with the help of his logical tools soon became obsolete. Nietzsche's many fragments seem to be permanently contradictory. But in all of them a system is implicit, the demonic strength of which has become manifest in the 20th century. A fragment is an implicit system, a system is an explicit fragment. The systematic form frequently has been attacked from 3 points of view. The first attack is based on a confusion between system and deductive system. The history of science, philosophy, and theology shows that a deductive system has very rarely even been attempted except in the field of mathematics. Spinoza made the attempt in his Ethics, which he elaborated 701 e geometrico. It was envisaged, though not executed, by Leibniz when he suggested a mathesis universalis which would describe the cosmos in mathematical terms. Classical physicists, having reached their principles inductively, tried to be deductively systematic, but again in mathematical terms. With the exception of Raymondus Lullus, theology never has attempted to construct a deductive system of Christian truth. Because of the existential character of the Christian truth, such an attempt would have been a contradiction in terms. ASYS 59. Turn is a totality made up of consistent, but not of deduced, assertions. The second criticism of the system is that it seems to close the doors to further research. Behind this feeling lies the violent reaction of science since the second half of the 19th century against the romantic philosophy of nature. This reaction has now spent its power and should determine neither our attitude to the scientific achievements of the philosophy of nature, for instance, in the doctrine of man and the psychology of the unconscious, nor our attitude to the systematic form in all realms of cognition. It is a historical fact that the great systems have stimulated research at least as much as they have inhibited it. The system gives meaning to a whole of factual or rational statements, showing their implications and consequences. Out of such a total view, and out of the difficulties involved in carrying it through, new questions arise. The balance sheet of positive and negative consequences of the system for empirical research is at least equal. The third reason for enmity against the system is largely emotional. It seems like a prison in which the creativity of spiritual life is stifled. Acceptance of a system seems to imply that adventures in ideas are prohibited. History shows that this is not the case. The great schools of Greek philosophy produced many creative pupils who remained in the school, accepted the system on which it was based, and, at the same time, transformed the ideas of the founder. The same was true of the theological schools of the 19th century. The history of human thought has been, and still is, identical with the history of the great systems. The distinction between three terms may conclude the discussion of the systematic character of systematic theology and of its methodological rationality. System stands between Udlerna and esse. The summa deals explicitly with all actual and many potential problems. The esse deals explicitly with one actual problem. The system deals with a group of actual problems which demand a solution in a special situation. In the Middle Ages the summa was predominant, though by no means exclusively so. At the beginning of the modern period the esse became predominant, although the systematic trend never ceased to exist. Today a need for systematic form has arisen in view of the chaos of our spiritual life and the impossibility of creating a summa. 12. The method of correlation. The principle of methodological rationality implies that, like all scientific approaches to reality, systematic theology follows a method. A. 60. Method is a tool, literally a way around, which must be adequate to its subject matter. Whether or not a method is adequate cannot be decided a priori, it is continually being decided in the cognitive process itself. Method and system determine each other. Therefore, no method can claim to be adequate for every subject. Methodological imperialism is as dangerous as political imperialism. Like the latter, it breaks down when the independent elements of reality revolt against it. A method is not an indifferent net in which reality is caught, but the method is an element of the reality itself. In at least one respect, the description of a method is a description of a decisive aspect of the object to which it is applied. The cognitive relation itself, quite apart from any special act of cognition, reveals something about the object, as well as about the subject, in the relation. The cognitive relation in physics reveals the mathematical character of objects in space and time. The cognitive relation in biology reveals the structure, gestalt, and spontaneous character of objects in space and time. The cognitive relation in historiography reveals the individual and value-related character of objects in time and space. The cognitive relation in theology reveals the existential and transcending character of the ground of objects in time and space. Therefore, no method can be developed without a prior knowledge of the object to which it is applied. For systematic theology, this means that its method is derived from a prior knowledge of the system which is to be built by the method. Systematic theology uses the method of correlation. It has always done so, sometimes more, sometimes less, consciously, and must do so consciously and outspokenly, especially if the apologetic point of view is to prevail. The method of correlation explains the contents of the Christian faith through existential questions and theological answers in mutual interdependence. The term correlation may be used in three ways. It can designate the correspondence of different series of data, as in statistical charts. It can designate the logical interdependence of concepts, as in polar relations, and it can designate the real interdependence of things or events in structural wholes. If the term is used in theology, all three meanings have important applications. There is a correlation in the sense of correspondence between religious symbols and that which is symbolized by them. There is a correlation in the logical sense between concepts denoting the human and those denoting the divine. There is a correlation in the factual sense between man's ultimate concern and that about which he is ultimately concerned. The first meaning of correlation refers to the 61. Central problem of religious knowledge, Part I, Secretary I. The second meaning of correlation determines the statements about God and the world, for example, the correlation of the infinite and the finite, Part II, Secretary I. The third meaning of correlation qualifies the divine-human relationship within religious experience. The third use of correlative thinking in theology has evoked the protest of theologians such as Karl Barth, who are afraid that any kind of divine-human correlation makes God partly dependent on man. But although God in his abysmal naturel is in no way dependent on man, God in his self-manifestation to man is dependent on the way man receives his manifestation. This is true even if the doctrine of predestination, namely, that this way is foreordained by God and entirely independent of human freedom, is maintained. The divine-human relation, and therefore God as well as man within this relation, changes with the stages of the history of revelation and with the stages of every personal development. There is a mutual interdependence between God for us and we for God. God's wrath and God's grace are not contrasts in the heart of God, Luther, in the depth of his being, but they are contrasts in the divine-human relationship. The divine-human relation is a correlation. The divine-human encounter, Emil Brunner, means something real for both sides. It is an actual correlation, in the third sense of the term. The divine-human relationship is a correlation also in its cognitive side. Symbolically speaking, God answers man's questions, and under the impact of God's answers man asks them. Theology formulates the questions implied in human existence, and theology formulates the answers implied in divine self-manifestation under the guidance of the questions implied in human existence. This is a circle which drives man to a point where question and answer are not separated. This point, however, is not a moment in time. It belongs to man's essential being, to the unity of his finitude with the infinity in which he was created, see Part 2, and from which he is separated, see Part 3. A symptom of both the essential unity and the existential separation of finite man from his infinity is his ability to ask about the infinite to which he belongs. The fact that he must ask about it indicates that he is separated from it. The answers implied in the event of revelation are meaningful only insofar as they are in correlation with questions concerning the whole of our existence, with existential questions. Only those who have experienced the shock of transitoriness, the anxiety in which they are aware of their finitude, the threat of non-being, can understand what the notion of God means. Only those who have experienced the tragic ambiguities of our historical existence and have totally questioned the meaning of existence can understand what the symbol of the kingdom of God means. Revelation answers questions which have been asked and always will be asked because they are we ourselves. Man is the question he asks about himself, before any question has been formulated. It is, therefore, not surprising that the basic questions were formulated very early in the history of mankind. Every analysis of the mythological material shows this. Nor is it surprising that the same questions appear in early childhood, as every observation of children shows. Being human means asking the questions of one's own being and living under the impact of the answers given to this question. And, conversely, being human means receiving answers to the question of one's own being and asking questions under the impact of the answers. In using the method of correlation, systematic theology proceeds in the following way: it makes an analysis of the human situation out of which the existential questions arise, and it demonstrates that the symbols used in the Christian message are the answers to these questions. The analysis of the human situation is done in terms which today are called existential. Such analyses are much older than existentialism. They are, indeed, as old as man's thinking about himself, and they have been expressed in various kinds of conceptualization since the beginning of philosophy. Whenever man has looked at his world, he has found himself in it as a part of it. But he also has realized that he is a stranger in the world of objects, unable to penetrate it beyond a certain level of scientific analysis. And then he has become aware of the fact that he himself is the door to the deeper levels of reality, that in his own existence he has the only possible approach to existence itself. This does not mean that man is more approachable than other objects as material for scientific research. The opposite is the case. It does mean that the immediate experience of one's own existing reveals something of the nature of existence generally. Whoever has penetrated into the nature of his 63. own finitude can find the traces of finitude in everything that exists. And he can ask the question implied in his finitude as the question implied in finitude universally. In doing so, he does not formulate a doctrine of man, he expresses a doctrine of existence as experienced in him as man. When Calvin in the opening sentences of the Institutes correlates our knowledge of God with our knowledge of man, he does not speak of the doctrine of man as such and of the doctrine of God as such. He speaks of man's misery, which gives the existential basis for his understanding of God's glory, and of God's glory, which gives the essential basis for man's understanding of his misery. Man as existing, representing existence generally and asking the question implied in his existence, is one side of the cognitive correlation to which Calvin points, the other side being the divine majesty. In the initial sentences of his theological system, Calvin expresses the essence of the method of correlation. Point 20. The analysis of the human situation employs materials made available by man's creative self-interpretation in all realms of culture. Philosophy contributes, but so do poetry, drama, the novel, therapeutic psychology, and sociology. The theologian organizes these materials in relation to the answer given by the Christian message. In the light of this message he may make an analysis of existence which is more penetrating than that of most philosophers. Nevertheless, it remains a philosophical analysis. The analysis of existence, including the development of the questions implicit in existence, is a philosophical task, even if it is performed by a theologian, and even if the theologian is a reformer like Calvin. The difference between the philosopher who is not a theologian and the theologian who works as a philosopher in analyzing human existence is only that the former tries to give an analysis which will be part of a broader philosophical work, while the latter tries to correlate the material of his analysis with the theological concepts he derives from the Christian faith. This does not make the philosophical work of the theologian heteronymous. As a theologian he does not tell himself what is philosophically true. As a philosopher he does not tell himself what is theologically true. But he cannot help seeing human existence and existence generally in such a way that the Christian symbols appear meaningful and understandable to him. His eyes are partially focused by his ultimate concern, which is true of every philosopher. Nevertheless, his act of seeing is autonomous, for it is determined only by the object as it is given in his experience. If he sees something he did not expect to see in the light of his theological answer, he holds fast to what he has seen and reformulates the theological answer. He is certain that nothing he sees can change the substance of his answer, because this substance is the logos of being, manifest in Jesus as the Christ. If this were not his presupposition, he would have to sacrifice either his philosophical honesty or his theological concern. The Christian message provides the answers to the questions implied in human existence. These answers are contained in the revelatory events on which Christianity is based and are taken by systematic theology from the sources, through the medium, under the norm. Their content cannot be derived from the questions, that is, from an analysis of human existence. They are spoken to human existence from beyond it. Otherwise they would not be answers, for the question is human existence itself, but the relation is more involved than this, since it is correlation. There is a mutual dependence between question and answer. In respect to content the Christian answers are dependent on the revelatory events in which they appear, in respect to form they are dependent on the structure of the questions which they answer. God is the answer to the question implied in human finitude. This answer cannot be derived from the analysis of existence. However, if the notion of God appears in systematic theology in correlation with the thread of non-being which is implied in existence, God must be called the infinite power of being which resists the thread of non-being. In classical theology this is being itself. If anxiety is defined as the awareness of being finite, God must be called the infinite ground of courage. In classical theology this is universal providence. If the notion of the kingdom of God appears in correlation with the riddle of our historical existence, it must be called the meaning, fulfillment, and unity of history. In this way an interpretation of the traditional symbols of Christianity is achieved which preserves the power of these symbols and which opens them to the questions elaborated by our present analysis of human existence. The method of correlation replaces three inadequate methods of relating the contents of the Christian faith to man's spiritual existence. The first method can be called supernaturalistic, in that it takes the Christian message to be a sum of revealed truths which have fallen into the human situation like strange bodies from a strange world. No mediation to the 65 human situation is possible. These truths themselves create a new situation before they can be received. Man must become something else than human in order to receive divinity. In terms of the classical heresies one could say that the supernaturalistic method has docetic monophysitic traits, especially in its valuation of the Bible as a book of supernatural oracles in which human receptivity is completely overlooked. But man cannot receive answers to questions he never has asked. Furthermore, man has asked and is asking in his very existence and in every one of his spiritual creations questions which Christianity answers. The second method to be rejected can be called naturalistic or humanistic. It derives the Christian message from man's natural state. It develops its answer out of human existence, unaware that human existence itself is the question. Much of liberal theology in the last 2 centuries was humanistic in this sense. It identified man's existential with his essential state, overlooking the break between them which is reflected in the universal human condition of self-estrangement and self-contradiction. Theologically, this meant that the contents of the Christian faith were explained as creations of man's religious self-realization in the progressive process of religious history. Questions and answers were put on the same level of human creativity. Everything was said by man, nothing to man. But revelation is spoken to man, not by man to himself. The third method to be rejected can be called dualistic, inasmuch as it builds a supernatural structure on a natural substructure. This method, more than others, is aware of the problem which the method of correlation tries to meet. It realizes that, in spite of the infinite gap between man's spirit and God's spirit, there must be a positive relation between them. It tries to express this relation by positing a body of theological truth which man can reach through his own efforts or, in terms of a self-contradictory expression, through a natural revelation. The so-called arguments for the existence of God, which itself is another self-contradictory term, are the most important section of natural theology. These arguments are true, see Part 2, Secretary I, insofar as they analyze human finitude and the question involved in it. They are false insofar as they derive an answer from the form of the question. This mixture of truth and falsehood in natural theology explains why there always have been great philosophers and theologians who have attacked natural theology, especially the arguments for the existence of God, and why others equally great have defended it. The method of correlation solves this historical 66 and systematic riddle by resolving natural theology into the analysis of existence and by resolving supernatural theology into the answers given to the questions implied in existence. 13. The theological system. The structure of the theological system follows from the method of correlation. The method of correlation requires that every part of the system should include one section in which the question is developed by an analysis of human existence and existence generally, and one section in which the theological answer is given on the basis of the sources, the medium, and the norm of systematic theology. This division must be maintained. It is the backbone of the structure of the present system. One could think of a section which mediates between the 2 main sections by interpreting historical, sociological, and psychological materials in the light of both the existential questions and the theological answers. Point 21. Since these materials from the sources of systematic theology are used not as they appear in their historical, sociological, or psychological setting but in terms of their significance for the systematic solution, they belong to the theological answer and do not constitute a section of their own. In each of the 5 parts of the system which are derived from the structure of existence in correlation with the structure of the Christian message, the 2 sections are correlated in the following ways. Insofar as man's existence has the character of self-contradiction or estrangement, a double consideration is demanded, one side dealing with man as he essentially is, and ought to be, and the other dealing with what he is in his self-estranged existence, and should not be. These correspond to the Christian distinction between the realm of creation and the realm of salvation. Therefore, one part of the system must give an analysis of man's essential nature, in unity with the essential nature of everything that has being, and of the question implied in man's finitude and finitude generally, and it must give the answer which is God. This part, therefore, is called being and God. A second part of the system must give an analysis of man's existential self-estrangement, in unity with the self-destructive aspects of existence generally, and the question implied in this situation, and it must give the answer which is the Christ. This part, therefore, is called existence and Christ. A third part is based on 21. In former outlines, especially in the A section always was inserted propositions prepared for my lectures, such 67. The fact that the essential as well as the existential characteristics are abstractions and that in reality they appear in the complex and dynamic unity which is called life. The power of essential being is ambiguously present in all existential distortions. Life, that is, being in its actuality, displays such a character in all its processes. Therefore, this part of the system must give an analysis of man as living, in unity with life generally, and of the question implied in the ambiguities of life, and it must give the answer which is the spirit. This part, therefore, is called life and the spirit. These three parts represent the main body of systematic theology. They embrace the Christian answers to the questions of existence. But for practical reasons it is necessary to split off some of the material from each part and combine it to form an epistemological part. This part of the system must give an analysis of man's rationality, especially his cognitive rationality, in unity with the rational structure of reality as a whole, and of the questions implied in the finitude, the self-estrangement, and the ambiguities of reason, and it must give the answer which is revelation. This part, therefore, is called reason and revelation. Finally, life has a dimension which is called history. And it is helpful to separate the material dealing with the historical aspect of life from the part dealing with life generally. This corresponds to the fact that the symbol kingdom of God is independent of the Trinitarian structure which determines the central parts. This part of the system must give an analysis of man's historical existence, in unity with the nature of the historical generally, and of the questions implied in the ambiguities of history, and it must give an answer which is the kingdom of God. This part is called history and the kingdom of God. It would be most advantageous to begin with being and God, because this part outlines the basic structure of being and gives the answer to the questions implied in this structure. An answer which determines all other answers for theology is first of all doctrine of God. But several considerations make it necessary to begin with the epistemological part, reason and revelation. First, every theologian is asked, on what do you base your assertions, what criteria, what verification, do you have? This necessitates an epistemological answer from the very start. Second, the concept of reason, and reason, must be clarified before statements can be made in which there is the assumption that reason transcends itself. Third, the doctrine of revelation must be dealt with at the very beginning, because revelation is presupposed in all parts of the system as 68. The ultimate source of the contents of the Christian faith. For these reasons reason and revelation must open the system, just as for obvious reasons history and the kingdom of God must close it. One cannot avoid the fact that in each part elements of the other parts are anticipated or repeated. In a way each part contains the whole from a different perspective, for the present system is by no means deductive. The very fact that in each part the question is developed anew makes any possible continuity of deduction impossible. Revelation is not given as a system. But revelation is not inconsistent either. The systematic theologian, therefore, can interpret that which transcends all possible systems, the self-manifestation of the divine mystery, in a systematic form. Part I. Reason and revelation. Reason and the quest. For revelation. A. The structure of reason. 1. The two concepts of reason. Epistemology, the knowledge of knowing, is a part of ontology, the knowledge of being, for knowing is an event within the totality of events. Every epistemological assertion is implicitly ontological. Therefore, it is more adequate to begin an analysis of existence with the question of being rather than with the problem of knowledge. Moreover, it is in line with the predominant classical tradition. But there are situations in which the opposite order ought to be followed, namely, when an ontological tradition has become doubtful and the question arises whether the tools used in the creation of this tradition are responsible for its failure. This was the situation of ancient probabilism and skepticism in relation to the struggle between the philosophical schools. It was the situation of Descartes in the face of the disintegrating medieval traditions. It was the situation of Hume and Kant with respect to the traditional metaphysics. It is the perennial situation of theology, which always must give an account of its paths to knowledge because they seem to deviate radically from all ordinary ways. Although epistemology precedes ontology in these instances, it is an error to assume that epistemology is able to provide the foundation of the philosophical or theological system. Even if it precedes the other parts of the system, it is dependent on them in such a way that it can be elaborated only by anticipating them explicitly and implicitly. Recent neo-Kantian philosophers recognized the dependence of epistemology on ontology and contributed to the fall of the epistemological tidal wave which arose in the second half of the 19th century. Classical theology always has been aware that a doctrine of revelation presupposes doctrines of God, man, Christ, etc. It has known that the epistemological preamble is dependent on the whole of the theological system. Recent attempts to make epistemological and methodological considerations an independent basis for theological 72 work have been futile. Therefore, it is necessary that the systematic theologian, when he begins with the epistemological part, the doctrine of reason and revelation, should indicate clearly the anticipations he makes both with respect to reason and with respect to revelation. One of the greatest weakness of much theological writing and of much religious talk is that the word reason is used in a loose and vague way, which is sometimes appreciative but usually depreciatory. While popular talk can be excused for such unpreciseness, although it has religious dangers, it is inexcusable if a theologian uses terms without having defined or exactly circumscribed them. Therefore, it is necessary to define from the very beginning the sense in which the term reason will be used. We can distinguish between an ontological and a technical concept of reason. The former is predominant in the classical tradition from Parmenides to Hegel, the latter, though always present in pre-philosophical and philosophical thought, has become predominant since the breakdown of German classical idealism and in the wake of English empiricism. Point 2 According to the classical philosophical tradition, reason is the structure of the mind which enables the mind to grasp and to transform reality. It is effective in the cognitive, aesthetic, practical, and technical functions of the human mind. Even emotional life is not irrational in itself. And drives the mind toward the true, Plato. Love for the perfect form moves all things, Aristotle. In the apathy of the soul the zoger manifests its presence, Stoics. The longing for its origin elevates soul and mind toward the ineffable source of all meaning, Plotinus. The aptitus of everything finite drives it toward the good itself, Aquinas. Intellectual love unites intellect and emotion in the most rational state of the mind, Spinoza. Philosophy is service of God, it is a thinking which is at the same time life and joy in the absolute truth, Hegel, etc. Classical reason is logos, whether it is understood in a more intuitive or in a more critical way. Its cognitive nature is one element in addition to others, it is cognitive and aesthetic, theoretical and practical, detached and passionate, subjective and objective. The denial of reason in the classical sense is anti-human because it is anti-divine. But this ontological concept of reason always is accompanied and sometimes replaced by the technical concept of reason. Reason is reduced to the capacity for reasoning. Only the cognitive side of the classical concept of reason remains, and within the cognitive realm only those cognitive acts which deal with the discovery of means for ends. While reason in the sense of logos determines the ends and only in the second place the means, reason in the technical sense determines the means while accepting the ends from somewhere else. There is no danger in this situation as long as technical reason is the companion of ontological reason and reasoning is used to fulfill the demands of reason. This situation prevailed in most pre-philosophical as well as philosophical periods of human history, although there always was the threat that reasoning might separate itself from reason. Since the middle of the 19th century this threat has become a dominating reality. The consequence is that the ends are provided by non-rational forces, either by positive traditions or by arbitrary decisions serving the will to power. Critical reason has ceased to exercise its controlling function over norms and ends. At the same time the non-cognitive sides of reason have been consigned to the irrelevance of pure subjectivity. In some forms of logical positivism the philosopher even refuses to understand anything that transcends technical reason, thus making his philosophy completely irrelevant for questions of existential concern. Technical reason, however refined in logical and methodological respects, dehumanizes man if it is separated from ontological reason. And, beyond this, technical reason itself is impoverished and corrupted if it is not continually nourished by ontological reason. Even in the means-ends structure of reasoning, assertions about the nature of things are presupposed which themselves are not based on technical reason. Neither structures, gestalt processes, values, nor meanings can be grasped without ontological reason. Technical reason can reduce them to something less than their true reality. But, by reducing them to this status, it has deprived itself of insights which are decisive for the means-ends relationship. Of course, one knows many aspects of human nature by analyzing physiological and psychological processes and by using the elements provided by this analysis for physico-technical or psychotechnical purposes. But if one claims to know man in this way, one misses not only the nature of man but even decisive truths about man within a means-ends relationship. This is true of every realm of reality. Technical reason always has an important function, even in systematic theology. But technical reason is adequate and meaningful only as an expression of ontological reason and as its companion. Theology need not make a decision for or against one of these two. 74. Steps of reason. It uses the methods of technical reason, the means-ends relation, in establishing a consistent, logical, and correctly derived organism of thought. It accepts the refinements of the cognitive methods applied by technical reason. But it rejects the confusion of technical with ontological reason. For instance, theology cannot accept the support of technical reason in reasoning the existence of a God. Such a God would belong to the means-ends relationship. He would be less than God. On the other hand, theology is not perturbed by the attack on the Christian message made by technical reason, for these attacks do not reach the level on which religion stands. They may destroy superstitions, but they do not even touch faith. Theology is, or should be, grateful for the critical function of the type of technical reason which shows that there is no such thing as a God within the context of means-ends relationships. Religious objects, seen in terms of the universe of discourse constituted by technical reason, are objects of superstition subject to destructive criticism. Wherever technical reason dominates, religion is superstition and is either foolishly supported by reason or rightly removed by it. Although theology invariably uses technical reason in its systematic work, it cannot escape the question of its relation to ontological reason. The traditional question of the relation of reason to revelation should not be discussed on the level of technical reason, where it constitutes no genuine problem, but on the level of ontological reason, of reason in the sense of zogos. Technical reason is an instrument, and, like every instrument, it can be more or less perfect and can be used more or less skillfully. But no existential problem is involved in its use. The situation is quite different with respect to ontological reason. It was the mistake of idealistic philosophy that it identified revelation with ontological reason while rejecting the claims of technical reason. This is the very essence of the idealistic philosophy of religion. In opposition to idealism, theology must show that, although the essence of ontological reason, the universal logos of being, is identical with the content of revelation, still reason, if actualized in self and world, is dependent on the destructive structures of existence and the saving structures of life. Parts 3 and 4, it is subjected to finitude and separation, and it can participate in the new being. Its actualization is not a matter of technique but of fall and salvation. It follows that the theologian must consider reason from several different perspectives. In theology one must distinguish not only ontological from technical reason but also ontological reason in its essence. 75. Tile perfection from its predicament in the different stages of its actualization in existence, life, and history. The religious judgment that reason is blind, for instance, neither refers to technical reason, which can see most things in its own realm quite well, nor to ontological reason in its essential perfection, namely, in unity with being itself, for the judgment that reason is blind refers to reason under the conditions of existence, and the judgment that reason is weak, partly liberated from blindness, partly held in it, refers to reason within life and history. If these distinctions are not and, every statement about reason is incorrect or dangerously ambiguous. 2. Subjective and objective reason. Ontological reason can be defined as the structure of the mind which enables it to grasp and to shape reality. From the time of Parmenides it has been a common assumption of all philosophers that the logos, the word which grasps and shapes reality, can do so only because reality itself has a logos character. There have been widely differing explanations of the relation between the logos structure of the grasping and shaping self and the logos structure of the grasped and shaped world. But the necessity of an explanation has been acknowledged almost unanimously. In the classical descriptions of the way in which subjective reason and objective reason, the rational structure of the mind and the rational structure of reality, are related, 4 main types appear. The first type considers subjective reason as an effect of the whole of reality on a part of it, namely, on the mind. It presupposes that reality has the power of producing a reasonable mind through which it can grasp and shape itself. Realism, whether RNE, critical, or dogmatic, materialism, takes this stand, often without recognizing its basic presupposition. The second type considers objective reason as a creation of subjective reason on the basis of an unstructured matter in which it actualizes itself. Idealism, whether in the restricted forms of ancient philosophy or in the unrestricted forms of modern philosophy, makes this assertion, often without any explanation of the fact that matter is receptive to the structural power of reason. The third type affirms the ontological independence and the functional interdependence of subjective and objective reason, pointing to the mutual fulfillment of the one in the other. Dualism or pluralism, whether metaphysical or epistemological, takes this position, often without asking the question of and 3. Cf. Plato's myth of the soul in its original state, seeing the ideas or eternal essences. 74. Underlying unity of subjective and objective reason. The fourth type affirms an underlying identity which expresses itself in the rational structure of reality. Monism, whether it describes the identity in terms of being or in terms of experience, pragmatism, takes this position, often without explaining the difference between subjective and objective reason. The theologian is not obligated to make a decision about the degree of truth of these 4 types. However, he must consider their common presuppositions when he uses the concept of reason. Implicitly, theologians always have done this. They have spoken of creation through the logos or of the spiritual presence of God in everything real. They have called man the image of God because of his rational structure and have charged him with the task of grasping and shaping the world. Subjective reason is the structure of the mind which enables it to grasp and to shape reality on the basis of a corresponding structure of reality, in whatever way this correspondence may be explained. The description of grasping and shaping in this definition is based on the fact that subjective reason always is actualized in an individual self which is related to its environment and to its world in terms of reception and reaction. The mind receives and reacts. In receiving reasonably, the mind grasps its world; in reacting reasonably, the mind shapes its world. Grasping, in this context, has the connotation of penetrating into the depth, into the essential nature of a thing or an event, of understanding and expressing it. Shaping, in this context, has the connotation of transforming a given material into a gestalt, a living structure which has the power of being. The division between the grasping and the shaping character of reason is not exclusive. In every act of reasonable reception an act of shaping is involved, and in every act of reasonable reaction an act of grasping is involved. We transform reality according to the way we see it, and we see reality according to the way we transform it. Grasping and shaping the world are interdependent. In the cognitive realm this has been clearly expressed in the fourth gospel, which speaks of knowing the truth by doing the truth. Only in the active realization of the true does truth become manifest. In a similar way Karl Marx called every theory which is not based on the will to transform reality an ideology, that is, an attempt to preserve existing evils by a theoretical construction which justifies them. Some of the impact of instrumentalist thinking on 4. John 3:21. 77. Our contemporaries stems from its emphasis on the unity of action and knowledge. While the cognitive side of receiving rationality demands special discussion, what has been said makes it possible to survey the entire field of ontological reason. In both types of rational acts, the grasping and the shaping, a basic polarity is visible. This is due to the fact that an emotional element is present in every rational act. On the receptive side of reason we find a polarity between the cognitive and the aesthetic elements. On the reactive side of reason we find a polarity between the organizational and the organic elements. But this description of the field of reason is only preliminary. Each of the 4 functions mentioned includes transitional stages on the path to its opposite pole. Music is further removed from the cognitive function than the novel, and technical science is further removed from the aesthetic realm than biography or ontology. Personal communion is further removed from organization than national community, and commercial law is further removed from the organic realm than government. One should not try to construe a static system of the rational functions of the human mind. There are no sharp limits between them, and there is much historical change in their growth and in their relationships. But all of them are functions of ontological reason, and the fact that in some of them the emotional element is more decisive than in others does not make them less rational. Music is no less rational than mathematics. The emotional element in music opens a dimension of reality which is closed to mathematics. Communion is no less rational than law. The emotional element in communion opens a dimension of reality which is closed to law. There is, of course, an implicit mathematical quality in music and a potential legal quality in all communal relations. But this is not their essence. They have their own rational structures. This is the meaning of Pascal's sentence about the reasons of the heart which reason cannot comprehend. Here reason is used in a double sense. The reasons of the heart are the structures of aesthetic and communal experience, beauty and love. The reason which cannot comprehend them is technical reason. Subjective reason is the rational structure of the mind, while objective reason is the rational structure of reality which the mind can grasp and according to which it can shape reality. Reason in the philosopher grasps the reason in nature. Reason in the artist grasps the meaning of things. Reason in the legislator shapes society according to the structures of 5. Blake Pascal, PENSNS, Selection 277. 78. Social balance. Reason in the leaders of a community shapes communal life according to the structure of organic interdependence. Subjective reason is rational if, in the twofold process of reception and reaction, it expresses the rational structure of reality. This relation, whether it is described in ontological or epistemological terms, is not static. Like being itself, reason unites a dynamic with a static element in an indissoluble amalgamation. This refers not only to subjective but also to objective reason. Both the rational structure of reality and the rational structure of the mind possess duration within change and change in duration. The problem of actual reason, therefore, is not only to avoid errors and failures in the grasping and shaping of reality but also to make the dynamics of reason effective in every act of subjective reason and in every moment of objective reason. The danger involved in this situation is that the dynamics of rational creativity may be confused with the distortions of reason in existence. The dynamic element of reason forces the mind to take this risk. In every rational act 3 elements inhere: the static clement of reason, the dynamic element of reason, and the existential distortion of both of them. Therefore, it is possible for the mind to defend something as a static element of reason which is a distortion of it, or for the mind to attack something as distorted which is a dynamic element of reason. Academic art defends the static element of aesthetic reason, but in much academic art there is a distortion of something which was creative and new when it first arose and which was attacked at its inception as a distortion of former academic ideals. Social conservatism is a distortion of something which once was a dynamic creation. Attacked at the time of its appearance as a distortion of former conservative ideals. These risks are unavoidable in all processes of actual reason, in mind as well as in reality. One must ask what the dynamic element in objective reason means. It is a problem whether one can speak about a changing element within the structure of reality. Nobody doubts that reality changes, but many people believe that change is possible only because the structure of reality is unchangeable. If this were so, the rational structure of the mind itself would be unchangeable, and the rational process would have only two elements: the static element and the failure to grasp and to shape it adequately. One would have to dismiss the dynamic element of reason altogether if subjective reason alone were dynamic. Reality itself creates structural possibilities within itself. Life, as well as mind, is creative. Only those things can live which embody a rational structure. Living. 79. Beings are successful attempts of nature to actualize itself in accordance with the demands of objective reason. If nature does not follow these demands, its products are unsuccessful trials. The same is true of legal forms and social re-and-ons. New products of the historical process are attempts which can succeed only if they follow the demands of objective reason. Neither nature nor history can create anything that contradicts reason, for the new and the old in history and nature are bound together in an overwhehng rational unity which is static and dynamic at the same time. T and new does not break this unity, it cannot, because objective reason is the structural possibility, the logos of being. 3. The depth of reason. The depth of reason is the expression of something that is not reason but which precedes reason and is manifest through it. Reason in both its objective and its subjective structures points to something which appears in these structures but which transcends them in power and meaning. This is not another field of reason which could progressively be discovered and expressed, but it is that which is expressed through every rational expression. It could be called the substance which appears in the rational structure, or being itself which is manifest in the zogos of being, or the ground which is creative in every rational creation, or the abyss which cannot be exhausted by any creation or by any totality of them, or the infinite potentiality of being and meaning which pours into the rational structures of mind and reality, actualizing and transforming them. All these terms which point to that which precedes reason have a metaphorical character. Preceding is itself metaphorical. This is necessarily so, because if the terms were used in their proper sense, they would belong to reason and would not precede it. While only a metaphorical description of the depth of reason is possible, the metaphors may be applied to the various fields in which reason is actualized. In the cognitive realm, the depth of reason is its quality of pointing to truth itself, namely, to the infinite power of being and of the ultimately real, through the relative truths in every field of knowledge. In the aesthetic realm, the depth of reason is its quality of pointing to beauty itself, namely, to an infinite meaning and an ultimate significance, through the creations in every field of aesthetic intuition. In the legal realm, the depth of reason is its quality of pointing to justice itself, namely, to an infinite seriousness and an ultimate dignity, through every structure of actualized justice. In the communal realm, the depth 80 of reason is its quality of pointing to love itself, namely, to an infinite richness and an ultimate unity, through every form of actualized love. This dimension of reason, the dimension of depth, is an essential quality of all rational functions. It is their own depth, making them inexhaustible and giving them greatness. The depth of reason is that characteristic of reason which explains two functions of the human mind, the rational character of which can neither be affirmed nor denied because they demonstrate an independent structure which can neither be reduced to other functions of reason nor be derived from pre-rational psychological or sociological elements. Myth is not primitive science, nor is cult primitive morality. Their content, as well as the attitude of people toward them, disclose elements which transcend science as well as morality, moments of infinity which express ultimate concern. These elements are essentially implicit in every rational act and process, so that in principle they do not require separate expression. In every act of grasping truth, truth itself is grasped implicitly, and in every act of transforming love, love itself transforms implicitly, etc. The depth of reason is essentially manifest in reason. but it is hidden in reason under the conditions of existence. Because of these conditions, reason in existence expresses itself in myth and cult as well as in its proper functions. There should be neither myth nor cult. They contradict essential reason, they betray by their very existence the fallen state of a reason which has lost immediate unity with its own depth. It has become superficial, cutting itself off from its ground and abyss. Christianity and the Enlightenment agree in the judgment that there should be neither myth nor cult, but from different presuppositions. Christianity envisages a state without myth and cult, potentially in the beginning, actually in the end, fragmentarily and by anticipation in the flux of time. Enlightenment sees the end of myth and cult in a new future when rational knowledge has vanquished myth and rational morals have conquered cult. Enlightenment and rationalism confuse the essential nature of reason with the predicament of reason in existence. Essentially, reason is transparent toward its depth in each of its acts and processes. In existence, this transparency is opaque and is replaced by myth and cult. Therefore, both of these are utterly ambiguous from the point of view of existential reason. Innumerable theories defining them, and explaining them away are a token of this situation. If we ignore the merely negative theories, most of which are based on psychological and sociological explanations and which are consequences. 81. Of the rationalistic understanding of reason, we are driven to the following alternative: either myth and cult are special realms of reason along with the others, or they represent the depth of reason in symbolic form. If they are considered to be special rational functions in addition to the others, they are in a never-ending and insoluble conflict with the other functions. They are swallowed by them, placed into the category of irrational feelings, or maintained as strange bodies, heteronymous and destructive, within the structure of reason. If, however, myth and cult are considered to be the expressions of the depth of reason in symbolic form, they lie in a dimension where no interference with the proper functions of reason is possible. Wherever the ontological concept of reason is accepted and the depth of reason is understood, no conflicts between myth and knowledge, between cult and morals, are necessary. Revelation does not destroy reason, but reason raises the question of revelation. 8. b. Reason in existence. 4. The finitude and the ambiguities of actual reason. Reason as the structure of mind and reality is actual in the processes of being, existence, and life. Being is finite, existence is self-contradictory, and life is ambiguous, see parts 2-4. Actual reason participates in these characteristics of reality. Actual reason moves through finite categories, through self-destructive conflicts, through ambiguities, and through the quest for what is unambiguous, beyond conflict, and beyond bondage to the categories. The nature of finite reason is described in classical form by Nicolaus Cusanus and Immanuel Kant. The former speaks of the docta ignorantia, the learned ignorance, which acknowledges the finitude of man's cognitive reason and its inability to grasp its own infinite ground. But, in recognizing this situation, man is at the same time aware of the infinite which is present in everything finite, though infinitely transcending it. This presence of the inexhaustible ground in all beings is called by Cusanus the coincidence of the opposites. In spite of its finitude, reason is aware of its infinite depth. It cannot express it in terms of rational knowledge, ignorance, but the knowledge that this is impossible is real knowledge, learned. The finitude of reason does not lie in the fact that it lacks perfection in grasping and shaping reality. Such imperfection is accidental to reason. Finitude is essential for reason, as it is for 6. For extensive discussion of symbolic form, see pages 238-47. 82. Everything that participates in being. The structure of this finitude is described in the most profound and comprehensive way in Kant's Critique 7. The categories of experience are categories of finitude. They do not enable human reason to grasp reality in itself, but they do enable man to grasp his world, the totality of the phenomena which appear to him and which constitute his actual experience. The main category of finitude is time. Being finite means being temporal. Reason cannot break through the limits of temporality and reach the eternal, just as it cannot break through the limits of causality, space, substance, in order to reach the first cause, absolute space, universal substance. At this point the situation is exactly the same as it is in Nikolauskianism. By analyzing the categorical structure of reason, man discovers the finitude in which he is imprisoned. He also discovers that his reason does not accept this bondage and tries to grasp the infinite with the categories of finitude, the really real with the categories of experience, and that it necessarily fails. The only point at which the prison of finitude is open is the realm of moral experience, because in it something unconditional breaks into the whole of temporal and causal conditions. But this point which Kant reaches is nothing more than a point, an unconditional command, a mere awareness of the depth of reason. Kant's critical ignorance describes the finitude of reason as clearly as the learned ignorance of Nikolauskianism. The difference, however, is that, in Cusanus, Catholic mysticism points to an intuitive union with the ground and abyss of reason, while, in Kant, Protestant criticism restricts reason to the acceptance of the unconditional imperative as the only approach to reality itself. In post-Kantian metaphysics reason forgot its bondage to the categories of finitude. But this self-elevation to divine dignity brought on dethronement and contempt of reason and made the victory of one of its functions over all the others possible. The AOALE reason after Hegel contributed decisively to the F11 FDD enthronement of technical reason in our time and to the loss of the universality and the depth of ontological reason. But reason is not merely finite. It is true that reason, along with all things and events, is subject to the conditions of existence. It contradicts itself and is threatened with disruption and self-destruction. Its elements move against each other. But this is only the one side of the picture. In the actual life of reason its basic structure is never completely lost. If it were lost, mind as well as reality would have been destroyed in the very moment of their coming into existence. In the actual life of reason essential and existential forces, forces of creation and forces of destruction, are united and disunited at the same time. These conflicts in actual reason supply the content for a justifiable theological criticism of reason. But an accusation of reason as such is a symptom either of theological ignorance or of theological arrogance. On the other hand, an attack on theology as such in the name of reason is a symptom of rationalistic shallowness or rationalistic hybris. An adequate description of the inner conflicts of ontological reason should replace the popular religious and half-popular theological lamentations about reason as such. And it should, at the same time, force reason to acknowledge its own existential predicament out of which the quest for revelation arises. 5. The conflict within actual reason and the quest for revelation. A. Autonomy against heteronomy. Under the conditions of existence the structural elements of reason move against each other. Although never completely separated, they fall into self-destructive conflicts which cannot be solved on the basis of actual reason. A description of these conflicts must replace the popular religious or theological attacks on the weakness or blindness of reason. The self-criticism of reason in the light of revelation penetrates much deeper and is considerably more rational than these inarticulate and often merely emotional attacks. The polarity of structure and depth within reason produces a conflict between autonomous and heteronomous reason under the conditions of existence. Out of this conflict arises the quest for theonomy. The polarity of the static and the dynamic elements of reason produces a conflict between absolutism and relativism of reason under the conditions of existence. This conflict leads to the quest for the concrete absolute. The polarity of the formal and the emotional elements of reason produces the conflict between formalism and irrationalism of reason under the conditions of existence. Out of this conflict arises the quest for the union of form and mystery. In all three cases reason is driven to the quest for revelation. Reason which affirms and actualizes its structure without regarding its depth is autonomous. Autonomy does not mean the freedom of the individual to be a law to himself, as theological writers often have as 84. Served, establishing in this way an easy scapegoat for their attacks on an independent culture. Autonomy means the obedience of the individual to the law of reason, which he finds in himself as a rational being. The nomer, law, of autos, self, is not the law of one's personality structure. It is the law of subjective objective reason, it is the law implied in the logos structure of mind and reality. Autonomous reason, in affirming itself in its different functions and their structural demands, uses or rejects that which is merely an expression of an individual's situation within him and around him. It resists the danger of being conditioned by the situation of self and world in existence. It considers these conditions as the material which reason has to grasp and to shape according to its structural laws. Therefore, autonomous reason tries to keep itself free from ungrasped impressions and unshaped strivings. Its independence is the opposite of willfulness, it is obedience to its own essential structure, the law of reason which is the law of nature within mind and reality, and which is divine law, rooted in the ground of being itself. This is true of all functions of ontological reason. Historically, autonomous reason has liberated and maintained itself in a never-ending fight with heteronomy. Heteronomy imposes a strange, actoros, law, nomos, on one or all of the functions of reason. It issues commands from outside on how reason should grasp and shape reality. But this outside is not merely outside. It represents, at the same time, an element in reason itself, namely, the depth of reason. This makes the fight between autonomy and heteronomy dangerous and tragic. It is, finally, a conflict in reason itself. As long as reason is pre-rational, a confusing mass of sense impressions, a chaotic mass of instincts, strivings, compulsions, no genuine heteronomy has appeared. All this is outside reason, but it is not a law to which reason is asked to subject itself, it is not law in any rational sense. The problem of heteronomy is the problem of an authority which claims to represent reason, namely, the depth of reason, against its autonomous actualization. The basis of such a claim is not the superiority in rational power which many traditions, institutions, or personalities obviously have. The basis of a genuine heteronomy is the claim to speak in the name of the ground of being and therefore in an unconditional and ultimate way. A heteronomous authority usually expresses itself in terms of myth and cult because these are the direct and intentional expressions of the depth of reason. It is also possible for non-mythical and non-ritual forms to gain power over the mind, example political ideas. Heteronomy in this sense is usually 85. A reaction against an autonomy which has lost its depth and has become empty and powerless. But as a reaction it is destructive, denying to reason the right of autonomy and destroying its structural laws from outside. Autonomy and heteronomy are rooted in theonomy, and each goes astray when their theonomous unity is broken. Theonomy does not mean the acceptance of a divine law imposed on reason by a highest authority, it means autonomous reason united with its own depth. In a theonomous situation reason actualizes itself in obedience to its structural laws and in the power of its own inexhaustible ground. Since God, Theos, is the law, nomos, for both the structure and the ground of reason, they are united in him, and their unity is manifest in a theonomous situation. But there is no complete theonomy under the conditions of existence. Both elements which essentially are united in it struggle with each other under the conditions of existence and try to destroy each other. In this struggle they tend to destroy reason itself. Therefore, the quest for a reunion of what is always split in time and space arises out of reason and not in opposition to reason. This quest is the quest for revelation. Seen in a world historical perspective, the conflict between autonomy and heteronomy is the key to any theological understanding of the Greek as well as of the modern development and of many other problems of the spiritual history of mankind. The history of Greek philosophy, for example, can be written as a curve which starts with the still theonomous pre-philosophical period, mythology and cosmology, the slow elaboration of the autonomous structures of reason, pre-Socratic, the classical synthesis of structure and depth, Plato, the rationalization of the synthesis in the different schools, after Aristotle, the despair of reason in trying autonomously to create a world to live in, skepticism, the mystical transcending of reason, Neoplatonism, the questioning of authorities in past and present, philosophical schools and religious sects, the creation of a new theonomy under Christian influence, Clement and Origen, and the intrusion of heteronymous elements, Athanasius and Augustine. During the High Middle Ages a theonomy, Bonaventura, was realized under the preponderance of heteronymous elements, Thomas. Toward the end of the medieval period heteronomy became all-powerful, Inquisition, partly as a reaction against autonomous tendencies in culture and religion, nominalism, and destroyed the medieval theonomy. In the period of Renaissance and Reformation the conflict grew to new intensity. The Renaissance, which 86 showed a theonomous character in its Neoplatonic beginnings, Cusanus, Ficino, became increasingly autonomous in its later development, Erasmus, Galileo. Conversely, the Reformation, which in its early years united a religious with a cultural emphasis on autonomy, Luther's reliance on his conscience and Luther and Zwingli's connection with the humanists, very soon developed a heteronomy which surpassed even that of the later Middle Ages in some respects, Protestant orthodoxy. In the 18th and 19th centuries, in spite of some heteronymous remnants and reactions, autonomy won an almost complete victory. Orthodoxy and fundamentalism were pushed into the corners of cultural life, sterile and ineffective. Classical and Romantic attempts to re-establish theonomy with autonomous means, Hegel, Schelling, did not succeed, producing radical autonomous reactions, post-Hegelians, on the one hand, and strong heteronymous reactions, revivalism, on the other hand. Under the guidance of technical reason autonomy conquered all reactions but completely lost the dimension of depth. It became shallow, empty, without ultimate meaning, and produced conscious or unconscious despair. In this situation powerful heteronomies of a quasi-political character entered the vacuum created by an autonomy which lacked the dimension of depth. The double fight against an empty autonomy and a destructive heteronomy makes the quest for a new theonomy as urgent today as it was at the end of the ancient world. The catastrophe of autonomous reason is complete. Neither autonomy nor heteronomy, isolated and in conflict, can give the answer. b. Relativism against absolutism. Essentially, reason unites a static and a dynamic element. The static element preserves reason from losing its identity within the life process. The dynamic element is the power of reason to actualize itself rationally in the process of life, while without the static element reason could not be the structure of life. Under the conditions of existence the two elements are torn from each other and move against each other. The static element of reason appears in two forms of absolutism: the absolutism of tradition and the absolutism of revolution. The dynamic element of reason appears in two forms of relativism: positivistic relativism and cynical relativism. The absolutism of tradition identifies the static element of reason with special traditions, such as socially accepted morals, established political forms, academic aesthetics, and unquestioned philosophical principles. This attitude is usually called conserva. 87. Tiv. But conservatism can mean two things. It can mean the readiness to defend the static side of reason against an exclusive emphasis on the dynamic side, and it can mean the fanaticism which considers dynamic structures of reason as static and elevates them to absolute validity. However, in any special case it is impossible to separate the static from the dynamic element, and every attempt to do so leads finally to a destruction of the absolutized forms through the attack of other forms which emerge in the process of actual reason. Such attacks are made in the power of another type of absolutism, the revolutionary. But after one absolutism is destroyed by a revolutionary attack, the victor establishes itself in equally absolute terms. This is almost unavoidable, because the attack was victorious through the strength of an absolute claim, often of a utopian character. Revolutionary reason believes just as deeply as traditionalism that it represents unchangeable truth, but it is being more inconsistent in this belief. The absolutism of tradition can point to past ages, with the claim that it is saying what always has been said. Revolutionary absolutism, however, has experienced at least in one case the breakdown of such a claim, namely, the breaching of tradition involved in its own victory, and it should envisage the possibility of its own end. But it does not. This shows that the two types of absolutism are not exclusive, they elicit each other. Both are contradicted by different forms of relativism. Relativism denies a static element in the structure of reason or emphasizes the dynamic element so much that no definite place is left for actual reason. Relativism can be positivistic or cynical, the former parallel to the absolutism of tradition, the second to the absolutism of revolution. Positivistic relativism takes what is given, posited, without applying absolute criteria to its valuation. In practice, therefore, it can become as conservative as any kind of absolutism of tradition, but on another basis and with other implications. For instance, the positivism of law in the middle of the 19th century was a reaction against the revolutionary absolutism of the 18th century. But it was not absolutistic itself. I accepted the positive law of different nations and periods as merely given, but it did not allow critical attacks from the side of the natural law, nor did it establish current positive law as eternal law. Similarly, the aesthetic relativism of this period placed all previous styles on the same level without giving any of them preference in terms of a classical ideal. In the sphere of social relations, local traditions were praised and their divergent developments were accepted without a critical norm. More important than all these is philosophical positivism. From the time of David Hume it has developed in many directions and has replaced absolute norms and criteria in all realms of life by pragmatic tests. Truth is relative to a group, to a concrete situation, or to an existential predicament. In this respect, the recent forms of existentialism agree with the principles of pragmatic relativism and with some forms of the European Lebensphilosophy, philosophy of life, to a surprising degree. It is the tragedy of this positivism that it either transforms itself into a conservative absolutism or into the cynical type of relativism. Only in countries where the remnants of former absolutisms are still powerful enough to delay such developments are the self-destructive implications of positivism hidden: England, the United States. Cynical relativism usually is a result of a disappointment over utopian absolutism. It employs skeptical arguments against absolute principles, but it does not draw either of the two possible consequences of radical skepticism. It neither turns to revelation nor leaves the realm of thought and action altogether as ancient skepticism often did. Cynicism is an attitude of superiority over, or indifference toward, any rational structure, whether static or dynamic. Cynical relativism uses reason only for the sake of denying reason a self-contradiction which is cynically accepted. Rational criticism, which presupposes some valid structures, is not the basis of cynical relativism. Its basis is disbelief in the validity of any rational act, even if it is merely critical. Cynical relativism is not wrecked by its self-contradictions. Its nemesis is the empty space it produces, the complete vacuum into which new absolutisms pour. Criticism is an attempt to overcome the conflict between absolutism and relativism. It is an attitude which is not restricted to so-called critical philosophy. It is present in the whole history of philosophy, nor is it restricted to philosophy. It is effective in all spheres of ontological reason. It is the attempt to unite the static and the dynamic elements of reason by depriving the static element of content and by reducing it to a pure 89 form. An example is the categorical imperative, which denies special demands and which surrenders concrete details to the contingencies of the situation. Criticism combines a positivistic with a revolutionary element, excluding traditionalism as well as cynicism. Socrates and Kant are representative of the critical attitude in philosophy. But the development of their schools proves that the critical attitude is more a demand than a possibility. In both schools either the static or the dynamic element prevailed, frustrating the critical attempt. Although Plato's earlier dialogues were critical, Platonism grew in the direction of absolutism. In spite of their acceptance of the rationalism of Socrates, hedonism and cynicism grew in the direction of absolutism. Kant's classical followers became pure absolutists, while the Neo-Kantian school emphasized the relativism of an infinite process. This is not accidental. The critical attitude, by establishing absolute though assumedly empty criteria, deceived itself about their emptiness. These criteria always mirrored a special situation, for example, the situation of Athens in the Peloponnesian War, or the victory of the bourgeois mind in Western Europe. The principles established by critical philosophy were too concrete and consequently too relative for their absolute claim. But their application was too absolutistic. It represented a special form of life which claimed more than relative validity. Therefore, in the ancient as well as in the modern world, criticism was unable to overcome the conflict between absolutism and relativism. Only that which is absolute and concrete at the same time can overcome this conflict. Only revelation can do it. See, formalism against emotionalism. In its essential structure, reason unites formal and emotional elements. There is a predominance of the formal element in the cognitive and the legal functions of reason and of the emotional element in its aesthetic and communal functions. But in all its activities, essential reason unites both elements. Under the conditions of existence, the unity is disrupted. The elements move against each other and produce conflicts as deep and destructive as are the conflicts already discussed. Formalism appears in the exclusive emphasis on the formal side of every rational function and in the separation of the functions from each other. Controlling knowledge and the corresponding formalized logic, if taken as the pattern of all knowledge, represent formalism in the cognitive realm. Controlling knowledge is one side of cognitive reason and an essential element in every cognitive act. But its attempt to monopolize the whole cognitive function and to deny that any other avenue is 90. Knowledge and can attain truth shows its existential disruption. It keeps cognitive reason from digging into those strata of things and events which can be grasped only with a more intellectual love. Formalism in the cognitive realm is intellectualism, the use of the cognitive intellect without eaves. Emotional reactions against intellectualism forget the obligation of strict, serious, and technically correct thinking in all matters of knowledge. But they are right in demanding a knowledge which not only controls but also unites. In the aesthetic realm, formalism is an attitude, expressed in the phrase art for art's sake, which disregards the content and meaning of artistic creations for the sake of their form. Aestheticism deprives art of its existential character by substituting detached judgments of taste and a refined connoisseurship for emotional union. No artistic expression is possible without the creative rational form, but the form, even in its greatest refinement, is empty if it does not express a spiritual substance. Even the richest and most profound artistic creation can be destructive for spiritual life if it is received in terms of formalism and aestheticism. Lo, the emotional reactions of most people against aestheticism are wrong in their aesthetic judgment but right in their fundamental intention. Formalism in the realm of legal reason places exclusive emphasis on the structural necessities of justice without asking the question of the adequacy of a legal form to the human reality which it is supposed to shape. The tragic alienation between law and life which is a subject of complaint in all periods is not caused by bad will on the part of those who make and enforce the law, it is a consequence of the separation of form from emotional participation. Legalism in the sense of legal formalism can become, like certain types of logic, a kind of play with pure forms, consistent in itself, detached from life. If applied to life, this play can turn into a destructive reality. Form armed with power can become a terrible organ of suppression in a social group. From our point of view, legal formalism and totalitarian suppression are intimately related. Emotional reactions against legal formalism misunderstand the structural necessities of law, but they realize instinctively the inadequacy of legal formalism for meeting the demands of life. In the communal function of reason, formalism preserves, applies, and defends the conventional forms which have shaped social and personal life. Conventionalism, as this attitude can be called, must not be confused with traditionalism. The latter makes an absolute claim for special traditions or conventions because of their content and meaning. Conventionalism makes no absolute claim for the conventions it defends, nor does it value *m because of their content and meaning. Conventionalism affirms the social and personal forms as forms. Automatic obedience to the accepted ways of behavior is demanded by conventional formalism. Its tremendous power in social relations, in education, and in self-discipline makes it a tragic force in all human history. It tends to destroy the inborn vitality and creativity of every new being and of every new generation. It cripples life and replaces love by rule. It shapes personalities and communities by suppressing the spiritual and emotional substance which it is supposed to shape. The form destroys the meaning. Emotional reactions against conventional formalism are especially explosive and catastrophic. They have a blind spot with regard to the supporting, preserving, and directing power of convention and habit, but they are right in opposing its formalistic distortion with passion and sacrifice. Formalism appears not only in every function of ontological reason but also in the relation of the functions to each other. The unity of reason is disrupted by its division into departments, each of which is controlled by a special set of structural forms. This refers to the grasping and to the shaping functions of reason as well as to their interrelationship. The cognitive function, deprived of its aesthetic element, is separated from the aesthetic function, deprived of its cognitive element. In essential reason these two elements are united in various degrees, as reflected in functions like historical and ontological intuition, on the one hand, psychological novels and metaphysical poetry, on the other hand. The union of the cognitive and aesthetic functions is fully expressed in mythology, the womb out of which both of them were born and came to independence and to which they tend to return. The Romanticists of the early 19th century, philosophers and artists, tried to re-establish the unity of the cognitive and the aesthetic functions. This attempt has been continued by many recent artists and philosophers: Expressionism, New Realism, Existentialism. They turned away from cognitive and aesthetic formalism and consequently from the separation of the two functions. They even tried to unite both in a new myth. But in this they failed. No myth can be created, no unity of the rational functions can be reached, on the basis of reason in conflict. A new myth is the expression 92 of the reuniting power of a new revelation, not a product of formalized reason. The shaping functions of reason also are separated from each other by the formalization of reason and its separation from emotion. The organizational function, deprived of an organic basis, is separated from the organic function, deprived of an organizational structure. In essential reason these two elements are united in various degrees and with various transitions, in a way analogous to the life of free organizations within an embracing legal structure. The union of legal and communal functions is fully expressed in the cult community, which is the mother of both of them and to which they try to return. Old and new Romanticists long for a state which represents the Christian body of the idealized Middle Ages, or, if this cannot be re-established, national or racial bodies, or the body of mankind. They look for an organism which can become the bearer of a non-formalized law. But neither mankind as an organism nor a common cult as the function of a religious world community can unite in itself law and communion. This unity can be created neither by a formalized constitution nor by unorganized sympathies, desires, and movements. The quest for a new and universal communion, in which organization and organism are united, is the quest for revelation. Finally, the formalization of reason separates its grasping from its shaping functions. This conflict is usually described as the conflict between theory and practice. A grasping which has lost the element of shaping and a shaping which has lost the element of grasping are in conflict with each other. In essential reason the two elements are united. The much abused word experience has one connotation which points to this unity: experience unites insight with action. In the relation of myth and cult no separation is even imaginable. Cult includes the myth on the basis of which it acts out the divine human drama, and myth includes the cult of which it is the imaginary expression. It is, therefore, understandable that there is a continuous struggle for the reunion of theory and practice. In his description of the poverty of philosophy, Marx challenged a philosophy which interprets the world without changing it. Nietzsche in his attack on historism challenged a historiography which is not related to our historical existence. Religious socialism took over the insight of the fourth gospel that truth must be done. And it took over the insight of the whole biblical tradition that without active participation in the new reality its nature cannot be known. Instrumentalism points to the intimate relation between action and knowledge, though it remains predominantly on the level of technical reason. Nevertheless, the conflicts remain. Practice resists theory, which it considers inferior to itself. It demands an activism which cuts off every theoretical investigation before it has come to its end. In practice one cannot do otherwise, for one must act before one has finished thinking. On the other hand, the infinite horizons of thinking cannot supply the basis for any concrete decision with certainty. Except in the technical realm where an existential decision is not involved, one must make decisions on the basis of limited or distorted or incomplete insights. Neither theory nor practice in isolation can solve the problem of their conflict with each other. Only a truth which is present in spite of the infinity of theoretical possibilities and only a good which is present in spite of the infinite risk implied in every action can overcome the disruption between the grasping and the shaping functions of reason. The quest for such a truth and such a good is the quest for revelation. The functional splits of reason are consequences of the formalization of reason, of the conflict between formalism and emotionalism. The consequences of the formalization of reason are manifest. Emotion reacts against them and against formal reason in all realms. But this reaction is futile because it is merely emotional, that is, minus structural elements. Emotion is powerless against intellectualism and aestheticism, against legalism and conventionalism, if it remains mere emotion. But, although powerless over reason, it can have great power of destruction over the mind, personally and socially. Emotion without rational structure, in the sense, of course, of ontological reason, becomes irrationalism. And irrationalism is destructive in two respects. If it attacks formalized reason, it must have some rational content. This content, however, is not subjected to rational criticism and gets its power from the strength of the emotion which carries it. It is still reason, but irrationally promoted reason, and therefore blind and fanatical. It has all the qualities of the demonic, whether it is expressed in religious or secular terms. If, on the other hand, irrationalism empties itself of any content and becomes mere subjective feeling, a vacuum is produced, into which distorted reason can break without a rational checkpoint. 12 If reason sacrifices its formal structures, and with them its critical power, the Tam's essential structures with which the cognitive subject is essentially united and which it can remember when looking at things. This motif runs through the whole history of philosophy. It explains the titanic attempts of human thought in all periods to make the cognitive relation understandable, the strangeness of subject and object and, in spite of it, their cognitive union. While skepticism despaired of the possibility of uniting the object with the subject, criticism removed the object as a thing in itself from the realm of actual knowledge without explaining how knowledge can grasp reality and not only appearance. While positivism completely removed the difference between subject and object, and idealism decreed their identity, both of them failed to explain the estrangement of subject and object and the possibility of error. Dualism postulated a transcendent unity of subject and object in a divine mind or substance, without explaining man's participation in it. Yet each of these attempts was aware of the ontological problem of knowledge, the unity of separation and union. The epistemological situation is confirmed existentially by certain aspects of personal and social life as they are related to knowledge. The passion of knowing for the sake of knowing, which frequently can be found in primitive as well as in refined forms, indicates that a want, a vacuum, is filled by successful cognition. Something which was strange, but which nevertheless belongs to us, has become familiar, a part of us. According to Plato, the cognitive end is born out of poverty and abundance. It drives us toward reunion with that to which we belong and which belongs to us. In every act of knowledge want and estrangement are conquered. But knowledge is more than a fulfilling, it also transforms and heals. This would be impossible if the knowing subject were only a mirror of the object, remaining in unconquered distance from it. Socrates was aware of this situation when he made the assertion that out of the knowing of the good the doing of the good follows. It is, of course, as easy as it is cheap to state that one may know the good without doing it, without being able to do it. One should not confront Socrates with Paul in order to show how much more realistic Paul was. It is at least probable that Socrates knew what every schoolboy knows, that some people act against their better knowledge. But he also knew something of which even philosophers and theologians are ignorant, that true knowledge includes union and, therefore, openness to receive that with which one unites. This is the knowledge of which Paul also speaks. 94. Salt is not an empty sentimentality but the demonic rise of anti-rational forces, which often are supported by all the tools of technical reason. This experience drives men to the quest for the reunion of form and emotion. This is a quest for revelation. Reason does not resist revelation. It asks for revelation means the reintegration of reason. See the cognitive function of reason. And the quest for revelation. 6. The ontological structure of knowledge. Systematic theology must give special consideration to the cognitive function of ontological reason in developing the concept of revelation, for revelation is the manifestation of the ground of being for human knowledge. While theology as such cannot produce an epistemology of its own, it must refer to those characteristics of cognitive reason which are relevant for the cognitive character of revelation. In particular, theology must give a description of cognitive reason under the conditions of existence. But a description of the conflicts of existential cognition presupposes an understanding of its ontological structure, for it is the polar structure of cognitive reason which makes its existential conflicts possible and drives it to the quest for revelation. Knowing is a form of union. In every act of knowledge the knower and that which is known are united, the gap between subject and object is overcome. The subject grasps the object, adapts it to itself, and, at the same time, adapts itself to the object. But the union of knowledge is a peculiar one, it is a union through separation. Detachment is the condition of cognitive union. In order to know, one must look at a thing, and, in order to look at a thing, one must be at a distance. Cognitive distance is the presupposition of cognitive union. Most philosophers have seen both sides. The old dispute whether the equal recognizes the equal or whether the unequal recognizes the unequal is a classical expression of the insight that union, which presupposes some equality, and distance, which presupposes some inequality, are polar elements in the process of cognition. The unity of distance and union is the ontological problem of knowledge. It drove Plato to the myth of an original union of the soul with the essences, ideas, of the separation of soul from the truly real in temporal existence, of the recollection of the essences, and of reunion with them through the different degrees of cognitive elevation. The unity is never completely destroyed, but there is also estrangement. The particular object is strange as such, but it can. 94. The gnosis, which in New Testament Greek means cognitive, sexual, and mystical union at the same time. In this respect there is no contrast between Socrates and Paul. He who knows God or the Christ in the sense of being grasped by him and being united with him does the good. He who knows the essential structure of things in the sense of having received their meaning and power acts according to them, he does the good, even if he has to die for it. Recently the term insight has been given connotations of gnosis, namely, of a knowledge which transforms and heals. Depth psychology attributes healing powers to insight, meaning not a detached knowledge of psychoanalytic theory or of one's own past in the light of this theory, but a repetition of one's actual experiences with all the pains and horrors of such a return. Insight in this sense is a reunion with one's own past and especially with those moments in it which influence the present destructively. Such a cognitive union produces a transformation just as radical and as difficult as that presupposed and demanded by Socrates and Paul. For most of the Asiatic philosophies and religions, the uniting, healing, and transforming power of knowledge is a matter of course. Their problem never completely solved is the element of distance, not that of union. Another existential confirmation of the interpretation of knowledge as a unity between distance and union is the social valuation of knowledge in all integrated human groups. Insight into the principles on which the life of the group is based, and acceptance of them, is considered an absolute precondition for the life of the group. There is no difference in this respect between religious or secular, democratic or totalitarian groups. It is impossible to understand the emphasis in all social groups on the knowledge of the dominating principles, if the uniting character of knowledge is not recognized. Much criticism of so-called dogmatism, often made by people who are unaware of their own dogmatic assumptions, is rooted in the misinterpretation of knowledge as a detached cognizance of objects separated from the subject. Dogmatism with respect to such knowledge is indeed meaningless. But if knowledge unites, much depends on the object with which it unites. Error becomes dangerous if it means union with distorted and deceiving elements of reality, with that which is not really real but which only claims to be. Anxiety about falling into error or about the error into which others might fall or have fallen, the tremendous reactions against error in all cohesive social groups, the interpretation of error as demonic. 97. Possession. All this is understandable only if knowledge includes union. Liberalism, the protest against dogmatism, is based on the authentic element of detachment which belongs to knowledge and which demands openness for questions, inquiries, and new answers, even to the point of the possible disintegration of a social group. Under the conditions of existence, no final solution for this conflict can be found. As reason generally is drawn into the conflict between absolutism and relativism, so cognitive reason is subject to the conflict between union and detachment in every act of knowledge. Out of this conflict the quest arises for a knowledge which unites the certainty of existential union with the openness of cognitive detachment. This quest is the quest for the knowledge of revelation. 7. Cognitive relations. The element of union and the element of detachment appear in different proportions in the different realms of knowledge. But there is no knowledge without the presence of both elements. Statistical indexes are material for physical or sociological knowledge, but they are not themselves knowledge. Devotional meditations imply cognitive elements, but they are not themselves knowledge. The type of knowledge which is predominantly determined by the element of detachment can be called controlling knowledge. One controlling knowledge is the outstanding, though not the only, example of technical reason. It unites subject and object for the sake of the control of the object by the subject. It transforms the object into a completely conditioned and calculable thing. It deprives it of any subjective quality. Controlling knowledge looks upon its object as something which cannot return its look. Certainly, in every type of knowledge subject and object are logically distinguished. There is always an object, even in our knowledge of God. But controlling knowledge objectifies not only logically, which is unavoidable, but also ontologically and ethically. No thing, however, is merely a thing. Since everything that is participates in the self-world structure of being, elements of self-relatedness are universal. This makes union with everything possible. Nothing is absolutely strange. Speaking in a metaphorical manner, one could say that as we look at things, so things looks at us with the expectation of being received and the offer of enriching us in cognitive union. Things indicate that they might be interesting if we enter their deeper levels. NX 13. Cf. Max Schclcr, Verrucci 11 Einer Soziologie des Wissens, Munich, 1924. 98. Perience. Their special power of being. L4. At the same time, this does not exclude the fact that they are objects in the technical sense, things to be used and formed, means for ends which are strange to their inner meaning, telos. A metal is interesting, it has elements of subjectivity and self-relatedness. It is, on the other hand, material for innumerable tools and purposes. While the nature of metals admits of an overwhelming amount of objectifying knowledge and technical use, the nature of man does not. Man resists objectification, and if his resistance to it is broken, man himself is broken. A truly objective relation to man is determined by the element of union, the element of detachment is secondary. It is not absent. There are levels in man's bodily, psychic, and mental constitution which can and must be grasped by controlling knowledge. But this is neither the way of knowing human nature nor is it the way of knowing any individual personality in past or present, including oneself. Without union there is no cognitive approach to man. In contrast to controlling knowledge, this cognitive attitude can be called receiving knowledge. Neither actually nor potentially is it determined by the means-ends relationship. Receiving knowledge takes the object into itself, into union with the subject. This includes the emotional element, from which controlling knowledge tries to detach itself as much as possible. Emotion is the vehicle for receiving cognition. But the vehicle is far from making the content itself emotional. The content is rational, something to be verified, to be looked at with critical caution. Nevertheless, nothing can be received cognitively without emotion. No union of subject and object is possible without emotional participation. The unity of union and detachment is precisely described by the term understanding. Its literal meaning, to stand under the place where the object of knowledge stands, implies intimate participation. In ordinary use it points to the ability to grasp the logical meaning of something. Understanding another person or a historical figure, the life of an animal or a religious text, involves an amalgamation of controlling and receiving knowledge, of union and detachment, of participation and analysis. Most cognitive distortions are rooted in a disregard of the polarity which is in cognitive reason. This disregard is not simply an avoidable mistake, it is a genuine conflict under the conditions of existence. One side of this conflict is the tension between dogmatism and criticism. 99. Within social groups. But there are other sides to it. Controlling knowledge claims control of every level of reality. Life, spirit, personality, community, meanings, values, even one's ultimate concern, should be treated in terms of detachment, analysis, calculation, technical use. The power behind this claim is the preciseness, verifiability, the public approachability of controlling knowledge, and, above all, the tremendous success of its application to certain levels of reality. It is impossible to disregard or even to restrain this claim. The public mind is so impregnated with its methodological demands and its astonishing results that every cognitive attempt in which reception and union are presupposed encounters utter distrust. A consequence of this attitude is a rapid decay of spiritual, not only of the spiritual, life, an estrangement from nature, and, most dangerous of all, a dealing with human beings as with things. In psychology and sociology, in medicine and philosophy, man has been dissolved into elements out of which he is composed and which determine him. Treasures of empirical knowledge have been produced in this way, and new research projects augment those treasures daily. But man has been lost in this enterprise. That which can be known only by participation and union, that which is the object of receiving knowledge, is disregarded. Man actually has become what controlling knowledge considers him to be, a thing among things, a cog in the dominating machine of production and consumption, a dehumanized object of tyranny or a normalized object of public communications. Cognitive dehumanization has produced actual dehumanization. Three main movements have tried to resist the tidal wave of controlling knowledge: Romanticism, philosophy of life, and existentialism. They all have had instantaneous success, but they have lost out in the long run because they could not solve the problem of the criterion of the false and the true. The romantic philosophy of nature confused poetry and symbolic intuition with knowledge. It ignored the strangeness of the world of objects, the strangeness not only of the lower but also of the higher levels of nature toward man. If Hegel called nature a estranged spirit, his emphasis was not on estranged but on spirit, which gave him the possibility of approaching nature with receiving knowledge, with attempts to participate in it and to unite with it. But Hegel's philosophy of nature was a failure of worldwide significance. A romantic philosophy of nature cannot escape this defeat. Neither can a philosophy of life which tries to create cognitive union with the dynamic process of life. Such a philosophy recognizes that life is not an 100 object of controlling knowledge, that life must be killed in order to be subjected to the means-end structure, that life in its dynamic creativity, in its end and vital, Bergson, is open only to receiving knowledge, to intuitive participation and mystical union. This, however, raises the question which life philosophy never was able to answer: how can the intuitive union in which life is aware of itself be verified? If it is unexpressible, it is not knowledge. If it can be expressed, it falls under the criterion of cognitive reason, and its application demands detachment, analysis, and objectification. The relation between receiving and controlling knowledge is not explained by Bergson or by any other of the life philosophers. Existentialism tries to save the freedom of the individual self from the domination of controlling knowledge. But this freedom is described in terms which not only lack any criterion but also any content. Existentialism is the most desperate attempt to escape the power of controlling knowledge and of the objectified world which technical reason has produced. It says no to this world, but, in order to say yes to something else, it has either to use controlling knowledge or to turn to revelation. Existentialism, like Romanticism and philosophy of life, must either surrender to technical reason or ask the question of revelation. Revelation claims to create complete union with that which appears in revelation. It is receiving knowledge in its fulfillment. But, at the same time, it claims to satisfy the demands of controlling knowledge, of detachment and analysis. 8. Truth and verification. Every cognitive act strives for truth. Since theology claims to be true, it must discuss the meaning of the term truth, the nature of revealed truth, and its relation to other forms of truth. In the absence of such a discussion, the theological claim can be dismissed by a simple semantic device, often used by naturalists and positivists. According to them, the use of the term truth is restricted to empirically verifiable statements. The predicate true should be reserved either for analytic sentences or for experimentally confirmed propositions. Such a terminological limitation of the terms true and truth is possible and is a matter of convention. But, whenever it is accepted, it means a break with the whole Western tradition and necessitates the creation of another term for what has been called aizth, or ver in classical, ancient, medieval, and modern literature. Is such a break necessary? The answer ulti. 101. Mately depends not on reasons of expediency but on the nature of cognitive reason. Modern philosophy usually speaks of true and false as qualities of judgments. Judgments can grasp or fail to grasp reality and can, accordingly, be true or false. But reality in itself is what it is, and it can neither be true nor false. This certainly is a possible line of arguing, but it is also possible to go beyond it. If the question is asked, what makes a judgment true, something must be said about reality itself. There must be an explanation of the fact that reality can give itself to the cognitive act in such a way that a false judgment can occur, and in such a way that many processes of observation and thought are necessary in order to reach true judgments. The reason is that things hide their true being. It must be discovered under the surface of sense impressions, changing appearances, and unfounded opinions. This discovery is made through a process of preliminary affirmations, consequent negations, and final affirmations. It is made through yes and no or dialectically. The surface must be penetrated, the appearance undercut, the depth must be reached, namely, the ousia, the essence of things, that which gives them the power of being. This is their truth, the really real indifference from the seemingly real. It would not be called true, however, if it were not true for someone, namely, for the mind which in the power of the rational word, the logos, grasps the level of reality in which the really real dwells. This notion of truth is not bound to its Socratic Platonic birthplace. In whatever way the terminology may be changed, in whatever way the relation between true and seeming reality may be described, in whatever way the relation of mind and reality may be understood, the problem of the truly real cannot be avoided. The seemingly real is not unreal, but it is deceptive if it is taken to be really real. One could say that the concept of true being is the result of disappointed expectations in our encounter with reality. For instance, we meet a person, and the impressions we receive of him produce expectations in us about his future behavior. Some of these expectations will be deceptive and will provoke the desire for a deeper understanding of his personality, in comparison with which the first understanding was superficial. New expectations arise and prove again to be partially deceptive, driving us to the question of a still deeper level of his personality. Finally, we may succeed in discovering his real, true personality structure, the essence and power of his being, and we will not be 102 deceived any longer. We may still be surprised, but such surprises are to be expected if a personality is the object of knowledge. The truth of something is that level of its being, the knowledge of which prevents wrong expectations and consequent disappointments. Truth, therefore, is the essence of things as well as the cognitive act in which their essence is grasped. The term truth is, like the term reason, subjective-objective. A judgment is true because it grasps and expresses true being. The really real becomes truth if it is grasped and expressed in a true judgment. The resistance of recent philosophy against the ontological use of the term has been aroused by the assumption that truth can be verified only within the realm of empirical science. Statements which cannot be verified by experiment are considered tautologies, emotional self-expressions, or meaningless propositions. There is an important truth in this attitude. Statements which have neither intrinsic evidence nor a way of being verified have no cognitive value. Verification means a method of deciding the truth or falsehood of a judgment. Without such a method, judgments are expressions of the subjective state of a person but not acts of cognitive reason. The verifying test belongs to the nature of truth. In this positivism is right. Every cognitive assumption, hypothesis, must be tested. The safest test is the repeatable experiment. A cognitive realm in which it can be used has the advantage of methodological strictness and the possibility of testing an assertion in every moment. But it is not permissible to make the experimental method of verification the exclusive pattern of all verification. Verification can occur within the life process itself. Verification of this type, experiential in contradistinction to experimental, has the advantage that it need not halt and disrupt the totality of a life process in order to distill calculable elements out of it, which experimental verification must do. The verifying experiences of a non-experimental character are truer to life, though less exact and definite. By far the largest part of all cognitive verification is experiential. In some cases experimental and experiential verification work together. In other cases the experimental element is completely absent. It is obvious that these two methods of verification correspond to the two cognitive attitudes, the controlling and the receiving. Controlling knowledge is verified by the success of controlling actions. The technical use of scientific knowledge is its greatest and most impressive verification. Every working machine is a continuously repeated test of the truth of the scientific assumptions on the basis of which it has been constructed. 03 Receiving knowledge is verified by the creative union of two natures, that of knowing and that of the known. This test, of course, is neither repeatable, precise, nor final at any particular moment. The life process itself makes the test. Therefore, the test is indefinite and preliminary. There is an element of risk connected with it. Future stages of the same life process may prove that what seemed to be a bad risk was a good one and vice versa. Nevertheless, the risk must be taken, receiving knowledge must be applied, experiential verification must go on continually, whether it is supported by experimental tests or not. Life processes are the object of biological, psychological, and sociological research. A large amount of controlling knowledge and experimental verification is possible and actual in these disciplines, and, in dealing with life processes, scientists are justified in striving to extend the experimental method as far as possible. But there are limits to these attempts which are imposed not by impotence but by definition. Life processes have the character of totality, spontaneity, and individuality. Experiments presuppose isolation, regularity, generality. Therefore, only separable elements of life processes are open to experimental verification, while the processes themselves must be received in a creative union in order to be known. Physicians, psychotherapists, educators, social reformers, and political leaders deal with that side of a life process which is individual, spontaneous, and total. They can work only on the basis of a knowledge which unites controlling and receiving elements. The truth of their knowledge is verified partly by experimental test, partly by a participation in the individual life with which they deal. If this knowledge by participation is called intuition, the cognitive approach to every individual life process is intuitive. Intuition in this sense is not irrational, and neither does it bypass a full consciousness of experimentally verified knowledge. Verification in the realm of historical knowledge also unites an experimental with an experiential element. The factual side of historical research is based on sources, traditions, and documents which test one another in a way comparable to experimental methods, although no historical event can be repeated. The selective and interpretative side, however, without which no historiography ever has been written, is based on participation in terms of understanding and explanation. Without a union of the nature of the historian with that of his object, no significant history is possible. But with this union the same period and the same historical figure have received many different historically sig. 104. Significant interpretations on the basis of the same verified material. Verification in this respect means to illuminate, to make understandable, to give a meaningful and consistent picture. The historian's task is to make alive what has passed away. The test of his cognitive success, of the truth of his picture, is whether or not he is able to do this. This test is not final, and every historical work is a risk. But it is a test, an experiential, though not an experimental, verification. Principles and norms, which constitute the structure of subjective and objective reason, are the cognitive object of philosophy. Rationalism and pragmatism discuss the question of their verification in such a way that both of them bypass the element of cognitive union and receiving knowledge. Rationalism tries to develop principles and norms in terms of self-evidence, universality, and necessity. Categories of being and thinking, principles of aesthetic expression, norms of law and communion, are open to critical analysis and to a priori knowledge. The analogy of mathematical evidence, which needs neither the tests of controlling nor those of receiving no edge, is used for the derivation of the rational principles, categories, and norms. Analytic thought can make decisions about the rational structure of mind and reality. Pragmatism asserts just the opposite. It takes the so-called principles of reason, the categories and norms, to be results of accumulated and tested experience, open for radical changes by future experience and subject to ever-repeated tests. They must prove their power of explaining and judging a given material of empirical knowledge, of aesthetic expression, of legal structures and communal forms. If they are able to do this, they are pragmatically verified. Neither rationalism nor pragmatism sees the element of participation in knowledge. Neither of them distinguishes receiving from controlling knowledge. Both are largely determined by the attitude of controlling knowledge and tied up with the alternatives implied in it. Against both of them it must be said that the verification of the principles of ontological reason has the character neither of rational self-evidence nor of a pragmatic test. Rational self-evidence cannot be attributed to a principle which contains more than the mere form of rationality, as, for instance, Kant's categorical imperative. Every concrete principle, every category and norm, which expresses more than pure rationality is subject to experimental or experiential verification. It is not self-evident, even if it contains a self-evident element, which, however, cannot be abstracted from it. Pragmatism is in no better position. It lacks accuracy. O.S. Ryan. If the successful working of the principles is called the criterion, the question arises, what is the criterion of success? This question cannot be answered again in terms of success, that is, pragmatically. Neither can it be answered rationally except in a completely formalistic way. The way in which philosophical systems have been accepted, experienced, and verified points to a method of verification beyond rationalism and pragmatism. These systems have forced themselves upon the mind of many human beings in terms of receptive knowledge and cognitive union. In terms of controlling knowledge, rational criticism, or pragmatic tests, they have been refuted innumerable times. But they live. Their verification is their efficacy in the life process of mankind. They prove to be inexhaustible in meaning and creative in power. This method of verification is certainly not precise and not definite, but it is permanent and effective. It throws out of the historical process what is exhausted and powerless and what cannot stand in the light of pure rationality. Somehow it combines the pragmatic and the rational elements without falling into the fallacies of either pragmatism or rationalism. Nevertheless, even this way of verification is threatened by the possibility of final meaninglessness. It is more true to life than the competing methods. But it carries with it the radical risk of life. It is significant in what it tries to verify, but it is not secure in its verification. This situation mirrors a basic conflict in cognitive reason. Knowledge stands in a dilemma: controlling knowledge is safe but not ultimately significant, while receiving knowledge can be ultimately significant, but it cannot give certainty. The threatening character of this dilemma is rarely recognized and understood. But if it is realized and not covered up by preliminary and incomplete verifications, it must lead either to a desperate resignation of truth or to the quest for revelation, for revelation claims to give a truth which is both certain and of ultimate concern, a truth which includes and accepts the risk and uncertainty of every significant cognitive act, yet transcends it in accepting it. A. The meaning of revelation 1. The marks of revelation. A. Methodological remarks. It is the aim of the so-called phenomenological method to describe meanings, disregarding, for the time being, the question of the reality to which they refer. The significance of this methodological approach lies in its demand that the meaning of a notion must be clarified and circumscribed before its validity can be determined, before it can be approved or rejected. In too many cases, especially in the realm of religion, an idea has been taken in its undistilled, vague, or popular sense and made the victim of an easy and unfair rejection. Theology must apply the phenomenological approach to all its basic concepts, forcing its critics first of all to see what the criticized concepts mean and also forcing itself to make careful descriptions of its concepts and to allow for them with logical consistency, thus avoiding the danger of trying to fill in logical gaps with devotional material. The present system, therefore, begins each of its 5 parts with a description of the meaning of the determining ideas, before asserting and discussing their truth and actuality. The test of a phenomenological description is that the picture given by it is convincing, that it can be seen by anyone who is willing to look in the same direction, that the description illuminates other related ideas, and that it makes the reality which these ideas are supposed to reflect understandable. Phenomenology is a way of pointing to phenomena as they give themselves, without the interference of negative or positive prejudices and explanations. However, the phenomenological method leaves one question unanswered which is decisive for its validity. Where, and to whom, is an idea revealed? The phenomenologist answers: take as an example a typical revelatory event and see within it and through it the universal meaning of revelation. This answer proves insufficient as soon as different and 07 perhaps contradictory examples of revelation are encountered by phenomenological intuition. What criterion is to govern the choice of an example? Phenomenology cannot answer this question. This points to the fact that while phenomenology is competent in the realm of logical meanings, which was the object of the original inquiries made by Husserl, the inventor of the phenomenological method, it is only partially competent in the realm of spiritual realities like religion. Point 2. The question of the choice of an example can be answered only if a critical element is introduced into pure phenomenology. The decision about the example cannot be left to accident. If the example were nothing more than an exemplar of species, as is the case in the realm of nature, there would be no problem. But spiritual life creates more than exemplars, it creates unique embodiments of something universal. Therefore, the decision about the example to be used for a phenomenological description of the meaning of a concept like revelation is of the utmost importance. Such a decision is critical in form, existential in matter. Actually, it is dependent on a revelation which has been received and which is considered final, and it is critical with respect to other revelations. Nevertheless, the phenomenological approach is preserved. This is critical phenomenology, uniting an intuitive descriptive element with an existential critical element. The existential critical element is the criterion according to which the example is selected, the intuitive descriptive element is the technique by means of which the meaning which is manifest in the example is portrayed. The concrete and unique character of the example, the revelatory vision of Isaiah, is in tension with the universal claim of the phenomenological description of the meaning of this example to be valid for every example. This tension is unavoidable. It can be reduced in two ways, either by a comparison of different examples or by the choice of an example in which absolute concreteness and absolute universality are united. The first way, however, leads to the method of abstraction, which deprives the examples of their concreteness and reduces their meaning to an empty generality, example a revelation which is neither Jewish nor Christian, neither prophetic nor mystical. This is precisely what phenomenology is designed to overcome. The second way is dependent on the conviction that a special revelation, example the reception of Jesus as the Christ by Peter, is the final revelation and that it is, consequently, universally valid. The meaning of revelation is derived from the classical example, but the idea derived in this way is valid of every revelation, however imperfect and distorted the revelatory event actually may be. Each example of revelation is judged in terms of this phenomenological concept, and this concept can be employed as a criterion because it expresses the essential nature of every revelation. Critical phenomenology is the method best fitted to supply a normative description of spiritual, and also spiritual, meanings. Theology must use it in dealing with each of its basic concepts. b. Revelation and mystery. The word revelation, removing the veil, has been used traditionally to mean the manifestation of something hidden which cannot be approached through ordinary ways of gaining knowledge. There is a wider use of the word in the language of everyday life which is quite vague. Someone reveals a hidden thought to a friend, a witness reveals the circumstances of a crime, a scientist reveals a new method which he has been testing for a long time, an insight comes to someone like a revelation. In all these cases, however, the strength of the words reveal or revelation is derived from their proper and narrower sense. A revelation is a special and extraordinary manifestation which removes the veil from something which is hidden in a special and extraordinary way. This hiddenness is often called mystery, a word which also has a narrower and a wider sense. In the wider sense it covers mystery stories as well as the mystery of higher mathematics and the mystery of success. In the narrower sense, from which the incisiveness of these phrases is derived, it points to something which is essentially a mystery, something which would lose its very nature if it lost its mysterious character. Mystery, in this proper sense, is derived from muin, closing the eyes or closing the mouth. In gaining ordinary knowledge it is necessary to open one's eyes in order to grasp the object and to open one's mouth in order to communicate with other persons and to have one's insights tested. A genuine mystery, however, is experienced in an attitude which contradicts the attitude of ordinary cognition. The eyes are closed because the genuine mystery transcends the act of seeing, of confronting objects whose structures and relations present themselves to a subject for his knowledge. Mystery characterizes a dimension which precedes the subject-object relationship. The same dimension is indicated in the closing of the mouth. It is impossible to express the experience of mystery in ordinary lan. 09 gauge, because this language has grown out of, and is bound to, the subject-object scheme. If mystery is expressed in ordinary language, it necessarily is misunderstood, reduced to another dimension, desecrated. This is the reason why betrayal of the content of the mystery cults was a blasphemy which had to be expiated by death. Whatever is essentially mysterious cannot lose its mysteriousness even when it is revealed. Otherwise something which only seemed to be mysterious would be revealed, and not that which is essentially mysterious. But is it not a contradiction in terms to speak of the revelation of something which remains a mystery in its very revelation? It is just this seeming paradox which is asserted by religion and theology. Wherever the two propositions are maintained, that God has revealed himself and that God is an infinite mystery for those to whom he has revealed himself, the paradox is stated implicitly. But this is not a real paradox, for revelation includes cognitive elements. Revelation of that which is essentially and necessarily mysterious means the manifestation of something within the context of ordinary experience which transcends the ordinary context of experience. Something more is known of the mystery after it has become manifest in revelation. First, its reality has become a matter of experience. Second, our relation to it has become a matter of experience. Both of these are cognitive elements. But revelation does not dissolve the mystery into knowledge. Nor does it add anything directly to the totality of our ordinary knowledge, namely, to our knowledge about the subject-object structure of reality. In order to safeguard the proper use of the word mystery, uses which are wrong or confusing must be avoided. Mystery should not be applied to something which ceases to be a mystery after it has been revealed. Nothing which can be discovered by a methodical cognitive approach should be called a mystery. What is not known today, but which might possibly be known tomorrow, is not a mystery. Another inaccurate and confusing use of the word is connected with the difference between controlling and receiving knowledge. Those elements of reality which cannot be reached by controlling knowledge, like qualities, gestalten, meanings, ideas, values, are called mysterious. But the fact that they involve a different cognitive approach does not make them mysterious. The quality of a color, or the meaning of an idea, or the nature of a living being is a mystery only if the method of quantitative analysis is the pattern of all knowledge. There is no justification for such a reduction of the cognitive power of reason. The knowledge of 20. These elements of reality is rational, although it is not controlling knowledge. The genuine mystery appears when reason is driven beyond itself to its ground and abyss, to that which precedes reason, to the fact that being is and non-being is not, Parmenides, to the original fact, or tatsach, that there is summit/%zg and not nothing. We can call this the negative side of the mystery. This side of the mystery is present in all the functions of reason, it becomes manifest in subjective as well as in objective reason. The stigma of finitude, see pages 189 ff, which appears in all things and in the whole of reality, and the shock which grasps the mind when it encounters the threat of non-being, see pages 186 ff, reveal the negative side of the mystery, the abysmal element in the ground of being. This negative side is always potentially present, and it can be realized in cognitive as well as in communal experiences. It is a necessary element in revelation. Without it the mystery would not be mystery. Without the I am undone of Isaiah in his vocational vision, God cannot be experienced, Isa 65. Without the dark night of the soul, the mystic cannot experience the mystery of the ground. The positive side of the mystery, which includes the negative side, becomes manifest in actual revelation. Here the mystery appears as ground and not only as abyss. It appears as the power of being, conquering non-being. It appears as our ultimate concern. And it expresses itself in symbols and myths which point to the depth of reason and its mystery. Revelation is the manifestation of what concerns us ultimately. The mystery which is revealed is of ultimate concern to us because it is the ground of our being. In the history of religion, revelatory events always have been described as shaking, transforming, demanding, significant in an ultimate way. They derive from divine sources, from the power of that which is holy and which therefore has an unconditional claim on us. Only that mystery which is of ultimate concern for us appears in revelation. A large proportion of the ideas which are derived from assumed revelations concerning objects and events within the subject-object structure of reality neither are genuine mysteries nor are they based on genuine revelation. Knowledge about nature and history, about individuals, their future and their past, about hidden things and happenings, all this is not a matter of revelation but of observations, intuitions, and conclusions. If such knowledge pretends to come from revelation, it must be subjected to the verifying tests of scholarly methods and accepted, or rejected on the basis of these tests. It lies outside revelation because it is a matter neither of ultimate concern nor of essential mystery. Revelation, as revelation of the mystery which is our ultimate concern, is invariably revelation for someone in a concrete situation of concern. This is clearly indicated in all events which traditionally have been characterized as revelatory. There is no revelation in general, Offenbarung überhaupt. Revelation grasps an individual or a group, usually a group through an individual, it has revealing power only in this correlation. Revelations received outside the concrete situation can be apprehended only as reports about revelations which other groups assert that they have received. The knowledge of such reports, and even a keen understanding of them, does not make them revelatory for anyone who does not belong to the group which is grasped by the revelation. There is no revelation if there is no one who receives it as his ultimate concern. Revelation always is a subjective and an objective event in strict interdependence. Someone is grasped by the manifestation of the mystery, this is the subjective side of the event. Something occurs through which the mystery of revelation grasps someone, this is the objective side. These two sides cannot be separated. If nothing happens objectively, nothing is revealed. If no one receives what happens subjectively, the event fails to reveal anything. The objective occurrence and the subjective reception belong to the whole event of revelation. Revelation is not real without the receiving side, and it is not real without the giving side. The mystery appears objectively in terms of what traditionally has been called miracle. It appears subjectively in terms of what has sometimes been called ecstasy. Both terms must be given a radical reinterpretation. See, revelation and ecstasy. The use of the word ecstasy in a theological explanation involves an even greater risk than the use of the word mystery, for, in spite of many distortions of the meaning of mystery, very few people would hesitate to speak of the divine mystery if they speak of God at all. It is different with ecstasy. The so-called ecstatic movements have saddled this term with unfortunate connotations, in spite of the fact that prophets and apostles have spoken of their own ecstatic experiences again and again, using a variety of terms. Ecstasy must be rescued from its distorted connotations and restored to a sober theological function. If this proves to be impossible, the reality which is described by the word will disappear from our sight unless another word can be found. Ecstasy, standing outside one's self, points to a state of mind. 2. Which is extraordinary in the sense that the mind transcends its ordinary situation. Ecstasy is not a negation of reason, it is the state of mind in which reason is beyond itself, that is, beyond its subject-object structure. In being beyond itself, reason does not deny itself. Ecstatic reason remains reason, it does not receive anything irrational or anti-rational which it could not do without self-destruction, but it transcends the basic condition of finite rationality, the subject-object structure. This is the state mystics try to reach by ascetic and meditative activities. But mystics know that these activities are only preparations and that the experience of ecstasy is due exclusively to the manifestation of the mystery in a revelatory situation. Ecstasy occurs only if the mind is grasped by the mystery, namely, by the ground of being and meaning. And, conversely, there is no revelation without ecstasy. At best there is information which can be tested scientifically. The prophet's ecstasy, of which the hymn sings and of which the prophetic literature is full, indicates that the experience of ecstasy has universal significance. 3. Something happens objectively as well as subjectively in every genuine manifestation of the mystery. Only something subjective happens in a state of religious overexcitement, often artificially produced. Therefore, it has no revelatory power. No new practical or theoretical interpretation of what concerns us ultimately can be derived from such subjective experiences. Overexcitement is a state of mind which can be comprised completely in psychological terms. Ecstasy transcends the psychological level, although it has a psychological side. It reveals something valid about the relation between the mystery of our being and ourselves. Ecstasy is the form in which that which concerns us unconditionally manifests itself within the whole of our psychological conditions. It appears through them. But it cannot be derived from them. The threat of non-being, grasping the mind, produces the ontological shock in which the negative side of the mystery of being, its abysmal element, is experienced. Shock points to a state of mind in which the mind is thrown out of its normal balance, shaken in its structure. Reason reaches its boundary line, is thrown back upon itself, and then is driven again to its extreme situation. This experience of ontological shock is expressed in the cognitive function by the basic philosophical question, the question of being and non-being. It is, of course, misleading if one asks with some philosophers, why is there something? Why not nothing? For this form of the question points to something that precedes being, from which being can be derived. But being can only be derived from being. The meaning of this question can be expressed in the statement that being is the original fact which cannot be derived from anything else. Taken in this sense, the question is a paradoxical expression of the ontological shock and, as such, the beginning of all genuine philosophy. In revelation and in the ecstatic experience in which it is received, the ontological shock is preserved and overcome at the same time. It is preserved in the annihilating power of the divine presence, mysterium remendum, and is overcome in the elevating power of the divine presence, mystivium fusinosum. Ecstasy unites the experience of the abyss to which reason in all its functions is driven with the experience of the ground in which reason is grasped by the mystery of its own depth and of the depth of being generally. The ecstatic state in which revelation occurs does not destroy the rational structure of the mind. The reports about ecstatic experiences in the classical literature of the great religions agree on this point, that the term ecstasy often is confused with enthusiasm. This confusion is easily understood. The word enthusiasm means the state of having the God within oneself or of being within the God. In both senses the enthusiastic state of mind has ecstatic qualities, and there is no basic difference in the original meaning of the two words. 8 But enthusiasm has lost these religious connotations and has been applied to the passionate support of an idea, a value, a tendency, a human being, etc. Enthusiasm no longer carries the connotation of a relation to the divine, while ecstasy, at least to some degree, still has this connotation. Today the meaning of ecstasy is determined largely by those religious groups who claim to have special religious experiences, personal inspirations, extraordinary spiritual gifts, individual revelations, knowledge of esoteric mysteries. Such claims are as old as religion and always have been an object of astonishment and of critical evaluation. It would be wrong to reject these claims a priori and to deny that genuine ecstasy has been experienced in these groups. But one should not allow them to usurp this term. Ecstasy has a legitimate use in theology, especially in apologetic theology. The so-called ecstatic movements are in continuous danger, to which they succumb more often than not, of confusing overexcitement with the presence of the divine spirit or with the occurrence of revelation. While demonic possession destroys the rational structure of the mind, divine ecstasy preserves and elevates it, although transcending it. Demonic possession destroys the ethical and logical principles of reason, divine ecstasy affirms them. Demonic revelations are exposed and rejected in many religious sources, especially in the Old Testament. An assumed revelation in which justice as the principle of practical reason is violated is anti-divine, and it is therefore judged a lie. The demonic blinds, it does not reveal. In the state of demonic possession the mind is not really beside itself, but rather it is in the power of elements of itself which aspire to be the whole mind, which grasp the center of the rational self and destroy it. There is, however, a point of identity between ecstasy and possession. In both cases the ordinary subject-object structure of the mind is put out of action. But divine ecstasy does not violate the wholeness of the rational mind, while demonic possession weakens or destroys it. This indicates that, although ecstasy is not a product of reason, it does not destroy reason. It is obvious that ecstasy has a strong emotional side. But it would be a mistake to reduce ecstasy to emotion. In every ecstatic experience all the grasping and shaping functions of reason are driven beyond themselves, and so is emotion. Feeling is no nearer to the mystery of revelation and its ecstatic reception than are the cognitive and the ethical functions. With respect to its cognitive element, ecstasy is often called inspiration. This word, which is derived from spirare, to breathe, emphasizes the pure receptivity of cognitive reason in an ecstatic experience. Confusions and distortions have made the term inspiration almost as useless as ecstasy and miracle. The vague use of the word in describing non-reflective acts of cognition is partly responsible for this situation. In this use of the word, being inspired means being in a creative mood, or being grasped by an idea, or reaching an understanding of something through a sudden intuition. The opposite abuse of the term is connected with certain forms of the doctrine of the inspiration of the biblical writings. Inspiration is described as a mechanical act of dictation or, in a more refined way, as an act of imparting information. In such ideas of inspiration reason is invaded by a strange body of knowledge with which it cannot unite, a body which would destroy the rational structure of the mind if it were to remain within it. In the last analysis, a mechanical or any other form of non-ecstatic doctrine of inspiration is demonic. It destroys the rational structure which is supposed to receive inspiration. It is obvious that inspiration, if it is the name for the cognitive quality of 5. The ecstatic experience, cannot mediate knowledge of finite objects or relations. It does not add anything to the complex of knowledge which is determined by the subject-object structure of reason. Inspiration opens a new dimension of knowledge, the dimension of understanding in relation to our ultimate concern and to the mystery of being. D. Revelation and miracle. The word miracle, according to the ordinary definition, designates a happening that contradicts the laws of nature. This definition and the innumerable unverified miracle stories in all religions have rendered the term misleading and dangerous for theological use. But a word which expresses a genuine experience can only be dropped if a substitute is at hand, and it does not seem that such a substitute has been found. The New Testament often uses the Greek word skmaion, sign, pointing to the religious meaning of the miracles. But the word sign without a qualifying addition cannot express this religious meaning. It would be more accurate to add the word event to sign and to speak of sign events. The original meaning of miracle, that which produces astonishment, is quite adequate for describing the giving side of a revelatory experience. But this connotation has been swallowed by the bad connotation of a supernatural interference which destroys the natural structure of events. The bad connotation is avoided in the word sign and the phrase sign event. While the original endive religious consciousness accepts astounding stories in connection with divine manifestations without elaborating a supernaturalistic theory of miracles, rationalistic periods make the negation of natural laws the main point in miracle stories. A kind of irrationalist rationalism develops in which the degree of absurdity in a miracle story becomes the measure of its religious value. The more impossible, the more revelatory. Already in the New Testament one can observe that, the later the tradition, the more the antonet.jral element is emphasized over against the sign element. In the post-apostolic period, when the apocryphal Gospels were produced, there were no checks against absurdity. Pagans and Christians alike were not so much interested in the presence of the divine in shaking and sign-giving events as they were in the sensation produced in their rationalistic minds by anti-rational baptings. This rationalistic anti-rationalism infected later Christianity, and it is still a burden for the life of the Church and for theology. The manifestation of the mystery of being does not destroy the structure of being in which it becomes manifest. The ecstasy in which the 116 mystery is received does not destroy the rational structure of the mind by which it is received. The sign event which gives the mystery of revelation does not destroy the rational structure of the reality in which it appears. If these criteria are applied, a meaningful doctrine of sign events or miracles can be stated. One should not use the word miracle for events which create astonishment for a certain time, such as scientific discoveries, technical creations, impressive works of art or politics, personal achievements, etc. These cease to produce astonishment after one has become accustomed to them, although a profound admiration of them may remain and even increase. Nor are the structures of reality, the Gestalten, the qualities, the inner Titoi of things miracles, although they always will be objects of admiration. There is an element of astonishment in admiration, but it is not a numinous astonishment, it does not point to a miracle. As ecstasy presupposes the shock of non-being in the mind, so sign events presuppose the stigma of non-being in the reality. In shock and stigma, which are strictly correlated, the negative side of the mystery of being appears. The word stigma points to marks of disgrace, for example, in the case of a criminal, and to marks of grace, for example, in the case of a saint. In both instances, however, it indicates something negative. There is a stigma that appears on everything, the stigma of finitude, or implicit and inescapable non-being. It is striking that in many miracle stories there is a description of the numinous dread which grasps those who participate in the miraculous events. There is the feeling that the solid ground of ordinary reality is taken out from under their feet. The correlative experience of the stigma of non-being in the reality and the shock of non-being in the mind produces this feeling, which, although not revelatory in itself, accompanies every genuine revelatory experience. Miracles cannot be interpreted in terms of a supernatural interference in natural processes. If such an interpretation were true, the manifestation of the ground of being would destroy the structure of being, God would be split within himself, as religious dualism has asserted. It would be more adequate to call such a miracle demonic, not because it is produced by demons, but because it discloses a structure of destruction, see Part 4, Secretary I. It corresponds with the state of being possessed in the mind and could be called sorcery. The supernaturalistic theory of miracles makes God a sorcerer and a cause of possession. It confuses God with demonic structures in the mind and in reality. There are such 117 structures, based on a distortion of genuine manifestations of the mystery of being. A supernaturalistic theology which employs patterns derived from the structure of possession and sorcery for the sake of describing the nature of revelation in terms of the destruction of the subjective as well as of objective reason is certainly intolerable. The sign events in which the mystery of being gives itself consist in special constellations of elements of reality in correlation with special constellations of elements of the mind. A genuine miracle is first of all an event which is astonishing, unusual, shaking, without contradicting the rational structure of reality. In the second place, it is an event which points to the mystery of being, expressing its relation to us in a definite way. In the third place, it is an occurrence which is received as a sign event in an ecstatic experience. Only if these three conditions are fulfilled can one speak of a genuine miracle. That which does not shake one by its astonishing character has no revelatory power. That which shakes one without pointing to the mystery of being is not miracle but sorcery. That which is not received in ecstasy is a report about the belief in a miracle, not an actual miracle. This is emphasized in the synoptic records of the miracles of Jesus. Miracles are given only to those for whom they are sign events, to those who receive them in faith. Jesus refuses to perform objective miracles. They are a contradiction in terms. This strict correlation makes it possible to exchange the words describing miracles and those describing ecstasy. One can say that ecstasy is the miracle of the mind and that miracle is the ecstasy of reality. Since neither ecstasy nor miracle destroys the structure of cognitive reason, scientific analysis, psychological and physical, as well as historical investigation are possible and necessary. Research can and must proceed without restriction. It can undercut the superstitions and demonic interpretations of revelation, ecstasy, and miracle. Science, psychology, and history are allies of theology in the fight against the supernaturalistic distortions of genuine revelation. Scientific explanation and historical criticism protect revelation, they cannot dissolve it, for revelation belongs to a dimension of reality for which scientific and historical analysis are inadequate. Revelation is the manifestation of the depth of reason and the ground of being. It points to the mystery of existence and to our ultimate concern. It is independent of what science and history say about the conditions in which it appears, and it cannot make science and history dependent on itself. No conflict between different dimensions of 118. Reality is possible. Reason receives revelation in ecstasy and miracles, but reason is not destroyed by revelation, just as revelation is not emptied by reason. Nature as a medium of revelation, there is no reality, thing, or event which cannot become a bearer of the mystery of being and enter into a revelatory correlation. Nothing is excluded from revelation in principle because nothing is included in it on the basis of special qualities. No person and no thing is worthy in itself to represent our ultimate concern. On the other hand, every person and everything participates in being itself, that is, in the ground and meaning of being. Without such participation it would not have the power of being. This is the reason why almost every type of reality has become a medium of revelation somewhere. Although nothing has become the bearer of revelation by its outstanding qualities, these qualities determine the direction in which a thing or event expresses our ultimate concern and our relation to the mystery of being. There is no difference between a stone and a person in their potentiality of becoming bearers of revelation by entering a revelatory constellation. But there is a great difference between them with respect to the significance and truth of the revelations mediated through them. The stone represents a rather limited number of qualities which are able to point to the ground of being and meaning. The person represents the central qualities, and by implication all qualities, which can point to the mystery of existence. There are, however, qualities in the stone for which the person is not explicitly representative, the power of enduring, resisting, etc. Such qualities can make the stone a supporting element in the revelation through a person, for instance, the metaphor rock of ages applied to God. Sacramental elements, water, wine, oil, etc., must be seen in this light. Their original character as independent bearers of revelation has been transformed into a supporting function. But even in this function their original independent power is still noticeable. The mediums of revelation taken from nature are as innumerable as natural objects. Ocean and stars, plants and animals, human bodies and souls, are natural mediums of revelation. Equally numerous are natural events which can enter a constellation of revelatory character, the movements of the sky, the change of day and night, growth and decay, birth and death, natural catastrophes, psychosomatic experiences, such as 1x9 maturing, illness, sex, danger. In all these cases it is not the thing or the event as such which has revelatory character, they reveal that which uses them as a medium and bearer of revelation. While everyday life is an ambiguous mixture of the regular and the irregular, in revelatory constellations the one or the other is experienced in its radical form. If the extraordinarily regular is the medium of revelation, the mystery of being becomes manifest in its relation to the rational character of mind and reality, the divine discloses its logos quality without ceasing to be the divine mist. If the extraordinarily irregular is the medium of revelation, the mystery of being becomes manifest in its relation to the pre-rational character of mind and reality, the divine shows its abyss character without ceasing to be the divine mystery. The extraordinarily regular as a medium of revelation determines the social and ethical type of religion. Kant's coordination of the moral law with the starry sky as expressions of the unconditionally sublime is the classical formulation of the mutual interdependence of the experience of the social and the natural law and the relation of both to the ultimate meaning of existence. The extraordinarily irregular as a medium of revelation determines the individualistic and paradoxical type of religion. Kierkegaard's symbol of his continual suspension as a swimmer over the depth of the ocean and his emphasis on the leap which leaves everything regular and rational behind are classical expressions of this type of religion. The same difference underlies the present conflict between Ritschlian and Neo-Orthodox theology. Revelation through natural mediums is not natural revelation. Natural revelation, if distinguished from revelation through nature, is a contradiction in terms, for if it is natural knowledge it is not revelation, and if it is revelation it makes nature ecstatic and miraculous. Natural knowledge about self and world cannot lead to the revelation of the ground of being. It can lead to the question of the ground of being, and that is what so-called natural theology can do and must do. But this question is asked neither by natural revelation nor by natural theology. It is the question of reason about its own ground and abyss. It is asked by reason, but reason cannot answer it. Revelation can answer it. And this answer is based neither on a so-called natural revelation nor on a so-called natural theology. It is based on real revelation, on ecstasy and sign events. Natural theology and, even more definitely, natural revelation are misnomers for the negative side of the revelation of the mystery, for an interpretation of the shock and stigma of non-being. Cognitive reason can go as far as this. It can develop the question of the mystery in the ground of reason. But every step beyond the analysis of this situation is either inconclusive arguing or a remnant of traditional beliefs or both. When Paul speaks of the idolatrous perversion of a potential knowledge of God through nature, he does not challenge the nations because of their questionable arguing but because of their distortion of revelations through nature. Nature in special sections or nature as a whole can be a medium of revelation in an ecstatic experience. But nature cannot be an argumentative basis for conclusions about the mystery of being. Even if it could be this, it should not be called natural theology and, even less, natural revelation. b. History, groups and individuals as mediums of revelation. Historical events, groups, or individuals as such are not mediums of revelation. It is the revelatory constellation into which they enter under special conditions that make them revelatory, not their historical significance or their social or personal greatness. If history points beyond itself in a correlation of ecstasy and sign event, revelation occurs. If groups of persons become transparent for the ground of being and meaning, revelation occurs. But its occurrence cannot be foreseen or derived from the qualities of persons, groups, and events. It is historical, social, and personal destiny. It stands under the directing creativity of the divine life, see below, pages 263 ff. Historical revelation is not revelation in history but through history. Since man is essentially historical, every revelation, even if it is mediated through a rock or a tree, occurs in history. But history itself is revelatory only if a special event or a series of events is experienced ecstatically as miracle. Such experiences can be connected with great creative or destructive events in a national history. The political events then are interpreted as divine gifts, judgments, promises, and therefore as a matter of ultimate concern and a manifestation of the mystery of being. History is the history of groups, represented and interpreted by person. 1-1. Ultis. Both groups and personalities can become mediums of revelation in connection with historical events of a revelatory character. The group which has an ecstatic experience in relation to its historical destiny can become a medium of revelation for other groups. That is what Jewish prophetism anticipated when it included all nations in the blessing of Abraham and foresaw all nations coming to Mount Zion to adore the God of Israel. The Christian Church always has been conscious of its vocation to be the bearer of revelation for nations and individuals. In the same way, personalities connected with revelatory events can become mediums of revelation themselves, either as representatives or as interpreters of these events, and sometimes as both. Moses, David, and Peter are described as representatives as well as interpreters of revelatory events. Cyrus represents a revelatory happening, but 2nd Isaiah interprets it. Paul the missionary represents, while Paul the theologian interprets, a revelatory event. In both functions all these men are mediums of historical revelation. And all of them, as well as the events themselves, point to something that transcends them infinitely, to the self-manifestation of that which concerns us ultimately. Revelation through personalities is not restricted to those who represent or interpret history. Revelation can occur through every personality which is transparent for the ground of being. The prophet, although a medium of historical revelation, does not exclude other personal mediums of revelation. The priest who administers the sphere of the holy, the saint who embodies holiness himself, the ordinary believer who is grasped by the divine spirit, can be mediums of revelation for others and for a whole group. It is not the priestly function as such, however, which has revelatory character. A mechanized administration of religious rites can exclude any revelatory presence of the holy reality which it claims to mediate. Only under special conditions does the priestly function reveal the mystery of being. The same is true of the saint. The term saint has been misunderstood and distorted. Saintliness has been identified with religious or moral perfection. Protestantism, for these reasons, has finally removed the concept of sainthood from theology and the reality of the saint from religion. But sainthood is not personal perfection. Saints are persons who are transparent for the ground of being which is revealed through them and who are able to enter a revelatory constellation as mediums. Their being can become a sign event for others. This is the truth behind the Catholic practice of demanding miracles from every saint. Protestantism does not allow a difference between the saint and 122. The ordinary believer. Every believer is a saint insofar as he belongs to the communion of saints, the new reality which is holy in its foundation, and every saint is an ordinary believer, insofar as he belongs to those who need forgiveness of sins. On this basis, however, the believer can become a medium of revelation for others and in this sense a saint. His faith and his love can become sign events for those who are grasped by their power and creativity. A rethinking of the problem of sainthood by Protestant theology is certainly needed. Historical revelation can be, and usually is, accompanied and supported by revelation through nature, since nature is the basis on which history moves and without which history would have no reality. Therefore, myth and holy legend report the participation of natural constellations of revelatory character in historical revelation. The Synoptic Gospels are full of stories in which the presence of the kingdom of God in Jesus as the Christ is witnessed to by natural events which enter the correlation of revelation. C. The Word as a medium of revelation and the question of the inner word. The importance of the Word, not only for the idea of revelation, but for almost every theological doctrine, is so great that a theological semantics is urgently needed. Within the theological system there are several places where semantic questions must be asked and answered. Man's rational structure cannot be understood without the word in which he grasps the rational structure of reality. Revelation cannot be understood without the word as a medium of revelation. The knowledge of God cannot be described except through a semantic analysis of the symbolic word. The symbols Word of God and Logos cannot be understood in their various meanings without an insight into the general nature of the Word. The biblical message cannot be interpreted without semantic and hermeneutic principles. The preaching of the Church presupposes an understanding of the expressive and denotative functions of the Word in addition to its communicative function. Under these circumstances it is not surprising that an attempt has been made to reduce the whole of theology to an enlarged doctrine of the Word of God, Barth. But if this is done, word must either be identified with revelation and the term word must be used with such a wide meaning that every divine self-manifestation can be subsumed under it, or revelation must be restricted to the spoken word and the word of God taken literally instead of symbolically. In the first case the specific sense of the term word is lost, in the second case the SPE. 123. Civic sense is preserved, but God is prevented from any non-vocal self-manifestation. This, however, contradicts not only the meaning of God's power but also the religious symbolism inside and outside the biblical literature, which uses seeing, feeling, and tasting as often as hearing in describing the experience of the divine presence. Therefore, Word can only be made the all-embracing symbol of the divine self-manifestation if the divine word can be seen and tasted as well as heard. The Christian doctrine of the incarnation of the Logos includes the paradox that the Word has become an object of vision and touch, see below, pages 157 ff. Revelation through words must not be confused with revealed words. Human words, whether in sacred or in secular language, are produced in the process of human history and are based on the experiential correlation between mind and reality. The ecstatic experience of revelation, like any other experience, can contribute to the formation and transformation of a language. But it cannot create a language of its own which must be learned as in the case of a foreign language. Revelation uses ordinary language, just as it uses nature and history, man's psychic and spiritual life, as mediums of revelation. Ordinary language, which expresses and denotes the ordinary experience of mind and reality in their categorical structure, is made a vehicle for expressing and denoting the extraordinary experience of mind and reality in ecstasy and sign event. The word communicates the self-related and unapproachable experience of an ego self to another ego self in two ways, by expression and by denotation. These two ways are largely united, but there is a pole of expression at which denotation is almost absent, and there is a pole of denotation where expression is almost absent. The denotative power of language is its ability to grasp and communicate general meanings. The expressive power of language is its ability to disclose and to communicate personal states. An algebraic equation has an almost exclusively denotative character, an outcry has an almost exclusively expressive character. But even in the case of an outcry, a definite content of feeling is indicated, and even in the case of a mathematical equation, a satisfaction about the evidence of the result and the adequacy of the method can be expressed. Most speaking moves between these two poles, the more scientific and technical, the nearer the denotative pole, the more poetic and communal, the nearer the expressive pole. The word as a medium of revelation points beyond its ordinary sense. 124. Both in denotation and in expression. In the situation of revelation, language has a denotative power which points through the ordinary meanings of the words to their relation to us. In the situation of revelation, language has an expressive power which points through the ordinary expressive possibilities of language to the unexpressible and its relation to us. This does not mean that the logical structure of ordinary language is destroyed if the word becomes a medium of revelation. Nonsensical combinations of words do not indicate the presence of the divine, although they may have an expressive power without any denotative function. Ordinary language, on the other hand, even when dealing with matters of ultimate concern, is not a medium of revelation. It does not possess the sound and voice which makes the ultimate perceivable. When speaking of the ultimate, of being and meaning, ordinary language brings it down to the level of the preliminary, the conditioned, the finite, thus mavailing its revelatory power. Language as a medium of revelation, on the contrary, has the sound and voice of the divine mystery in and through the sound and voice of human expression and denotation. Language with this power is the Word of God. If it is possible to use an optical metaphor for the characterization of language, one could say that the Word of God as the word of revelation is transparent language. Something shines, more precisely, sounds, through ordinary language which is the self-manifestation of the depth of being and meaning. It is obvious that the Word as a medium of revelation, the Word of God, is not a word of information about otherwise hidden truth. If it were this, if revelation were information, no transparency of language would be needed. Ordinary language, transmitting no sound of ultimacy, could give information about divine matters. Such information would be of cognitive and perhaps of ethical interest, but it would lack all the characteristics of revelation. It would not have the power of grasping, shaking, and transforming, the power which is attributed to the Word of God. If the Word as a medium of revelation is not information, it cannot be spoken apart from revelatory events in nature, history, and man. The Word is not a medium of revelation in addition to the other mediums, it is a necessary element in all forms of revelation. Since man is man through the power of the Word, Nothing really human can be so without the word, whether it be spoken or silent. When the prophets spoke, they spoke about the great deeds of God, the revelatory events in the His. 125. Story of Israel. When the apostles spoke, they spoke about the one great deed of God, the revelatory event which is called Jesus, the Christ. When the priests and seers and mystics in paganism gave holy oracles and created sacred writings, they were giving interpretations of a spiritual reality which they had entered after having left ordinary reality. Being precedes speaking, and the revelatory reality precedes and determines the revelatory word. A collection of assumed divine revelations concerning faith and morals without a revelatory event which they interpret is a law book with divine authorization, but it is not the word of God, and it has no revelatory power. Neither the Ten Commandments nor the Great Commandment is revelatory if separated from the divine covenant with Israel or from the presence of the kingdom of God in the Christ. These commandments were meant and should be taken as interpretations of a new reality, not as orders directed against the old reality. They are descriptions and not laws. The same is true of the doctrines. There are no revealed doctrines, but there are revelatory events and situations which can be described in doctrinal terms. Ecclesiastical doctrines are meaningless if separated from the revelatory situation out of which they have grown. The Word of God contains neither revealed commandments nor revealed doctrines, it accompanies and interprets revelatory situations. The phrase inner word is unfortunate. Words are means of communication. The inner word would be a kind of self-communication, a monologue of the soul with itself. But inner word is used in order to describe the speaking of God in the depth of the individual soul. Something is said to the soul, but it is said neither in spoken nor in silent words. It is not said in words at all. It is a movement of the soul in itself. The inner word is an expression of the negation of the word as a medium of revelation. A word is spoken to someone, the inner word is the awareness of what is already present and does not need to be said. The same is true of the phrase inner revelation. An inner revelation must reveal something which is not yet a part of the inner man. Otherwise it would not be revelation but recollection, something potentially present would become actual and conscious. This, in fact, is the position of mystics, idealists, and spiritualists, 6 whether they notice it or not. But man in the state of existential separation cannot attain the message of 5. The word spiritualists, the new being by recollection. It must come to him, it must be said to him, it is a matter of revelation. This criticism of the doctrine of the inner word is historically confirmed by the easy transition from spiritualism to rationalism. The inner word was more and more identified with the logical and ethical norms which constitute the rational structure of mind and reality. The voice of revelation was replaced by the voice of our moral conscience, reminding us of what we essentially know. Against the doctrine of the inner word, Christian theology must maintain the doctrine of the word as a medium of revelation, symbolically the doctrine of the Word of God. 3. The dynamics of revelation, original and dependent revelation. The history of revelation indicates that there is a difference between original and dependent revelations. This is a consequence of the correlative character of revelation. An original revelation is a revelation which occurs in a constellation that did not exist before. This miracle and this ecstasy are joined for the first time. Both sides are original. In a dependent revelation, the miracle and its original reception together form the giving side, while the receiving side changes as new individuals and groups enter the same correlation of revelation. Jesus is the Christ, both because he could become the Christ and because he was received as the Christ. Without both these sides he would not have been the Christ. Not only was this true of those who first received him, but it is true of all the following generations which have entered into a revelatory correlation with him. There is, however, a difference between original and dependent revelation through him. While Peter encountered the man Jesus whom he called the Christ in an original revelatory ecstasy, following generations met the Jesus who had been received as the Christ by Peter and the other apostles. There is continuous revelation in the history of the Church, but it is dependent revelation. The original miracle, together with its original reception, is the permanent point of reference, while the spiritual reception by following generations changes continuously. But if one side of a correlation is changed, the whole correlation is transformed. It is true that Jesus Christ, the same yesterday, today, and forever, is the immovable point of reference in all periods of church history. But the act of referring is never the same, since new generations with new potentialities of reception enter the correlation and transform it. No ecclesiastical traditionalism and no orthodox biblicism can escape. 27. The situation of dependent revelation. This answers the much discussed question whether the history of the Church has revelatory power. The history of the Church is not a locus of original revelations in addition to the one on which it is based, cf. the section on experience, pages 40a. Rather, it is the locus of continuous dependent revelations which are one side of the work of the Divine Spirit in the Church. This side often is called illumination, referring to the Church as a whole as well as to its individual members. The term illumination points to the cognitive element in the process of actualizing the new being. It is the cognitive side of ecstasy. While inspiration traditionally has been used to designate an original revelation, illumination has been used to express what we call dependent revelation. The Divine Spirit, illuminating believers individually and as a group, brings their cognitive reason into revelatory correlation with the event on which Christianity is based. This leads to a broader view of revelation in the life of the Christian. A dependent revelatory situation exists in every moment in which the Divine Spirit grasps, shakes, and moves the human spirit. Every prayer and meditation, if it fulfills its meaning, namely, to reunite the creature with its creative ground, is revelatory in this sense. The marks of revelation, mystery, miracle, and ecstasy are present in every true prayer. Speaking to God and receiving an answer is an ecstatic and miraculous experience. It transcends all ordinary structures of subjective and objective reason. It is the presence of the mystery of being and an actualization of our ultimate concern. If it is brought down to the level of a conversation between two beings, it is blasphemous and ridiculous. If, however, it is understood as the elevation of the heart, namely, the center of the personality, to God, it is a revelatory event. This consideration radically excludes a non-existential concept of revelation. Propositions about a past revelation give theoretical information, they have no revelatory power. Only through an autonomous use of the intellect or through a heteronymous subjection of the will could they be accepted as truth. Such acceptance would be a human work, a meritorious deed of the type against which the Reformation fought a life and death struggle. Revelation, whether it is original or dependent, has revelatory power only for those who participate in it, who enter into the revelatory correlation. Original revelation is given to a group through an individual. Revelation can be received originally only in the depth of a personal life, in its struggles, decisions, and self-surrender. No individual receives. I-28. L. 129. Revelation for himself. He receives it for his group, and implicitly for all groups, for mankind as a whole. This is obvious in prophetic revelation, which always is vocational. The prophet is the mediator of revelation for the group which follows him often after it first has rejected him. Nor is this restricted to classical prophetism. We find the same situation in most religions, and even in mystical groups. A seer, a religious founder, a priest, a mystic, these are the individuals from whom original revelation is derived by groups which enter into the same correlation of revelation in a dependent way. Since the correlation of revelation is transformed by every new group, and in an infinitesimal way by every new individual who enters it, the question must be asked whether this transformation can reach a point where the original revelation is exhausted and superseded. It is the question of the possible end of a revelatory correlation, either by a complete disappearance of the unchanging point of reference, or by a complete loss of its power to create new correlations. Both possibilities have been actualized innumerable times in the history of religion. Sectarian and Protestant movements in all the great religions have attacked Jeer and religious institutions as a complete betrayal of the meaning of the original revelation, although they still have kept it as their point of reference. On the other hand, most of the gods of the past have lost even this power, they have become poetic symbols and have ceased to create a revelatory situation. Apollo has no revelatory significance for Christians, the Virgin Mother Mary reveals nothing to Protestants. Revelation through these two figures has come to an end. Yet one might ask how a real revelation can come to an end. If it is God who stands behind every revelation, how can something divine come to an end? If it is not God who reveals himself, why should one use the term revelation? But this alternative does not exist. Every revelation is mediated by one or several of the mediums of revelation. None of these mediums possesses revelatory power in itself, but under the conditions of existence these mediums claim to have it. This claim makes them idols, and the breakdown of this claim deprives them of their power. The revelatory side is not lost if a revelation comes to an end, but its idolatrous side is destroyed. That which was revelatory in it is preserved as an element in more embracing and more purified revelations, and everything revelatory is potentially present in the final revelation, which cannot come to an end because the bearer of it does not claim anything for himself. For THEK knowledge of revelation. Revelation is the manifestation of the mystery of being for the cognitive function of human reason. It mediates knowledge. A knowledge, however, which can be received only in a revelatory situation, through ecstasy and miracle. This correlation indicates the special character of the knowledge of revelation. 6. Since the knowledge of revelation cannot be separated from the situation of revelation, it cannot be introduced into the context of ordinary knowledge as an addition, provided in a peculiar way, yet independent of this way once it has been received. Knowledge of revel and ion does not increase our knowledge about the structures of nature, history, and man. Whenever a claim to knowledge is made on this level, it must be subjected to the experimental tests through which truth is established. If such a claim is made in the name of revelation or of any other authority, it must be disregarded, and the ordinary methods of research and verification must be applied. For the physicist, the revelatory knowledge of creation neither adds to nor subtracts from his scientific description of the natural structure of things. For the historian, the revelatory interpretation of history as the history of revelation neither confirms nor negates any of his statements about documents, traditions, and the interdependence of historical events. For the psychologist, no revelatory truth about the destiny of man can influence his analysis of the dynamics of the human soul. If revealed knowledge did interfere with ordinary knowledge, it would destroy scientific honesty and methodological humility. It would exhibit demonic possession, not divine revelation. Knowledge of revelation is knowledge about the revelation of the mystery of being to us, not information about the nature of beings and their relation to one another. Therefore, the knowledge of revelation can be received only in the situation of revelation, and it can be communicated in contrast to ordinary knowledge only to those who participate in this situation. For those outside this situation, the same words have a different sound. A reader of the New Testament, for example, a philologist for whom its contents are not a matter of ultimate concern, may be able to interpret the text exactly and correctly, but he will miss the ecstatic revelatory significance of the words and sentences. He may speak with scientific preciseness about them as reports concerning an assumed revelation, but he cannot speak of them as witnesses to an actual revelation. His knowledge of the documents of revelation is non-existential. As such, it may contribute much to the historical philosophical understanding of the documents. It cannot contribute anything to the knowledge of revelation mediated through the documents. Knowledge of revelation cannot interfere with ordinary knowledge. Likewise, ordinary knowledge cannot interfere with knowledge of revelation. There is no scientific theory which is more favorable to the truth of revelation than any other theory. It is disastrous for theology if theologians prefer one scientific view to others on theological grounds. And it was humiliating for theology when theologians were afraid of new theories for religious reasons, trying to resist them as long as possible, and finally giving in when resistance had become impossible. This ill-conceived resistance of theologians from the time of Galileo to the time of Darwin was one of the causes of the split between religion and secular culture in the past centuries. The same situation prevails with regard to historical research. Theologians need not be afraid of any historical conjecture, for revealed truth lies in a dimension where it can neither be confirmed nor negated by historiography. Therefore, theologians should not prefer some results of historical research to others on theological grounds, and they should not resist results which finally have to be accepted if scientific honesty is not to be destroyed, even if they seem to undermine the knowledge of revelation. Historical investigations should neither comfort nor worry theologians. Knowledge of revelation, although it is mediated primarily through historical events, does not imply factual assertions, and it is therefore not exposed to critical analysis by historical research. Its truth is to be judged by criteria which lie within the dimension of revelatory knowledge. Psychology, including depth psychology, psychosomatics, and social psychology, is equally unable to interfere with knowledge of revelation. There are many insights into the nature of man in revelation. But all of them refer to the relation of man to what concerns him ultimately, to the ground and meaning of his being. There is no revealed psychology just as there is no revealed historiography or revealed physics. It is not the 31 task of theology to protect the truth of revelation by attacking Freudian doctrines of libido, repression, and sublimation on religious grounds or by defending a Jungian doctrine of man in the name of revelatory knowledge. There is, however, one limit to the indifference of the knowledge of revelation toward all forms of ordinary knowledge, namely, the presence of revelatory elements within assertions of ordinary knowledge. If, under the cover of ordinary knowledge, matters of ultimate concern are discussed, theology must protect the truth of revelation against attacks from distorted revelations, whether they appear as genuine religions or as metaphysically transformed ideas. This, however, is a religious struggle in the dimension of revelatory knowledge and not a conflict between knowledge of revelation and ordinary knowledge. The truth of revelation is not dependent on criteria which are not themselves revelatory. Knowledge of revelation, like ordinary knowledge, must be judged by its own implicit criteria. It is the task of the doctrine of the final revelation to make these criteria explicit. See the following sections. The knowledge of revelation, directly or indirectly, is knowledge of God, and therefore it is analogous or symbolic. The nature of this kind of knowing is dependent on the nature of the relation between God and the world and can be discussed only in the context of the doctrine of God. But two possible misunderstandings must be mentioned and removed. If the knowledge of revelation is called analogous, this certainly refers to the classical doctrine of the analogia intus between the finite and the infinite. Without such an analogy nothing could be said about God. But the analogia intus is in no way able to create a natural theology. It is not a method of discovering truth about God, it is the form in which every knowledge of revelation must be expressed. In this sense analogio intus, like religious symbol, points to the necessity of using material taken from finite reality in order to give content to the cognitive function in revelation. This necessity, however, does not diminish the cognitive value of revelatory knowledge. The phrase only a symbol should be avoided, because non-analogous or non-symbolic knowledge of God has less truth than analogous or symbolic knowledge. The use of finite materials in their ordinary sense for the knowledge of revelation destroys the meaning of revelation and deprives God of his divinity. 132. b. Actual revelation 5. Actual and final revelation. We have described the meaning of revelation in the light of the criteria of what Christianity considers to be revelation. The description of the meaning of revelation was supposed to cover all possible and actual revelations, but the criterion of revelation has not yet been developed. We now turn to the Christian affirmation, no longer indirectly as in the preceding chapters, but directly and dogmatically, in the genuine sense of dogma as the doctrinal basis of a special philosophical school or religious community. From the point of view of the theological circle, actual revelation is necessarily final revelation, For the person who is grasped by a revelatory experience believes it to be the truth concerning the mystery of being and his relation to it. If he is open for other original revelations, he already has left the revelatory situation and looks at it in a detached way. His point of reference has ceased to be the original revelation by means of which he had entered an original correlation, or, more frequently, a dependent correlation. There is also the possibility that a person may believe that no concrete revelation concerns him ultimately, that the real ultimate is beyond all concreteness. In Hinduism, the ecstatic experience of the Brahman power is the ultimate. In humanism, it is heroic's objection to the moral principle. In both cases, a concrete revelation, for example, a manifestation of Vishnu in Hinduism or the picture of Jesus as the moral ideal in Protestantism, has no finality. For the Hindu, the final revelation is the mystical experience, and for the humanist there is neither actual nor final revelation but only moral autonomy, supported by the impression of the synoptic Jesus. Christianity claims to be based on the revelation in Jesus as the Christ as the final revelation. This claim establishes a Christian church, and, where this claim is absent, Christianity has ceased to exist, at least manifestly though not always latently. See Part 4, Sector 2. The word final in the phrase final revelation means more than lust. Christianity often has affirmed, and certainly should affirm, that there is continuous revelation in the history of the Church. In this sense, the final revelation is not the last. Only if last means the last genuine revelation can final revelation be interpreted as the last revelation. There can be no revelation in the history of the Church whose point of reference is not Jesus as the Christ. If another point of reference is sought or accepted. 33. The Christian Church has lost its foundation. But final revelation means more than the last genuine revelation. It means the decisive, fulfilling, unsurpassable revelation, that which is the criterion of all the others. This is the Christian claim, and this is the basis of a Christian theology. The question, however, is how such a claim can be justified, whether there are criteria within the revelation in Jesus as the Christ which make it final. Such criteria cannot be derived from anything outside the revelatory situation. But it is possible to discover them within this situation. And this is just what theology must do. The first and basic answer theology must give to the question of the finality of the revelation in Jesus as the Christ is the following: a revelation is final if it has the power of negating itself without losing itself. This paradox is based on the fact that every revelation is conditioned by the medium in and through which it appears. The question of the final revelation is the question of a medium of revelation which overcomes its own finite conditions by sacrificing them, and itself with them. He who is the bearer of the final revelation must surrender his finitude, not only his life but also his finite power and knowledge and perfection. In doing so, he affirms that he is the bearer of final revelation, the Son of God in classical terms. He becomes completely transparent to the mystery he reveals. But, in order to be able to surrender himself completely, he must possess himself completely. And only he can possess and therefore surrender himself completely who is united with the ground of his being and meaning without separation and disruption. In the picture of Jesus as the Christ we have the picture of a man who possesses these qualities, a man who, therefore, can be called the medium of final revelation. In the biblical records of Jesus as the Christ, there are no records besides the New Testament. Jesus became the Christ by conquering the demonic forces which tried to make him demonic by tempting him to claim ultimacy for his finite nature. These forces, often represented by his own disciples, tried to induce him to avoid sacrificing of himself as a medium of revelation. They wanted him to avoid the cross. Cf. Matthew, chapter 16. They tried to make him an object of idolatry. Idolatry is the perversion of a genuine revelation. It is the elevation of the medium of revelation to the dignity of the revelation itself. The true prophets in Israel fought continuously against this idolatry, which was defended by the false prophets and their priestly supporters. This fight is the dynamic power in the history of revelation. Its classical document is the Old 34 Testament, and it is just for this reason that the Old Testament is an inseparable part of the revelation of Jesus as the Christ. But the New Testament and the history of the Church show the same conflict. In the Reformation, the prophetic spirit attacked a demonically perverted priestly system and produced the deepest split which has occurred in the development of Christianity. According to Paul, the demonic idolatrous powers which rule the world and distort religion have been conquered in the cross of Christ. In his cross, Jesus sacrificed that medium of revelation which impressed itself on his followers as messianic in power and significance. For us this means that in following him we are liberated from the authority of everything finite in him, from his special traditions, from his individual piety, from his rather conditioned worldview, from any legalistic understanding of his ethics. Only as the crucified is he grace and truth and not law. Only as he who has sacrificed his flesh, that is, his historical existence, is he spirit or new creature. These are the paradoxa in which the criterion of final revelation becomes manifest. Even the Christ is Christ only because he did not insist on his equality with God but renounced it as a personal possession. Philippians, chapter 2. Christian theology can affirm the finality of the revelation in Jesus as the Christ only on this basis. The claim of anything finite to be final in its own right is demonic. Jesus rejected this possibility as a satanic temptation, and in the words of the fourth Gospel he emphasized that he had nothing himself but that he had received everything from his Father. He remained transparent to the divine mystery until his death, which was the final manifestation of his transparency. This condemns a Jesus-centered religion and theology. Jesus is the religious and theological object as the Christ and only as the Christ. And he is the Christ as the one who sacrifices what is merely Jesus in him. The decisive trait in his picture is the continuous self-surrender of Jesus who is Jesus to Jesus who is the Christ. Therefore, the final revelation is universal without being heteronymous. No finite being imposes itself in the name of God on other finite beings. The unconditional and universal claim of Christianity is not based on its own superiority over other religions. Christianity, without being final itself, witnesses to the final revelation. Christianity as Christianity is neither final nor universal. But that to which it witnesses is final and universal. This profound dialectics of Christianity must not be forgotten in favor of ecclesiastical or orthodox self-affirmations. Against 35 them the so-called liberal theology are right in denying that one religion can claim finality, or even superiority. A Christianity which does not assert that Jesus of Nazareth is sacrificed to Jesus as the Christ is just one more religion among many others. It has no justifiable claim to finality. 6. The final revelation in Jesus as the Christ in accord with the circular character of systematic theology, the criterion of final revelation is derived from what Christianity considers to be the final revelation, the appearance of Jesus as the Christ. Theologians should not be afraid to admit this circle. It is not a shortcoming, rather it is the necessary expression of the existential character of theology. It provides a description of final revelation in two ways, first in terms of an abstract principle which is the criterion of every assumed or real revelation and, second, in terms of a concrete picture which mirrors the occurrence of the final revelation. In the preceding chapter the abstract principle was elaborated with the concrete picture in view. The present chapter describes the actualization of the abstract principle in the concrete. All reports and interpretations of the New Testament concerning Jesus as the Christ possess two outstanding characteristics: his maintenance of unity with God and his sacrifice of everything he could have gained for himself from this unity. The first point is clear in the Gospel reports about the unbreakable unity of his being with that of the ground of all being, in spite of his participation in the ambiguities of human life. The being of Jesus as the Christ is determined in every moment by God. In all his utterances, words, deeds, and sufferings, he is transparent to that which he represents as the Christ, the divine mystery. While the Synoptic Gospels emphasize the active maintenance of this unity against demonic attacks, the fourth Gospel emphasizes the basic unity between Jesus and the Father. In the epistles the victory of the unity over against the powers of separation is presupposed. though sometimes the toil and burden of this battle is indicated. However, it is never a moral, intellectual, or emotional quality which makes him the bearer of the final revelation. According to the witness of the whole New Testament and, by anticipation, also of many passages of the Old Testament, it is the presence of God in him which makes him the Christ. His words, his deeds, and 136. His sufferings are consequences of this presence, they are expressions of the new being which is his being. Jesus' maintenance of unity with God includes the second emphasis of the biblical writers, his victory over every temptation to exploit his unity with God as a means of advantage for himself. He does not give in to the temptation to which he is exposed as the designated Messiah, the success of which would have deprived him of his messianic function. The acceptance of the cross, both during his life and at the end of it, is the decisive test of his unity with God, of his complete transparency to the ground of being. Only in view of the crucifixion can the fourth gospel have him say that he who believes in me does not believe in me, John 12:44. Only through his continuous acceptance of the cross has he become the Spirit who has surrendered himself as flesh, namely, as a historical individual, 2 Corinthians. This sacrifice is the end of all attempts to impose him, as a finite being, on other finite beings. It is the end of Jesusology. Jesus of Nazareth is the medium of the final revelation because he sacrifices himself completely to Jesus as the Christ. He not only sacrifices his life, as many martyrs and many ordinary people have done, but he also sacrifices everything in him and of him which could bring people to him as an overwhelming personality instead of bringing them to that in him which is greater than he and they. This is the meaning of the symbol Son of God, see the Christological part in Part 3, Sector 2. The final revelation, like every revelation, occurs in a correlation of ecstasy and miracle. The revelatory event is Jesus as the Christ. He is the miracle of the final revelation, and his reception is the ecstasy of the final revelation. His appearance is the decisive constellation of historical, and by participation, natural, forces. It is the ecstatic moment of human history and, therefore, its center, giving meaning to all possible and actual history. The Kairos, see Part V, Sector 2, which was fulfilled in him is the constellation of final revelation. But it is this only for those who received him as the final revelation, namely, as the Messiah, the Christ, the man from above, the Son of God, the Spirit, the Logos who became flesh, the new being. All these terms are symbolic variations of the theme first enunciated by Peter when he said to Jesus, "Thou art the Christ." In these words Peter accepted him as the medium of the final revelation. This acceptance, however, is a part of the revelation itself. It is a miracle of the mind which corresponds with the ecstasy of history. Or, in the opposite terminology, the terms are inter 37 changeable, see above, p. 117, it is an ecstasy of the mind which corresponds with the miracle of history. Jesus as the Christ, the miracle of the final revelation, and the Church, receiving him as the Christ or the final revelation, belong to each other. The Christ is not the Christ without the Church, and the Church is not the Church without the Christ. The final revelation, like every revelation, is correlative. The final revelation, the revelation in Jesus as the Christ, is universally valid, because it includes the criterion of every revelation and is the finis or telos, intrinsic aim, of all of them. The final revelation is the criterion of every revelation which precedes or follows. It is the criterion of every religion and of every culture, not only of the culture and religion in and through which it has appeared. It is valid for the social existence of every human group and for the personal existence of every human individual. It is valid for mankind as such, and, in an indescribable way, it has meaning for the universe also. Nothing less than this should be asserted by Christian theology. If some element is cut off from the universal validity of the message of Jesus as the Christ, if he is put into the sphere of personal achievement only, or into the sphere of history only, he is less than the final revelation and is neither the Christ nor the new being. But Christian theology affirms that he is all this because he stands the double test of finality, uninterrupted unity with the ground of his being and the continuous sacrifice of himself as Jesus to himself as the Christ. 7. The history of revelation. The event which is called final revelation was not an isolated event. It presupposed a revelatory history which was a preparation for it and in which it was received. It could not have occurred without having been expected, and it could not have been expected if it had not been preceded by other revelations which had become distorted. It would not have been the final revelation if it had not been received as such, and it would lose its character as final revelation if it were not able to make itself available to every group in every place. The history of the preparation and reception of the final revelation can be called the history of revelation. The history of revelation is not the history of religion, not even the history of the Jewish and Christian religions. There is revelation outside the religious sphere, and there is much in religion which is not revelation. Revelation judges religion and non-religion equally. Nor is the 138 history of revelation a history of all revelations which have taken place. There is no such history, for one can speak of a revelatory event only on the basis of an existential relation to it. The historian of all revelations would be merely a historian of all reports about revelations. The history of revelation is history interpreted in the light of the final revelation. The event of final revelation establishes itself as the center, aim, and origin of the revelatory events which occur in the period of preparation and in the period of reception. This, of course, is true only for the person who participates existentially in the final revelation. But for him it is a true and inescapable implication of his revelatory experience. While humanistic theology tends to identify the history of revelation with the history of religion and culture, thus removing the concept of final revelation, neo-orthodox theology and an allied liberal, example Ritschlian, theology try to eliminate the history of revelation by identifying revelation with final revelation. The latter group says that there is only us revelation, namely, that in Jesus the Christ, to which the former group answers that there are revelations everywhere and that none of them is ultimate. Both contentions must be rejected. In the actual revelatory situation, a revelation which is not taken to be final is a detached reflection and not an involved experience. On the other hand, if a revelation whose historical preparation is denied as final, the necessity of its historical reception makes the unique revelatory event a strange body which has no relation whatsoever to human existence and history. Therefore, it cannot be assimilated by man's spiritual life. It either destroys this life or is thrown out by it. The history of revelation is a necessary correlate of final revelation. It should neither be leveled down to a history of religion nor be eliminated by a destructive supernaturalism. The final revelation divides the history of revelation into a period of preparation and a period of reception. The revelation which occurs in the period of preparation is universal. Universal can be misunderstood in three ways. It can be confused with general, in the sense of a general and necessary law abstracted from all special revelatory events. But there is no such general law. Revelation occurs or it does not occur, but it certainly does not occur generally. It is not a structural element of reality. Universal, as distinguished from general, means, or can mean, a special event with an all-embracing claim. In this sense the Christian Church is universal, Catholic or for everyone, but not general, abstracted from everyone. The second misunderstanding of the 39 term universal revelation is its confusion with natural revelation. As we have seen, there is no natural revelation. Only revelation through nature can be asserted. And revelation through nature is special and concrete. The third misunderstanding of the term universal is the assumption that revelation is occurring always and everywhere. Nothing like this can be said in view of the marks of revelation and its existential character. But it is equally impossible to exclude the universal possibility of revelation. This also would deny its existential character, and, even more, it would make the final revelation impossible. Only on the wide basis of universal revelation could the final revelation occur and be received. Without the symbols created by universal revelation, the final revelation would not be understandable. Without the religious experiences created by universal revelation, no categories and forms would exist to receive the final revelation. The biblical terminology is full of words whose meaning and connotations would be completely strange to listeners and readers if there had been no preceding revelations in Judaism as well as in paganism. Missions could not have reached anyone if there had not been a preparation for the Christian message in universal revelation. The question of the final revelation would not have been asked, therefore, the answer could not have been received. If someone, for example, a neo-Orthodox theologian, should assert that with God everything is possible and that God in his revelation is not dependent on the stages of human maturity, it must be emphasized that God acts through men according to their nature and receptiveness. He does not replace man with another kind of being, and he does not replace childhood with maturity in order to reveal himself. He reveals himself to man and saves man, and, in doing so, he does not replace man with something else created for this purpose. This would be the method of a demon and not of God. To assert that a revelation is final revelation without pointing to a history of revelation in which there has been a preparation for it dehumanizes man and demonizes God. The preparation for the final revelation in the history of revelation is threefold. The preparation is carried through by conservation, by criticism, and by anticipation. Any revelatory experience transforms the medium of revelation into a sacramental object, whether it is an object of nature, a human being, a historical event, or a sacred text. It is the function of the priest to conserve the sacramental object and to keep alive the power of original revelation by making new individuals, new 40 groups, and new generations enter the revelatory situation. The symbolic material used, transformed, and increased by every later revelation, and also by the final revelation, grows out of the priestly conservation and continuation of revelatory events. No prophet could speak in the power of a new revelation, no mystic could contemplate the depth of the divine ground, no meaning could be given over to the appearance of the Christ, if there were not this sacramental priestly substance. But the sacramental priestly element of the universal revelation is subject to a confusion between the medium and the content of revelation. It tends to make the medium and its excellencies into the content. It tends to become demonic, for the demonic is the elevation of something conditional to unconditional significance. Against this tendency, the second stage of the preparatory revelation is directed, the critical approach. It has appeared in three forms: the mystical, the rational, and the prophetic. Mysticism has criticized the demonically distorted sacramental priestly substance by devaluating every medium of revelation and by trying to unite the soul directly with the ground of being, to make it enter the mystery of existence without the help of a finite medium. Revelation occurs in the depth of the soul, the objective side is accidental. The impact of the anti-demonic fight of mysticism on large sections of humanity has been, and still is, tremendous. But its power of preparing for the final revelation is ambiguous. Mysticism liberates one from the concrete sacramental sphere and its demonic distortions, but it pays the price of removing the concrete character of revelation and of making it irrelevant to the actual human situation. It elevates man above everything that concerns him actually, and it implies an ultimate negation of his existence in time and space. In spite of these ambiguities, it is the permanent function of mysticism to point to the abysmal character of the ground of being and to reject the demonic identification of anything finite with that which transcends everything finite. It is unfortunate that those in the Kantritzke line and those in the neo-Orthodox schools in theology have pointed only to the possible and actual abuses of the mystical approach without acknowledging its world historical function of transcending the concrete mediums of revelation toward the mystery which is mediated by them. Even the final revelation needs the corrective of mysticism in order to transcend its own finite symbols. The rational approach seems to fall outside the revelatory situation and to be without any revelatory function. Indeed, reason is not revelatory. But in every creation of reason the depth of reason is present and R for R makes itself felt, in form as well as in content. Elements which contribute to the history of revelation are implicitly or explicitly present in the style of a cultural creation, in its basic principle, in its criticisms and demands. They presuppose revelatory events by expressing them either in terms of rational creations or in terms of rational criticisms directed against distorted revelations. Xenophanes and Heraclitus' criticism of the Homeric gods and Plato's philosophical interpretation of the Apollonian Dionysian substance of Greek culture are examples of the influence of a rational creation on the revelatory situation. In men like Plotinus, Fnhart, Cusanus, Spinoza, and Boehm, mystical and rational elements were united which criticized and transformed sacramental traditions and which elicited the quest for new revelatory constellations. But it is not only mystical elevation over the realm of concrete symbols which can be united with rational criticism, the prophetic criticism of a sacramental priestly system also can ally itself with rational criticism. The social and political elements in the prophets, the reformers, and the sectarian revolutionaries were amalgamated inseparably with the revelatory experience which drove them. And, conversely, the expectation of a new revelatory situation is often the hidden driving power in secular movements for political freedom and social justice. Universal revelation includes not only mystical, and prophetic, reactions against distorted sacramental forms and systems. It also includes rational reactions, separated from or united with mysticism and prophetism. In the light of this situation, any theology which in terms of a general proposition excludes the creations of reason, that is, man's cultural life, from an indirect participation in the history of revelation, must be rejected. Decisive, however, for the development of universal preparatory revelation is the prophetic attack on distorted sacramentalism. It is not justifiable to restrict prophetism to the Old Testament prophets or to the prophetic spirit which is present in most sections of the Old and New Testament. Prophetic criticism and promise are active in the whole history of the Church, especially in the movements of monasticism, the Reformation, and evangelical radicalism. They are active in religious revolutions and foundations outside Christianity, as in the religion of Zoroaster, in some of the Greek mysteries, in Islam, and in many smaller reform movements. The common denominator in all of them, which distinguishes them from mysticism, is the concrete foundation of their attack on a given sacramental system. They do not devaluate it, they do not elevate themselves above it, they do not demand union with the 142 ground of being. They subject the concrete mediums of revelation and the concrete sacramental symbols and priestly systems to the judgment of the divine law, to that which ought to be because it is the law of God. Prophetism tries to shape reality in the power of the divine form. It does not transcend reality for the sake of the divine abyss. It promises fulfillment in the future, however transcendent the future may be understood to be, and it does not point to an eternity which is equally near to every moment of time, as mysticism does. There is, however, something unique in the prophets of Israel, from Moses, who is called the greatest of the prophets, to John the Baptist, who is called the greatest in the Old Eon. The revelation through the prophets of Israel is the direct concrete preparation of the final revelation, and it cannot be separated from it. The universal revelation as such is not the immediate preparation for the final revelation, only the universal revelation criticized and transformed by the prophetism of the Old Testament is such preparation. The universal revelation as such could not have prepared the final revelation. Since the latter is concrete, only one concrete development could have been its immediate preparation. And since the final revelation is the criterion of every revelation, the criterion of finality must have been envisaged and applied, though fragmentarily and by anticipation. When the early church accepted Jesus as the Christ, it was guided by criteria such as those given by the second Isaiah. Without a group of people who were indoctrinated by the paradoxes of Jewish prophetism, the paradox of the cross could not have been understood and accepted. It is, therefore, not surprising that those who separated the New from the Old Testament from early Gnosticism to recent Nazism lost the Christological paradox, the center of the New Testament. They considered the final revelation as one of the examples of universal revelation, and they denounced the religion of the Old Testament as one of the lower forms of paganism. They understood it as an expression of the religious nationalism of the Jews. But this is a complete misunderstanding. The Old Testament certainly is full of Jewish nationalism, but it appears over and over as that against which the Old Testament fights. Religious nationalism is the mark of the false prophets. The true prophets threaten Israel in the name of the God of justice, who is able to reject his nation because of its injustice without losing his power, which is not the case in polytheism. As the God of justice, he is universal, and, if justice is violated, he rejects any claim on the basis of a special relation to his nation. The term elected nation is by no means 43 an expression of national arrogance. To be elected includes the permanent threat of rejection and destruction and the demand to accept destruction in order to save the covenant of election. Election and destruction are bound together so that no finite being, group, or individual may consider himself as more than a medium of the mystery of being. If, however, a group or single individuals endure this tension, their destruction is their fulfillment. This is the meaning of the prophetic promise which transcends the prophetic threat. This promise is not a matter of a happy ending. Empirically speaking, there is no happy ending for the elected nation or for the elected one of the final revelation. But empirically speaking is not the prophetic form of speaking. Prophets speak in terms which express the depth of reason and its ecstatic experience. In the process of the prophetic struggle with distorted sacramentalism, the revelatory elements of the universal revelation are received, developed, and transformed. Distorted expressions are either rejected or purified. This process occurs in all periods of the history of Israel and does not stop in the New Testament and in church history. It is the dynamic acceptance, rejection, and transformation of preparatory revelation by the final revelation. In the light of this process, it is impossible to separate the Old Testament from universal revelation, as it is impossible and absurd to interpret the Old Testament not as the concrete and unique preparation of the final revelation but as a document of the final revelation itself, as a kind of anticipated New Testament. Reception, rejection, and transformation, that is the movement from the side of the Old Testament toward the universal revelation, and from the side of the New Testament toward the universal revelation and the Old Testament. The dynamics of the history of revelation exclude the mechanistic supernatural theories of revelation and inspiration. Neither the Jewish nation as a whole nor the small remnant groups to whom the prophets often referred were able to overcome the identification of the medium with the content of revelation. The history of Israel shows that no group can be the bearer of the final revelation, that it cannot perform a complete self-sacrifice. The breakthrough and the perfect self-surrender must happen in a personal life, or it cannot happen at all. Christianity claims that it has happened and that the moment in which it happened is the center of the history of revelation and indirectly the center of all history. The center of the history of revelation divides the whole process into preparatory and receiving revelation. The bearer of the receiving revelation is the Christian Church. The period of receiving revelation has begun with the beginning of the Church. All religions and cultures outside the Church, according to the Christian judgment, are still in the period of preparation. And, even more, there are many groups and individuals within the Christian nations and the Christian churches who are definitely in the stage of preparation. They have never received the message of the final revelation in its meaning and power. And the Christian churches themselves, in their institutions and actions, are in permanent danger of relapsing into the preparatory stage, a danger which has become a reality again and again. Nevertheless, the Christian Church is based on the final revelation and is supposed to receive it in a continuous process of reception, interpretation, and actualization. This is a revelatory process with all the marks of revelation. The presence of the Divine Spirit in the Church is revelatory. But it is a dependent revelation, possessing all the marks of dependent revelations. It is dependent on the event of the final revelation from which it takes meaning and power in all generations, although the kind of reception, interpretation, and transformation creates new correlations in all periods, groups, and individuals. Receiving revelation is revelation, although the Spirit through whom the revelation occurs is always the Spirit of Jesus as the Christ. The Christian Church takes the risk of faith in affirming practically and theoretically that this revelation cannot come to an end, that it has the power of reformation within itself, and that no new original revelation could surpass the event of final revelation. On the basis of this faith, Christianity asserts that the history of original revelation is finished in principle, although it may still continue indefinitely in places where the center of the history of revelation has not yet been acknowledged. But if the final revelation has been accepted, the revelatory process has not stopped, it continues to the end of history. 8. Revelation and salvation. The history of revelation and the history of salvation are the same history. Revelation can be received only in the presence of salvation, and salvation can occur only within a correlation of revelation. These assertions can be contradicted on the basis of an intellectual, non-existential concept of revelation or on the basis of an individualistic, non-dynamic concept of salvation, but such concepts must be radically rejected by systematic theology, and with them any attempt to separate revelation and salvation also must be rejected. 45. If revelation is understood to mean information about divine matters, which is supposed to be accepted partly through intellectual operations, partly through a subjection of the will to authorities, there can be revelation without salvation. Information is given which can be received without a transformation of the existence of the receiver. Neither ecstasy nor miracle belongs to this notion of a revelatory situation. The divine spirit either is unnecessary or becomes a supernatural informer and teacher of objective, non-existential truths. The biblical reports concerning revelatory situations directly contradict this notion. They give unambiguous support to the assertion that revelation and salvation cannot be separated. Moses must remove his shoes before he can walk on the holy ground of a revelatory situation. Isaiah must be touched by a burning coal for the sake of expiation before he can receive his vocational revelation. Peter must leave his environment and follow Jesus before he can make the ecstatic statement that Jesus is the Christ. Paul must experience a revolution of his whole being when he receives the revelation which makes him a Christian and an apostle. But one might say that this is true only of great religious personalities who lead others into a revelatory situation after the breakthrough has occurred in them. For these other persons, revelation is a deposit of truths they take over which may or may not have saving consequences for them. If this interpretation is accepted, revelatory truth is independent of the receiving side, and the saving consequences for the individual are a matter of his personal destiny. They have no significance for the revelation itself. Obviously, such an argument is very favorable to authoritarian systems, ecclesiastical or doctrinal, which handle the contents of revelation like property. In such systems, revealed truths are administered by authorities and are presented to the people as ready-made commodities which they must accept. Authoritarian systems unavoidably intellectualize and voluntarize revelation. They dismember the existential correlation between the revelatory event and those who are asked to receive it. They are strongly opposed, therefore, to the identification of revelation and salvation, which implies an existential understanding of revelation, that is, a creative and transforming participation of every believer in the correlation of revelation. Another argument against the identification of revelation and salvation is based on a concept of salvation which would separate salvation from revelation. If salvation is understood to mean the ultimate fulfillment of the individual beyond time and history, revelation which occurs 146 in history cannot be identified with it. In this view, salvation is either complete, or it is not salvation at all. Since the reception of revelation under the conditions of existence is always fragmentary, revelation has no saving quality in itself, although it may become an instrument of salvation. This concept of salvation must be rejected as unambiguously as the intellectualistic concept of revelation. Salvation is derived from snus, healthy or whole, and it can be applied to every act of healing, to the healing of sickness, of demonic possession, and of servitude to sin and to the ultimate power of death. Salvation in this sense takes place in time and history, just as revelation takes place in time and history. Revelation has an unshakable objective foundation in the event of Jesus as the Christ, and salvation is based on the same event, for this event unites the final power of salvation with the final truth of revelation. Revelation as it is received by man living under the conditions of existence is always fragmentary, so is salvation. Revelation and salvation are final, complete, and unchangeable with respect to the revealing and saving event. They are preliminary, fragmentary, and changeable with respect to the persons who receive revelatory truth and saving power. In terms of classical theology, one could say that no one can receive revelation except through the divine Spirit, and that, if someone is grasped by the divine Spirit, the center of his personality is transformed, he has received saving power. One further argument against this equation still remains to be discussed. It may be asked whether a person who has lost the saving power of the new being in Christ cannot, at the same time, still accept its revelatory truth. He may experience the revelation at his own condemnation. In such a situation, salvation and revelation seem to be distinctly separated from each other. But this is not the case. As Luther frequently emphasized, the feeling of being rejected is the first and decisive step toward salvation. It is a basic part of the process of salvation. This element is never completely absent. Nor should it be absent, even in the moments when one experiences the strongest feeling of being saved. As long as the condemning function of revelation is experienced, saving power is effective. Neither sin nor despair, as such, proves the absence of saving power. The absence of saving power is expressed in flight from an ultimate concern and in the type of complacency which resists both the shaking experience of revelation and the transforming experience of salvation. The identity of revelation and salvation leads to a further considera. 47. Salvation and revelation are ambiguous in the process of time and history. Therefore, the Christian message points to an ultimate salvation which cannot be lost because it is reunion with the ground of being. This ultimate salvation is also the ultimate revelation, often described as the vision of God. The mystery of being is present without the paradoxa of every revelation in time and space and beyond anything fragmentary and preliminary. This does not refer to the individual in isolation. Fulfillment is universal. A limited fulfillment of separated individuals would not be fulfillment at all, not even for these individuals, for no person is separated from other persons and from the whole of reality in such a way that he could be saved apart from the salvation of everyone and everything. One can be saved only within the kingdom of God which comprises the universe. But the kingdom of God is also the place where there is complete transparency of everything for the divine to shine through it. In his fulfilled kingdom, God is everything for everything. This is the symbol of ultimate revelation and ultimate salvation in complete unity. The recognition or non-recognition of this unity is a decisive test of the character of a theology. See reason in Final Revelation 9. Final Revelation overcoming the conflict of autonomy and heteronomy. Revelation is the answer to the questions implied in the existential conflicts of reason. After describing the meaning and actuality of revelation generally and of final revelation especially, we must show how final revelation answers the questions and overcomes the conflicts of reason in existence. Revelation overcomes the conflict between autonomy and heteronomy by re-establishing their essential unity. We have discussed the meaning of the three concepts autonomy, heteronomy, and theonomy. The question now is how theonomy is created by final revelation. Final revelation includes two elements which are decisive for the reunion of autonomy and heteronomy: the complete transparency of the ground of being in him who is the bearer of the final revelation, and the complete self-sacrifice of the medium to the content of revelation. The first element keeps autonomous reason from losing its depth and from becoming empty and open for demonic intrusions. The presence of the divine ground as it is manifest in Jesus as the Christ gives a spiritual substance to all forms of rational creativity. It gives them the dimension of depth. 148. And it unites them under symbols expressing this depth in rites and myths. The other element of final revelation, the self-sacrifice of the finite medium, keeps heteronomous reason from establishing itself against rational autonomy. Heteronomy is the authority claimed or exercised by a finite being in the name of the infinite. Final revelation does not make such a claim and cannot exercise such a power. If it did, it would become demonic and cease to be final revelation. Far from being heteronomous and authoritarian, final revelation liberates. He who believes in me does not believe in me, says Jesus in the fourth Gospel, destroying any heteronomous interpretation of his divine authority. The Church as the community of the new being is the place where the new theonomy is actual. But from there it pours into the whole of man's cultural life and gives a spiritual center to man's spiritual life. In the Church as it should be, nothing is heteronomous in contrast to autonomous. And in man's spiritual life nothing is autonomous, in contrast to heteronomous, whenever spiritual life has an ultimate integration. Yet this is not the human situation. The Church is not only the community of the new being, it is also a sociological group immersed in the conflicts of existence. Therefore, it is subject to the almost irresistible temptation of becoming heteronomous and of suppressing autonomous criticism, eliciting just by this method autonomous reactions which often are strong enough to secularize not only culture but also the Church itself. A heteronomous tide may then start the vicious circle again. But the Church is never completely bereft of theonomous forces. There have been periods in the history of the Church in which theonomy, though limited and destructible, was realized more than in other periods. This does not mean that these periods were morally better or intellectually more profound or in a more radical way ultimately concerned. It does mean that they were more aware of the depth of reason, of the ground of autonomy, and of the uniting center without which spiritual life becomes shallow, disintegrates, and produces a vacuum into which demonic forces may enter. Theonomous periods are periods in which rational autonomy is preserved in law and knowledge, in community and art. Where there is theonomy, nothing which is considered true and just is sacrificed. Theonomous periods do not feel split, but whole and centered. Their center is neither their autonomous freedom nor their heteronomous authority but the depth of reason ecstatically experienced and symbolically X7. John 1, 44. 49 pressed. Myth and cult give them a unity in which all spiritual functions are centered. Culture is not controlled from outside by the Church, nor is it left alone so that the community of the new being stands beside it. Culture receives its substance and integrating power from the community of the new being, from its symbols and its life. Where theonomy determines a religious and cultural situation however fragmentarily and ambiguously, as, for instance, in the early and high Middle Ages reason is neither subject to revelation nor independent of it. Aesthetic reason does not obey ecclesiastical or political prescripts, nor does it produce secular art cut off from the depth of aesthetic reason. Through its autonomous artistic forms it points to the new being which has appeared in final revelation. In theonomy cognitive reason does not develop authoritatively enforced doctrines, nor does it pursue knowledge for the sake of knowledge, it seeks in everything true an expression of the truth which is of ultimate concern, the truth of being as being, the truth which is present in the final revelation. Legal reason does not establish a system of sacred and untouchable laws, nor does it interpret the meaning of the law in technical utilitarian terms, it relates the special as well as the basic laws of a society to the justice of the kingdom of God and to the logos of being as manifest in the final revelation. Communal reason does not accept communal forms dictated by sacred ecclesiastical or political authorities, nor does it surrender human relations to their growth and decay through will to power and libido, it relates them to the ultimate and universal community, the community of love, transforming the will to power by creativity and the libido by agape. In very general terms, this is the meaning of theonomy. It is the task of a constructive theology of culture to apply these principles to the concrete problems of our cultural existence. Systematic theology must restrict itself to a statement of principles. There are numerous descriptions of theonomy in Romanticism, numerous attempts to re-establish a theonomy according to the pattern of an idealized Middle Ages. Catholicism, too, demands a new theonomy, but what it really wants is the re-establishment of ecclesiastical heteronomy. Protestantism cannot accept the medieval pattern either in Romantic or in Roman terms. It must look forward to a new theonomy. Yet, in order to do so, it must know what theonomy means, and this it can find in the Middle Ages. In contrast to Romanticism, however, Protestantism is aware that a new theonomy cannot be created intentionally by autonomous reason. Autonomous reason is one side in the conflict between 150. Autonomy and heteronomy and cannot overcome this conflict. Therefore, the Romantic quest for theonomy cannot be fulfilled except through final revelation and in unity with the Church. The breakdown of Romantic art and philosophy, of Romantic ethics and politics, in an especially conspicuous way in the middle of the 19th century, shows that a new theonomy is not a matter of intention and goodwill but that it is a matter of historical destiny and grace. It is an effect of the final revelation which no autonomy can produce and which no heteronomy can prevent. 10. The final revelation overcoming the conflict of absolutism and relativism. Final revelation does not destroy reason, it fulfills reason. It liberates reason from the conflict between heteronomy and autonomy by giving the basis for a new theonomy, and it liberates reason from the conflict between absolutism and relativism by appearing in the form of a concrete absolute. In the new being which is manifest in Jesus as the Christ, the most concrete of all possible forms of concreteness, a personal life, is the bearer of that which is absolute without condition and restriction. This concrete personal life has achieved what neither criticism nor pragmatism is able to accomplish, namely, to unite the conflicting poles of existential reason. As criticism, with its emphasis on the merely formal character of its principle, deceives itself about its assumed lack of absolutistic elements, so pragmatism, with its emphasis on complete openness for everything, deceives itself about its assumed lack of absolutistic elements. Neither of them faces the problem radically enough, because neither of them can give the solution. The solution can come only out of the depth of reason, not from its structure. It can come only from final revelation. The logical form in which the perfectly concrete and the perfectly absolute are united is the paradox. All biblical and ecclesiastical assertions about the final revelation have a paradoxical character. They transcend ordinary opinion, not only preliminarily but definitively. They cannot be expressed in terms of the structure of reason but must be expressed in terms of the depth of reason. If they are expressed in ordinary terms, logically contradictory statements appear. But these contradictions are not the paradox, and no one is asked to swallow them as contradictions. This is not only impossible but destructive. The paradox is the reality to which the contradicting form points, it is the surprising, miraculous, and ecstatic way in which that which is the mystery of 5 being universally is manifest in time, space, and under the conditions of existence, in complete historical concreteness. Final revelation is not logical nonsense, it is a concrete event which on the level of rationality must be expressed in contradictory terms. The concrete side of final revelation appears in the picture of Jesus as the Christ. The paradoxical Christian claim is that this picture has unconditional and universal validity, that it is not subject to the attacks of positivistic or cynical relativism, that it is not absolutistic, whether in the traditional or the revolutionary sense, and that it cannot be achieved either by the critical or by the pragmatic compromise. It is unique and beyond all these conflicting elements and methods of existentia reason. This implies above all that no special trait of this picture can be used as an absolute law. The final revelation does not give us absolute ethics, absolute doctrines, or an absolute ideal of personal and communal life. It gives